Stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco.
free. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Rage, power, richest thoughts, money, driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond guns, wanna be it, wanna feel it. Pull up, do you feel me? Don't ask a word, I'm never seen. You couldn't it, it's fantasy. You getting it, just cut me free. This night will forever remain in your memory, caught in your rain. Your mind could be your greatest enemy. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Run away now, get wild. Run away now, be loud. Rage, power, richest thoughts, money, driven, major fraud, breathless body, diamond guns, wanna be it, wanna feel it. I'm out in the dark, but I see the light. Floating in the sky, I begin to finally let be the strongest one. I just wanna be the one. Just follow my lead. I need someone to be like me. Is there someone here, but I'm not someone's enemy? Feeling like the one I've never been, taking a portal to the unseen. Will I see the one I waited so to be? I won't wait again. Start again. Just follow my lead. I need someone to be like me. Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't
Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo, si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. And when we're gone, everything goes on. The lies I tell myself help push it away, and I'm chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. And every time I close my eyes, a little less of you remains. I know you're slipping further from me now. Am I too far away? Tell me why
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form.
This set has been a journey of wild wizardry, epic duels, and limitless imagination. Now, the moment has come for our budding sorcerers to enter the dueling grounds of the Magitorium and conjure victory in the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians crown. For this Grand Mage Summit, we've expanded the slots from 32 to 40, giving even more Tacticians a chance to qualify. Thanks to APAC, CN, and EMEA's performances in the previous Tactician's Crown, each will receive an additional spellcaster slot for this event. In total, APAC and CN will each send 11 of their finest wand wielders to duel, while EMEA plus Americas will send 9. One final spot is reserved for our Inkborn Fables champion, Dish Soap.
Does not want to fall. They're all banging down on her, and with that, he does it!
Dish Soap wins the Tactician's crown!
Now, hold on to your wands. This is the final chapter. Points will be awarded based on each Tactician's performance. First place earns 8 points, and last place gets just 1. Day 1 will see our Tacticians enter the dueling grounds. 40 players split into 5 lobbies will face off in 6 games, shuffling lobbies every 2 rounds. To advance, you'll need to be among the top 32. On day 2, every 2 games, the bottom 8 Tacticians will be eliminated until only 16 remain. After that, 3 final games will decide the top 8 who advance to the grand final showdown. This is where our mages will unleash their most chaotic and daring hexes to claim the crown. The remaining sorcerers will battle it out in a checkmate format, aiming to hit the 20-point mark, then summon one last victory to become the Tacticians' crown champion. With fire, ice, portals, dragons, and maybe even a touch of sugar, prepare yourselves for the most spellbinding duels the Convergence has ever seen. Meet you for Mayhem on November 8th.
My thoughts are racing every time I see you. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so attached? At this point, I do everything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing?
Our grand magical competition is just beyond the veil, where the Tactician's crown lies in wait. Over 3 days of spell-slinging frenzy, madness will descend upon the Convergence.
Up with the executions, but the Nami actually does get the stun onto the Jinx.
Close fight, but I don't. It is not enough.
君道者的回血，维鲁斯一剑收过去，皎月还在，瑞兹没倒下，放一个技能。
It's time to unleash the Eldritch, play with fire, and maybe even save the bees. All to stir up some serious mayhem.
와, 뚫렸어요. 이러면 사실상 구도가 망가져.
Like it was the, of course,
he was the one holding the brides this whole time. Fairies gotta be stronger, but no, the mages are actually holding the line. We can see they're learning to spell. One more cast, but it's not coming.
From the dueling grounds, only one will be crowned champion of this spellbinding showdown.
都比较久哦，没有用一个，但没有写很齐。
是给上，格拉斯启动第一波，还有很多人要带走了，初期倒在了第3名的位置。
Get ready to flex your hexes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. We are so excited to be back with another day of action for day 2 of the competition. My name is Nekra and I'm one of your hosts this weekend, joined by some great friends of mine. We've got Panda, Gangly, and Crowan to join us on the start of the broadcast. How are you guys doing? Welcome back for another day.
I'm feeling great. I think it's a comeback day too. I'm a believer still.
I mean, it's a comeback day for Emiya because there's no other way. you already got the one direction out of the way.
10 seconds in, please.
I love it. That's how Gangly started
That's
our
right.
cast yesterday, and you're bringing the energy back. I absolutely love it. There's so much great action ahead of us, and some, America's over Emiya. We got to keep you in check, Panda.
I'm being bullied. Just wait. I'm a nice person. I swear. I don't deserve
You
this.
are a nice person.
I came into the tournament saying to David, I was like, listen, I'm rooting for Emiya this time. I feel good. And
Don't try to be nice now. I'm not buying it.
The couch has a sort of energy to it. As soon as I sat down, it all fizzled out.
You blame inanimate objects. I see how it is.
All the gloves are off right now. Well, it's certainly all off for our competition as well. Yesterday was so fierce. Can you think back to maybe some of your favorite moments that you remember? Maybe a comp or a player or something.
Ending it off, Invincible, Bastion, Callista carry, 8 Bastion, 2 Bastion emblems. That was chef's kiss.
You stole my first answer, but the second one, Bard 3 on level 6, right? Gobo didn't make it to today, but that's the kind of creativity I love seeing out of TFT, and that Bard did work, right? I'm a Bard believer now, absolutely.
For me, it was probably the Sweet Tooth. We were certainly not expecting it, and the fact that we got to see it not once but twice was a tasty treat to end the day. 2 wins.
I have so many nickels. I cannot be real right now. Well, in case you missed all of the action, check this video out to catch you up to speed. Hello everybody and welcome back to the official Teamfight Tactics channel where we are so excited to bring you all of the action for the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. These for later, but that is a huge hit for Stinky.
Right there, if the Olaf is there to take away targets, there could be a chance, but doesn't look like it.
It's too much there from Bio. Takes it away and Stinky, second place for him. So Bio, Nekra was right all along, taking the win first game of the night.
Ooh. We also have our next lobby ready here, and it's gonna be this one. Will be the final fight between Robin and him. Seraphine is in a great position to try and hit that Jinx as soon as possible. Will she do so? No, she actually goes to the other side, but it's enough. And Bio takes yet another first place.
Wait a second.
Accident can't do it.
Here we go. Last gas comes through.
That's going to be it.
It's a Master's tip. Master's is greater than Danya's. Confirmed on live TV. The heads-up play from the Ezreal, having him in the front line, did give him a chance of actually hitting the Jinx early. The Prowler's Claw is actually going to get him targeted, though.
Whoa! The new Ezreal CN tech. Why does CN have like 7 different Ezreal techs?
This is 2 out of 2 Filipino players. It's sitting in the top 4 of the standings out of day 1.
Wow, what an incredible 6 games we had today. 32 players going to be moving forward to day 2 of our competition where things are going to start getting really tough. You're not going to want to miss it. Well, if you're here, it means you're not going to be missing it. So that's great stuff. We got to look at those standings, though, because this is where the day is going to start to get really tricky. We only have 32 players left, but at the end of today, we're gonna have 8 to play through Championship Sunday. So let's take a look at the bottom of our standings first.
I want to make one quick point for this page specifically. The Miracle Run is still, in the realm of possibilities. We go back to Monsters Attack, set 8. Tech Summers went from 24 points in day 2 to a day 3. Someone like Double 61 at 24 points can still make it.
I think if there's any player in EMEA that you want to kind of have that shot, it's Double 61, right? It's those players who they've already proven themselves. So you know that Double 61 has what it takes. And I'm a believer in the Miracle Run.
Absolutely. Another player had what it takes. Ironbog, right? That 8 Bastion Callista to make it into that 23 points, barely on tiebreakers into day number 2. Of course, right? APAC has been super performing. So expect to see a player like Ironbog really do shoot towards the top.
We also have to keep our eyes on Dish Soap, though, and Tidal, Wanmie. These are 3 players right now, all sitting at 22nd through 24th, that have won a Tactician's crown before. And in fact, we ended up seeing Dish Soap and Wanmie in the bottom 8 of the standings yesterday, having to make those big clawbacks, as you can see in their scores for the final 3 games, to actually find themselves here in the 24 so far.
Handful of other surprises there too. Robin and SCSC come to mind, but we talked about those 3 other Titans. I mean, at this point, we're moving up to the top half of our standings, and this got a handful of favorites as well. The one that comes to mind here is Achun, who did take an 8th place. We talked about the importance of momentum in TFT. I think Achun taking the 8th in the final game of the day, it's actually kind of nice. You get a second to relax, to breathe, to review your VODs, and start new.
Yeah, but then look at this top 8 here, right? The APAC dominance. America's finding a couple of players in there as well with Milk and Bio. Also seeing with Xue as well.
So this is going to be what we look forward to as we take a look at 7 games today. These points are going to carry over. So very, very important that the players that are at the bottom are going to be able to start off strong. But when we take a look at just region representation and which regions were performing the best, got some numbers to show people for what actually ended up happening yesterday. We've got the win rate as well as the top 4 rate for the splits.
So keep in mind, the stats we see behind us are for the regular season, everything up to this point in time. But now we're actually kind of seeing things, the roles reverse, right? Going into the event, EMEA and America on top for both top 1 rate and top 4 rate. Right now, though, APAC's kind of dominating. It feels like everything's kind of flipped on its head.
The moment this segment opened up, I knew the spotlight was on me and my region. EMEA came in as the highest win rates overall in our own region for the 8, the players representing our region. Coming into this day 1, very much not the case. A lot of Reroll was not played by EMEA, which we've seen in terms of the play style has been the best performing play style across that day 1.
And there's so many players from EMEA who have just such fantastic first place rates, right? Volta comes to mind. Every single tournament that Volta played this set was above a 20% win rate, ended off the set with 28%, right, coming to this event. That's why we see EMEA and be like, oh yeah, they're going to win a lot of games.
I always say, stats are not prescriptive, they're descriptive. They're not going to tell you what's going to happen, but it tells you what players are capable of. And even though EMEA had a poor day yesterday, these players that are at the bottom of those standings still have a chance. Those are actually the players with a high win rate. Those are the players you actually can believe in to get that 1-1-1 and slingshot their way up the standings.
When we look at those standings, there is one region that is sitting above the rest, and yes, that is APAC. But there's 2 players in particular and one region in particular that's really making APAC stand out right now, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, that region is the Philippines. You think since the dawn of competitive TFT, the Philippines as a region have been largely overlooked. And for a very long time, when people thought of the Philippines, they thought of a single name, Jose Paulo.
Yep.
And the Philippines was not eligible to compete for a spot at the international stage for a very long time. And kind of over time, regions rise, stars are born, Jose Paulo and the rest of the Philippines start to fade from the front of people's minds. But everything changes in set 12. Araya and Mauld become not only the first, but also the second representative on the global stage for the Philippines. They take the platform that Jose Paulo and the rest of the Philippines have built, and they're amplifying it. They're screaming from the rooftops, look at me, you cannot count us out. And now they're sitting in the top 8. And they have a real shot, real contention to take that Tactician's crown home back to the Philippines. Going into this event, Araya and Mauld were not favorites, but they were main characters. And right now, we're living in their story.
I want to talk a little bit about how maybe underrated they were actually coming into the event. We had that draft that was really able to kick things off for our first 2 lobbies. And Mauld and Araya were among some of the first players actually picked. So maybe a little bit of disrespect actually getting sent that way. And now here they are proving to everybody that you cannot underestimate them. You cannot underestimate maybe even the smaller regions within APAC because they have statements to make.
Well, and I think the perfect contrast of them being picked early in the draft, you then look at how someone like Araya played the game, going off meta, playing 3 non-reroll compositions in the top 8, the only player in the top 8 to have that many reroll, and Maul, the player who was underrated by pretty much everyone coming into the event, has made it into the top 8, playing the meta better than nearly everyone else in the field. I mean, it goes to show that even though they were underrated, they were still confident.
Well, we'd love to take a moment to actually celebrate one of those players. We have a special guest with us on broadcast right now, and that is Mauld. First off, congratulations on your impressive play yesterday. I'm wondering how you're feeling today.
Continue the momentum that I got from yesterday, and hopefully I can make it to the top 8.
Mauld, you are doing something incredible, not just for yourself, but you and Araya are both representing the Philippines for the first time at the Tacticians Crown, and I'm wondering what this moment means to you.
It means a lot that not only I qualified, but also Araya qualified with me. It makes it seem like it's not a fluke because both of us qualified. And it's really big for our server because its player base isn't really that high, and it's not a very popular game amongst the people in our country. So hopefully our performance here can spark some interest and more people want to play TFT.
I think so, because Mauld, you also did an impressive job at the APAC Golden Spatula, and that was off the back of maybe getting that golden ticket you needed to actually compete at the event. What clicked for you at the Golden Spatula that you feel like got you the success?
Going into Golden Spat, I wasn't really sure of the meta because I had not been playing for about 2 weeks. And so when I finally learned that it was a reroll meta, which is something that I'm very comfortable with, I felt really confident going into both days. And yeah, somehow I managed to pull it off the back of watching VODs of some of the other great players.
You crushed it. So it's so awesome to see your performance there. And it also translating to day 1, where you also stuck to your guns, you played the reroll, and in fact, you actually played 5 out of 6 different lines for your games. So how do you feel knowing that all that hard work is paying off for day number 1 so far?
It feels great, but I'm trying to not be complacent. I'm still far away from going to get my goal, which is to make top 8. And so I really just want to stay consistent and do my best in this day 2.
Well, we're rooting for you, and we know that there are so many people at home that are rooting for you as well. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to them before you get going for your day?
I just want to thank everyone for the support that they gave me and for those people who believed in me, that I can pull this off. I'm doing all of this for you guys.
Thanks so much for joining us, Mauld, and good luck today.
Thank you, guys.
I want to quickly mention just how important I think it is that Mauld has very quickly identified the importance of kind of the regional responsibility. The fact that he sees this as me sparking interest in other players from the Philippines is so important for the long term of the region, of the country. I think a great example and a great trailblazer, really, for the scene.
Yeah, I also want to mention really quick, just a line to hone in on, do not be complacent. That is the success story of any great competitor. You are going to do good, you need to focus, need to still reach higher heights. Do not be complacent, always be improving.
You know, it's not just Mauld and Araya, though, that are making these big statements. We have a ton of other players that find themselves in day 2 of the competition that can continue to avalanche some of those stepping stones for themselves. So I'd love for us to kind of talk about those players.
I mean, the one that comes to mind for me is Tucci from CN. This is a player who, 4-time TOC competitor, but his first time actually competing in the Tacticians Crown stage. That is a big, heavy burden. We see many players come to the Tacticians Crown for the first time and really fall short. But because of his performance at the TOC, it actually really inspired a lot of confidence from the CN community and is now kind of heralded as one of the favorites from CN.
Yeah, and the reason why Tucci is one of the favorites is partially because they are so good at rerolling, right? That wasn't their story in the TSC, however. They hit checkmate pretty early and had to play these very high cap lines, but the story for Tucci yesterday was 3 reroll lines and 3, going for those 4 costs, those 5 costs, and actually had a bit more success in that reroll, but just going to speak to the caliber of player that Tucci is, he has a lot of practice on both of these playstyles. Rerolling, obviously very good for days 1 and 2, and then that high cap to really reach out that first place on day number 3.
And I want to talk about Darkest. They are a unique player in EMEA. They're someone that's had a lot of heartbreak in set 11 Inkborn Fables. 2nd place, one of the cups, almost becoming champion. 11th place in the Golden Spatula Regional Finals, missing a chance to come to the global stage. This set, Darkest, after just having a tough Cup 3, they were going to retire. They made a post about it. I can't compete in TFT anymore. It's too much for me. They then realized they qualified to Golden Spatula off of the last spot through qualifier points. Now they make it to the global stage, and they come in and they perform at such a high level. I'm just so happy for Darkest, especially because they're doing it with a very unique playstyle.
Yeah, and also first picked in the draft. We really want to talk about how these draft results are actually playing out. But Darkest did amazing yesterday. Ended up actually having an AVP of 4.17, played 3 different reroll comps, but also looked in alternative directions to be able to play a little bit more along those 4 cost lines. The 4 cost lines are maybe a little bit better, but I think still taking a look at the flexibility makes them a really big threat today.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Darkest, being first picked in the draft, said, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me, right? I am the threat, so you should be fearing of me. But another player as well to highlight is Spencer as well, right? Spencer, people don't give Spencer enough credit, I think, just for how good he is. He is part of that top 3, that Robin, Milk, and Spencer, of course, being that 3rd place, all the way back from set 5.5. And he's done it here again. It has been kind of quiet with the results ever since. People kind of forget about him, but he has super, I think, overperformed a lot of people's expectations coming into this Tactician's crown. And, right, he's a player who is in the top half of the field. Just such a good story, I think, with Spencer.
I think the most important part about Spencer's story is we have to remember he was here before. And last time, to be honest, he let us down. He went out in day 1. This time around, though, it feels like the meta is almost perfectly calibrated for us to be able to see Spencer succeed.
To sum it up, I think Spencer understood the mission. His 3 most played comps out of the 14 rerolls in the Golden Spatula were the 3 strongest rerolls, Jinx, Ahri, and Mages. Coming into day 1, guess what rerolls he played for 5 of those different games? Jinx, Ahri, and Mages. 1 game was not reroll, and it was an 8th, so Spencer, understand the mission for day 2.
That's right.
I love that. I think someone else who really understood the mission, though, Sobio. Who else had it on their bingo card that you'd be able to get first place with both the Seraphine Soraka line twice with the Vanguards? But I want to talk about Sobio as a player, though, because this guy has serious riz, serious chemistry. It's so phenomenal watching him play. It feels like magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Sobio is fantastic. The only player amongst the 40 to win 3 games yesterday, did it on a really great reroll lines as well, right? Sobio coming from the America's Golden Spatula. It only played 1 game as Soraka Seraphine, but played actually 2 games yesterday. First placed both of those, is really coming out the gate swinging.
I called him the most electric man in TFT. I'm going to keep saying it until it sticks.
And the statement that he's really making, I think, is one where he gets to individually separate himself from the rest of the players in Brazil, I think, at this point. Brazil, another one of those regions we look at, maybe a little bit more on the underrated side. And when you think about Brazil and you think about the best in Brazil, there are a couple of other names that probably come to mind first. Ego Illusions, Bapsera, Slooper. But Sobio has to be among those now. Getting a 14th at the Remix Rumble Tacticians crown, and now finding himself in the top 8 heading into day 2 of the competition.
All the way back to set 3, Slooper putting Brazil on the map, and these Brazilian players keep on impressing, right? You spoke about all the names, but Bio should be one that everyone remembers after this event.
Absolutely. Well, we talked a little bit about maybe the Mage reroll and maybe a couple of other things that our players have played, but let's give you the real stats behind what we saw on day number 1. Here are the top 6 comps that we looked at. First,
I really want to touch on multis. I was a big, believer, shill on this comp coming out of regional finals, I think for good reason, and we saw it again perform at a very high level, and especially because in 2-1, you're able to really tell the rest of the lobby, I'm going into this line, do not contest me. You send a very strong message usually, and that allows you to perform at a very high level.
In contrast, I want to talk about Hui, because this 5.3 average, I actually think is a little bit fake. I think what's happening right now, what's happening right now is that Hui is, in fact, a more conditional composition, but it's being played unconditionally because people are slamming items on stage 2. They are angling towards Seraphine or Shiraka, or they're angling towards Ahri, but then they don't want to be contested. And when those other lines are taken, they say, okay, well, I don't have enough gold for Rise, I have to play Hui. I think if we actually see the players playing Hui from ahead, from tempo, in the conditions in which it can succeed, if you have the HP to shore up some of those weak matchups, it actually can do well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking at Panda, seeing how strong of a reaction you have.
Unlike Gangly, I'm keeping it civil on the sofa.
Okay,
I'm not being possessed.
A better man than I.
And quickly, right, the couple of comps at the top, there was that Jinx and that Seraphine, right? Those rerolls that were absolutely fantastic. I think personally, I expected to see more Jinx than Soraka Seraphine, but they're actually both equally played.
Let's take a couple of other reroll comps into consideration here. We've got the Ahri reroll. We actually saw a lot of the Syndra and the Cassiopeia reroll. Maybe that was one of those compositions that, at least in the America's Golden Spatula, we didn't actually see a whole lot of Syndra. So that was a surprise for me.
I think every region is now caught up. They've analyzed the VODs for the different regions. They've seen the competitors, what they're playing, what they play to get to this global stage. And now I think it's pretty even in terms of everyone knows the meta, everyone knows kind of how to optimize these lines.
You say everyone's caught up, but I feel like you might need to tell that to the JOC players who are playing frontline Ezreal still. I think on day 2, now we're all caught up.
They had more to catch up with, so they needed one extra day, basically.
Okay.
It's a pretty big sample size of how many times you saw Ezreal in the front line. Maybe more than I think I would like to count.
Hey, the Prowler's Claw one.
Prowler's Claw,
Prowler's Claw Ezreal.
Okay,
That's
okay.
the only exception.
Is that the win, right? That's the 14% that we have there?
That is the one win.
Love it.
I love it. Well, really quickly, because we can actually separate the types of play styles that we've seen into reroll or non-reroll, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats really fast. There were 47 games of reroll played from APAC, and they were heads and tails above the rest of the field of competition.
Yeah, that's kind of what we expected to see, because what we saw from the Golden Spatulas of different regions was about reroll played 2/3 of the time, and the non-reroll played about 1/3 of the time. The stats are a little bit more favored in the reroll line, but I think that comes because it is, days 1 and 2. Those are the comps that get you into the top 4, not necessarily reach that cap for the win, but that consistent good placement.
There's actually a direct correlation between the AVP of each region and the amount of reroll that they played. As each region has played more reroll, their AVP improves and improves. CN is actually the exception to the rule, though, where they have a lot of reroll, but they're the only region performing with these 4 or 5 cost lines.
That being said, the top 4 performers specifically from each region for APAC, 87% reroll in their games. For Americas and CN, around 75%. So the top CN players are still playing a lot of reroll. For EMEA, 50%.
Wow.
I think this starts to maybe help us understand why there was an underperformance for our region in day 1.
There's an argument there, though, that I wonder if it's actually EMEA indexing less on reroll, or actually just the EMEA players are getting bullied out of their lines.
I think it's a combination of both, really.
Well, one thing's for sure is that these 2 distinct play styles are going to be very important for our players to understand heading into day 2 of the competition, because we have 7 games to play out today, and after every 2 games, we are going to be eliminating another 8 players from our field competitors until we only have 8 remaining. Every point is going to matter. But we had noticed a couple of these more unique compositions, I guess we will say, that we have analysts on standby to break down with our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. So let's go ahead and send things over to Makes and Hoopeson.
Thank you, Necra. Okay, we're here to explain a concept in TFT. If you're a challenger player, you already know this, you're an expert, but this is on-hit mana generation, and we will do it explaining this Ezreal that I have right here. Makes, we need a name. He's in the front lane. You have something?
Yeah, so I am going to say we're going to be calling this one Daredevil Ezreal.
Daredevil Ezreal. Okay, I like that. That's good. So we have it here. This is the Ezreal, okay? We have it in the front, so come here. And now what we're doing is we have it in the front line. So every one of the units that we have here will come across him, so they will surround him and only auto-attack him. and that will generate a lot of mana for Ezreal and will enable him to dash away. And when he dash away, he can perform, obviously, his ultimate, then he can heal himself, and boom, you get the total ultimate right there. I think I made a mess, but it's fine. That's the explanation we're looking for. And then he can hit it. So normally, a unit that is range, you don't need a dash. But now, because of CN server, they're looking for this tech that actually gives a lot of utility, and it's very innovative.
Yeah, it's something usually comes up with melee units, but here, like you're lining out, because of how the spell of Ezreal works, we are going to see this in play. And it was played a couple of times yesterday. We're going to see an example of this one right now. It's going to appear on the enemy board in just a couple of seconds, so we'll wait while we get there, loading on over. The image should be familiar to what you were seeing on the physical board there. Everything is loaded in. And then if you look over here, you see that frontline Ezreal. Now on some boards, the other frontline units. Yes, the other frontline units will be lined back even to assure more hits. Here, playing it a little bit safer with that Ezreal being surrounded by the rest of the field. But let's see how that plays out. Of course, at the very beginning, gets those cast very quickly, then jumps on over and is going to go into that backline, as you can see over here. And from here on out, he's going to get a couple of pretty free casts as no enemies are nearby. But towards the end is where this unit can really clutch it out, because you're going to see the rest of the board kind of faltering, but Ezreal has a lot of health, and we are running 2 healing items, and you can see him now getting some damage from these units. The cast is nearly there. He jumps once again, and as you can see, every damage that he takes in 1 second is going to be healed back up, and that's a great tech there for you. That's why we're running those double on use, and maybe something you can learn from this set and carry it into the next one.
Yeah, we have Arcane into the Arcane for the next set, so maybe some melee units. In my case, I love Bander. I love Echo. Maybe if we have them back, is a possibility to do this tech?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the Fireflies. They do a lot of jumping. We'll see if that's going to come into fruition.
And talking about by Arcane, do you have a favorite? Are you Team Violet, Team Powder, maybe?
Of course, I'm Team Cupcake.
Okay, that's a different one. How about you, Sky? Nekra, do you have a favorite Arcane character?
My favorite Arcane character? I wasn't prepped for this. They actually said that they were going to ask me this question, and I totally didn't think about what I would do. But Supe, thank you so much for those tactical breakdowns. I'm going to toss the question to you, so you can say
Heimerdinger.
Okay.
I like
that's
Victor.
a good answer.
I like Victor.
Okay, fair. I like Silco, you know, a little bit of that villain arc. Just the storytelling was fantastic.
You look
right?
like a villain.
Do I? I will take offense to this.
Mean to 2 people. I'm trying to not have any friends on day 3.
Man, we got to gang up on this guy, actually.
Right.
I'm down.
Yeah.
At least
sign me up.
Well, there's 2 other compositions that I think we might want to just take a brief touch on over here, and that would be kind of what we gave a little bit of a hint of at the top of the broadcast. Sweet Tooth Nunu and Bard Reroll? What?
For Sweet Tooth in particular, we did see it from Balmyoung yesterday, and the big difference maker, I think, was the fact that we found the Radiant Warmogs on 3-2 allowed the scaling with the HP to happen in a bigger way, so much faster, and really made that Nunu unkillable.
Yeah, definitely that Nunu. Once you get like the proper conditions for it, right? That's why we don't see it offered that much. Even if you find Sweet Tooth as an augment choice, you're like, do I have the line for it? Do I have the items? Not really. But when it's optimal, it can really go to a first place, and that's what we saw from Balmyoung.
On the other side, I felt like the Bard 3 that we saw, I believe it was Gobo, right?
Yep, it was.
Was probably the biggest surprising board to end up in the top 4 that we've seen yet. So Gobo was playing Bard 3 with blue buff Archangels, and the thing that made it really interesting was the Spellblade. So clearly it was set up for an Ahri where you missed the Ahri, but you accidentally hit Bard 3. And what was happening was Bard would ult, give additional damage amp for the target towards the target that Bard was hitting, and then he would get an Archangel's empowered Spellblade auto attack and essentially turn into a one-shot machine. It was a sight to see.
Yeah, I think what's so impressive is if you're going for Ahri and it's contested right and you don't hit, usually you're expected to land in the bottom 4 there. So what lines actually are able to bail you out, right? That's a game that's a very good third, recognizing, hey, Bard can be win condition. I'm on level 6. I'm not expected to hit Bard 3, but recognizing that that was the out, played the game very, very well.
We're going to have to see if any of our competitors can keep cooking as we get ready for our first game of the day. It's going to say Game 7 because we are going to be accumulating the points that our players did earn during yesterday's phase of the competition. And so there's some big ones. I'm looking at lobby 3 right now, and I'm saying that's about to be a toughie.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's heavy hitters all around. Yeah,
they're all so hard.
Lobby 3, ZUA, and Milk definitely stands out. Lobby 1, though, it's a lobby essentially of all APAC players, which, you know, at first I'd want to say, like, man, that's not fair. And then you realize that none of the APAC players got eliminated yesterday, and we actually just can't avoid this from happening.
Well, we are going to be showing only one of the lobbies on the main broadcast. Make sure that you check out the other lobbies that are going to be covered on our alternative Twitch channels by our other amazing casters. And also make sure that you check out the amazing Twitch extension. How have you guys been enjoying that?
That thing is so... I found it by accident. When I saw that thing existed, if you do not have the Twitch extension enabled, make sure it's enabled right now. It actually is revolutionary in watching TFT broadcast.
You basically get the same information we get as casters, so you're able to really see the bigger picture of the lobby, what everyone is trying to do, what their general game plans are for that stage 4 and 5 in particular.
Yeah, if you're one of the people in chat who are like, hey, you know, who's running this? You can just click on the extension.
What's the portal? Click on the tent on the top.
Exactly.
Love it. We love giving everybody more knowledge. Let's see if we can learn something else as we jump into our very first game of the day. We're going to be following Lobby 1. And this is where we need to see the Dish Soap redemption arc after what we saw from his performance yesterday.
You know, he kind of started the arc himself, though, right? Started off very slow on the day and then ramped up, and eventually he actually had a really cool high horsepower game to end the day with a first place finish.
Yeah, it was fantastic, right? And Dish Soap, a player who is no stranger to taking big risks on day number 1. He actually started the day off with a Golden Quest game, landed in the bottom 4 to be able to have that line identify, okay, it didn't quite work, but able to come back from that, right? With a 3rd place and a 1st. Very good.
I also want to mention players in this lobby who played very unique comps and showcased their creativity. I think it's going to be interesting what they play in this day 2. Players like Balmium, of course, we mentioned about the new hero augment that worked in a spectacular way. The chomps were absolutely massive in that final game of day 1. But also Ironbach, who played that 8 Bastion Callista, throwing us back to the Target Nephelios comp all the way back in set 9 in Terror and Forge, where you have this hyper-scaling Rageblade AD user in the backline and this unkillable shield wall of Bastions, which buys so much time for the Calista to stack.
Yeah, and Ironbach also had a vertical frost game, so no stranger to playing multiple kind of unorthodox lines.
There are actually 4 players in this lobby that played 6 unique compositions. On top of maybe the more out there ones, everybody in this lobby feels like they have a very interesting amount of information on the meta. Right now, it looks like it's going to be Golden Prelude as the more popular portal choice in this game.
Yeah, major implication for Golden Prelude comes to mind for me immediately, hero augments.
And speaking of hero augments, we did see a lot of them. You were mentioning the unique comps. Galio from STSC in that game where he managed to sneak into that top 4 in a very, very crazy trainer golem lobby that we saw earlier. We did see Poppy from YBY. We saw Lilia from Dish Soap, of course. So a lot of players who already have experience with these hero augments in day 1.
Sweet tooth again.
Maybe.
Come on.
We are starting with Achun. I really do want to just highlight Achun's path in getting to the Tactician's crown. Achun started off set 12 with some abysmal performances, some of the worst of his entire career. And going into the TOC, the major regional finals for the CN region, Achun with his team, JDG, they studied together. And off the back of the team as a whole, Achun transformed himself, went into the TOC, absolutely dominated the qualifier and the TOC itself to win the event. It's only one of 2 players in the history of TOC to have won twice.
It's a beautiful story. Especially because we look at somebody else like Robin Songs, not in this lobby right now, but kind of doing a similar feat where he bookends that career with a regional win in the past and also one in the present. Let's take a look at these boards though, because we're getting close to that 2-1 benchmark where this is where people are going to really lock in their comps.
A lot of upgrades here for Dish Soap. Has the Seraphine tool already, has Anomaly possibility, the Warwick pair, the Twitch pair, is leaning maybe slightly more towards AD items now. But with this 4th Seraphine here, maybe it has to stay open to what is the strongest reroll comp in the meta.
Yeah, let's see what the augment does come through here for Dish Soap, and for the others, that's really going to tell the whole thing. And there's practice partners. Okay, so some more potential AP direction there.
Has fallen out of favor a little bit compared to what it used to be still. Obviously worked quite well on the line.
Did you actually take that?
I believe he might have. We did see a combination onto the least on the board.
Okay.
Two healthy possibility as well for Bom Young. Very strong
bees.
possible setup for Syndra.
I just want to point out that I see bees in YBY's board.
I believe that might be replication for Zhao Tian. Did not see exactly.
We did see a possibility for what doesn't kill you for Gear PYM, maybe leaning to the lose streak. Has a scout, make sure no one else is really heavily indexing onto lose streaking stage 2.
Yeah, Ironbog's spot looks fantastic. Upgraded a couple of frontline units, has a Shojin on a Syndra as well as that school mascot, so a fantastic Eldritch opener.
That's why we saw bees.
This is why maybe YBY is the #1 in the standings. He knows the lines, he knows the strongest variations of reroll, and this is certainly one of them, Gangly.
Yeah, I mean, 2 tanky is one. It enables multiple reroll compositions, right? You can play it with the Ziggs, one of the most popular ways to play Ziggs. You can also play it with something like the Shapeshifter and Canter board. Either way, what's nice is that because of his item situation right now, he doesn't actually need to hard commit. He can kind of allow the units to come on stage 2 and then hard commit once he's there. Level 4 does indicate to me most likely some sort of Incanter board, though.
Missing good items for it, though. Like, you really want to have something like the blue buff if you want to try to go Ziggs reroll, and so not having any mana-generating items right now is a little rough.
Oh yeah, that is a school mascot for Ironbog, right? And this is playing from ahead while playing Syndra, which is so important. She can get all those stacks in the early game. Shyvana 2 at 2-1, right? This is looking like a pretty confirmed 5-win streak in stage 2 for Ironbog, unless anyone has a crazy board to contest it.
Yeah, really hard to imagine this Syndra 2 going to be losing. I wouldn't be surprised if off the carousel here you take something like the Sunfire just to up your tempo even more, because this Shyvana 2 with something like the Sunfire in the backline is so powerful, and even going into something like stage 3 can make it almost certain that you'll win the front half of the stage.
Yeah, if not Sunfire, it could be a Nashers as well for the Syndra, right? Just more cast, more stacking, that's kind of the name of the game, and once we get to that 7 Eldritch, maybe even 10 Eldritch if we want to, look into the future, that probably won't happen, but,
I actually feel like Ironbog deciding between something like Nashers versus Sunfire says a lot about the way he wants to play this game. If you are playing WoW, actually with Syndra 2, I think all of a sudden Nashers feels like a really good pickup. The problem is he is going to be win streaking through the stage. Being able to get a bow on last pick will...
It's a hot commodity.
It'll be pretty tough. Yeah, I would consider Ironbog a hot commodity too in this tournament, so it lines up.
And we're looking at STSC is once again on Galio. This time, no deja vu, no flashbacks to day 1. It is just going to be the practice partners into mages most likely. And again, this is important. At 2-1, I mentioned so much around posturing and uncontesting yourself basically by saying, I have an augment in which I cannot pivot off of this strategy. Do you want to contest me knowing this information? No, thank you very much. I will play the strongest reroll by myself.
That's actually why we saw Dish Soap sell those copies of Seraphine. He got rid of them. He saw that SCSC had the practice partners, don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think posturing is the perfect term for what we're seeing out of a lot of players. Right off the bat, of our 8 players, how many of them are actually posturing somewhere specific? We have people like SDSC, YBY, Zhao Tian as well, and Ironbog, all kind of claiming their spot. And now it's up to those other 4 players to determine, do I want to really contest, or am I going to have to just cook up something new?
See what components people grab on the carousel and get a little overview of the comps. Gear PYM, of course, standing out, just having a Jackson the Ash on the board.
Dish Soap looks like angling toward the Hunter line right now. Is able to pick up a sword and a Wukong. Has a sword already, so actually additional swords can sometimes get a little tricky. You can slam something like an IE, maybe angle towards Kog'Maw instead, though.
Spin to win Wukong, BT slam it.
Oh, he knows what's
possibility as well. When the script writers get a little bit lazy, Dish Soap takes advantage.
That's right, he writes it himself.
But I do want to mention it looks like a contest right now from Auten and Gear PYM, but Auten is playing Scoreboard Scrapper. I think that line leans very heavily and easily into Callista, and this is something we've seen from a lot of CN players, the very relaxed playstyle of losing a lot of HP early and then rolling down, stabilizing on the fairy board, and coming back into that top 4, top 3.
I actually want to highlight this Dragon Claw slam from Xiao Tian really quick, actually. This is a meta where a ton of people are playing AP. It's everyone in the lobby. We have other players in the lobby with practice partners, and so it's just going to be a really solid tank item in most matchups.
Yeah, you think the mages, you think Ahri, you think Kassadin. There's a lot of AP
Rise as well.
Rise as well, yeah. Pretty much every lobby. Anyone who's going to be playing around the 4 cost, most likely not playing Varus, and instead probably going to be leaning more into the Karma and the Rise.
I think Xiao Tian looks like maybe holding items for Ari?
Yeah, looking like it. There's the units for Ari as well, right? We have the Zoe, have the Lilia, have the Poppy. That's that reroll strategy.
And no level.
And no level, exactly, right? Saving up all the gold, 30 gold right now, and actually sells the Ziggs, moves items over, so wants to continue to make that econ and look for a good Bastion Ari reroll line.
And more importantly, no contest. We talked about the success of these rerolls really comes down to being uncontested on one of the big 3 lines, I think, multis, Ari, and mages.
So Ironbog's not going to be likely re-rolling, though. If you're going to be playing School Mascot, you're typically looking at trying to go vertical Eldritch. So where is the strength going to come from this composition for Ironbog?
There's the idea that you can ideally try and hit 3 stars while pumping levels. Of course, it's very hard to do both. Some augments do enable this. There is a stretch in which until you hit the Briar, you are missing a lot with this Eldritch Hump, and there's this gap you have to try and fill somehow. And this is what makes, I think, playing Eldritch Vertical so difficult. You need to have high roll from somewhere, from augments, from finding an early Briar to really make this succeed.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Gangly, we're both fools. It wasn't Sunfire or Nashers. It was the Morellos instead on the Syndra. So it was the secret third option. It is kind of both, actually. It gives attack speed too, right?
You're right.
It gives attack speed. It gives that that anti-heal. We're both right, actually. That's a better way to spin it. Thank
Yeah, you guys weren't both wrong. You were half right. Together, your 2 brain cells.
Gangly?
I see it, Neil.
You see it?
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
No.
Avert your eyes.
Wait. Take him out of here.
I think he saw my tweet.
Oh,
Damn, I think I heard your name. Someone's calling for you over there.
Oh,
You should go take a
I'll be
break
right
really
back.
quick.
Jinx is immediately sold. Over 50 here. We're going to see if Odd10 wants to go for the Callista, wants to maybe just stay on the reroll angle for multis if it is going to be uncontested in the end.
Another warrior on the bench, right? With the Katarina.
Yeah, there's potential here. I mean, I see.
Don't give him.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
You get 3 more swords and you're bailed out.
3 more swords? Did you say? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And we're seeing Gear staying open to 2 different possibilities. Scouting, trying to find out, is someone playing Jinx in the end? Is someone playing multis? Which line is free? Which line can I commit to at this point in time? You do have components for both. You have the chance for the Rage Blade, the Stone Plate for the Jinx line. You have a chance to just slam the the Nashers, the Hodge for the Kassadin.
I like this a lot. I think take your time, right? Because we're about to be on 3-2. If PYM rolls into Golden Quest on the next augment,
that's such a good
that's
point.
the win condition.
90
but
gold
also,
right now.
also taking the time to seed other people's lines and what they commit to at 3-2. There's so many directions open, and PYM is lowest HP in the lobby, but it's still recoverable, right? It's not a dangerous amount.
Yeah, 61 HP at 3-1 is I would say kind of on track standard 6 loss. It's not like you were taking such horrible losses on stage 2 that it's unrecoverable.
Not buying the Ash here
please.
says a lot already. Not really committing to the multis.
Find out.
Not on the first options, at least.
He has Trace Tracker, though.
Okay. What ended up taking there?
I don't know.
Trade Tracker for Aw10 as well. There's a Hunter Crest for Dish Soap. All the Chimmers. We'll see what he
think
will
he took
consider.
advantage
Imagine
of
at
the
this
Fallen.
point, he almost. Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, level to 6 for PYM. No Golden Quest. Sag.
what did Dish Soap end up slamming on that Nomsy? Gunblade.
Wow. Okay.
And then is that Gold Collector? So actually, is he angling into blasters?
Into Stage Diver Ezreal.
Stage Diver Ezreal.
This does look like a potential blaster out. I mean, I think there is a world where you're still playing Gunblade in Hunters. Like, I don't think it puts you out of the line, but I think instead he's actually kind of playing more open. I will say both Hunters and Blasters, one of the conditions that make the comp work very well is having additional items. You can see from his first augment choice, it's called Transconfiguration.
Transfiguration.
He is going to have additional items through the game. Both of those comps utilize your secondary and sometimes tertiary carries extremely well. This feels like a really good setup to be able to flex between the lines.
Especially for this Nomsy, very bursty AD units, which excels at killing off units, and that allows you to get that extra gold from Gold Collector.
Big question in my mind is that Dish Soap didn't level, and why that is, right? 3-2 has the gold to level up to 6 and still maintain econ, so the question is why.
Trying to break the streak for Gear maybe, but he would have been strong enough to probably take down Gear, who was also not leveling to try and get the maximum value from what doesn't kill you.
Also, the interest threshold increases because
That's
of
right.
his
Yep.
skill. Yeah, so because of his second augment, he now has a maximum interest of 70. So he wants to sacrifice that round in exchange for the extra gold so that he can now potentially get up to that 70 on stage 3, maybe even slow roll over 70 on stage 4.
Yeah, take a look at Shao 10 here, right? Really decent spot for this Ari line. His hit RE2 is close to a lot of upgrades. Only 30 gold though, so still a bit of ways to go, but it should be good enough to win some rounds here in stage 3, especially with how tanky that Lilia is with 3 items.
Are you surprised he made Shen 2?
No?
Considering the gold
Kinda.
right now, level
Yeah.
5, 32, a tiny bit, I wonder if he thinks he's strong enough to break the lose streak here and win streak off of this board. He has a lot of items to work with, a 3-item tank already and a 2-item Ari.
I mean, he's a little lucky that wasn't that Gear PYM on the
Yeah,
other side?
it was
He's
very
already
weak.
like 7 loss streaking, so I feel like maybe now's the time you gotta full send it.
If anyone's angling towards Fairy, there is a Callista with a rod here. That would be a big pickup.
And it is going to be Gear.
I think this says a lot.
Gear is playing multi-strikers right now,
Yeah.
so if you're able to slot in that Callista, that's gonna get you 5 multi-strikers.
The only item that is completed so far is a Warmogs, and that's perfect for Rakan. Has a bow on the bench already. This could be a Fairy transition, and I think it's what Gear PYM needs, especially, right? We see a lot of players go that full loss streak, level up to 8 on 4-1, roll it down for their full comp, and stabilize from there.
Okay.
Our mage player pretty much online. I mean, he's got a lot of the pieces there. Has upgraded front line apart from the Rumble. Has the Soraka 3 now with 2 items.
Cells of Vexus fully committing to the Vanguard variation of the main.
Yeah, it's pretty behind though. Only has 4 Seraphines and 4 Blitzcranks. I think a lot of players would look at the spot and say, all right, I hit my Soraka 3. I'm just going to push levels at this point now.
But he is win streaking. So, I mean, maybe he feels a little bit more comfortable that he's still one of the strongest players in the lobby. Once again, maybe getting a bailout here by playing against Gear PYM that did slot in that Callista.
There's a Callista commitment already, it seems like, with a Rage Blades plan, with a swing, with a Warmog, missing that Stone Plate for the eventual Rakan in that stage 4 roll down. We have to mention these players and these strategies we saw a lot of in day 1. You take a big risk, essentially open forwarding all of stage 2 and 3. If you miss your upgrades at the start of that stage 4, you could be in big, big trouble.
Yeah, I think the big thing there is what doesn't kill you, right? Being that first augment, gonna get a lot of power with how much you lose.
33 HP though, with 1 fight still to go in the stage 3.
Yeah, it's looking rather dire. Would have liked to see PYM stabilize a little bit more. I was talking about, oh, it's not dangerous HP when he was like 71 HP. So I was like, okay, we're still okay.
I mean, sometimes we look at that HP threshold, it's like, well, if you're 40 by wolves, there's some problems.
If you're 20-something by Wolf,
There's a really big problem.
it's hard to hit the Mayday button.
It's a little bit more.
Especially because if you run into one of those Exodia setups that has, is just much stronger than average due to a, odd combination of augments or just a lucky roll down, you could still take a loss despite stabilizing off Callista 2 and a Rakan 2, for example.
There are a lot of things in the meta that can either bypass front line as well, or that are really good at taking down specific single tanks. I think of things like Ari for taking down something like the Rakan, or if you do have things like the blasters in the game, all of a sudden your Callista 2 is not actually as safe behind the Rakan 2 as you'd like it to be.
I think the big question is Balmyong actually going to commit to contesting the Ari versus Shao Tian, right? Both players angling in this direction. I don't know if Balmyong is going to consider this. Already has a ton of Mordekaisers though, right? 6, so I'm thinking the answer is going to be yes.
Yeah, this feels a little tricky to play, actually. You're sitting at 3 Aries, 6 Mords. I think there actually is even an argument to potentially go up to 7 and roll and try and get ahead.
Missed 1 Rise already, or could have bought an earlier one, so that could have been a Rise Air, could have been a way out, or at least an alternate game plan with Rise having so many different variations that can work and can tempo you into level 9.
Yeah, I wonder if there's even a world where you actually just kind of forget about the RE3 and try and play some sort of 4 Vanguard, 4 Scholar line, try and go 9 at that point. If you have Mord 3, maybe you play 2 Vanguard with TK and just get all of the strong units on board. It's really going to be all about tempo for Balmyong.
Oh, Balmyong has so many tiers. So many. Where's the Melio?
Oh,
that's a shot.
Callista 2 could still find a Rakan pair at least. Ideally finds 2 Rakans, but maybe he thinks this is enough to stop the 10 losses on 26 HP. Should be 2 lives, maybe 3 in stage 4.
Yeah, I think the big concern is there's a lot of tiers, and this composition doesn't really use
Well,
tiers all that
That's what
well.
I was saying. Where's the Melio?
No, but the good news is you have protectors. Really, it is a strong item on Rakan. You also can slam Redemption on this Hecarim, right? And so there are ways to kill the tiers while keeping one. I wanted to call out that what doesn't kill you, the augment gives you additional items. A composition that actually does not need additional items is Callista. So in a way, he's not getting full value from his augment in the same way that other compositions would be.
Yeah, very true. Of course, because the fairy does just give you items for your backline, for your front line, where the spare ones go, right? Maybe Melia once we find that, maybe Hecarim.
Camille.
Camille as well, right, is a big one, but you're unlikely to hit Camille at level 8, right? There's only such a high chance to roll that 3% legendary odds.
Well, I think your PYM needs a miracle.
Oh,
So
man. Maddox coming through here.
Interesting. Immediately rolls the 2. Movable objects. Yeah, feeling very strong for the fairy comp.
It's a good one.
Wondering if we're going to see what the forge from any of our players. Always can throw a wrench into the lobby tempo and just the order of power, really, of power level from most of these boards.
Spellcaster's Toolbox for Balmyong in the top right there with the Ahri composition. That's fantastic pickup there and something that can excel Ahri into that first place spot.
Balmyong continuing the roll down. We saw before with the
time for the Bard pivot.
No, this is not the spot.
Not the Bards now.
That's right.
It's level 6. The conditions are there. I don't know.
Keep in mind the lesser champion duplicator on the left-hand side does make it so you're essentially 1 off Mordekaiser or 3 off Ahri. And at this point, with Balmyong streaking the entirety of stage 3, what he's earned himself is time. He can now be a little bit more greedy and actually hit this 3-star Mordekaiser, which generally speaking, I would consider relatively rare.
A big test for Gear, who lost a lot of HP, is now facing up against a 6-win streaker in Balmyong. Is he strong enough to now win against the highest HP total player in the lobby, a player that streaked all of stage 3? The answer very much is going to be yes. Good news for Gear, who's in a risky position, but now has stability throughout the stage 4.
Yeah, kind of expected result for Balmyong there. You're going to expect to lose most rounds here in stage 4 once people are spiking, and especially with that fairy composition, right? Ooh, Mila upgrade, Gangly.
Ooh.
Right. Oh.
An Eldritch?
I mean,
emblem here as well.
Created it. That's going to be Neela 3. This is school mascot, right? This is not Gangly Warriors. So
Gangly, it's happening.
It's not happening.
It's not happening.
I do want to mention Ironbog is a very unique player. Didn't have the best result yesterday, but did make it at least this day too. He's a player who only played AD comps. This is now his first time playing kind of an AP comp, with Syndra being the main carry, at least for now.
Yeah, has Pandora's and is rolling items here and rolling an emblem as well. Maybe we could see some big caps from the Eldritch.
Sometimes Pandora's can be such an excellent showcase of skill because oftentimes, especially in a situation like this, it's hard to really understand what is the BIS of your spot. And so what players often are looking for is what is good enough to make me stronger right now that can be also utilized in the late game.
Yeah, and I think looking at Ironbog's spot, right, we were talking about, is it going to be pushing levels? Is it going to be re-rolling? And I think Ironbog is in the middle of the 2 kind of here with only 6 Syndras and 6 Neelas.
Also, going back to the point I was just making about the items, not slamming an Edge of Night there actually could have been a difference maker in winning that fight against Dish Soap.
Emilio for Gear, really big here with the TG there as well.
Not if Chen has something to say about it.
Immediately takes the bow. Wants a second Rage Blade on the Callista with that bow, but Melio, right? Melio, very important in that composition.
And there was a Wukong there for Dish Soap, but unfortunately with a Rod, Dish Soap instead wants to go for the chain, wants to try and finish that 3rd Wukong item. I think someone else that we have to start talking about is YBY1, too tanky, giant and mighty. How much HP is too much HP?
The
no such thing.
Exactly.
Yes. The answer is just yes.
Ooh, what the forage here for the multi-strikers, and this can pay huge dividends for the cast, and sometimes there is casted in 3, but looking at those items, I mean...
Shades of Jetazor.
Yeah.
This looks better than Jetazor's forage.
It was that bad, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was that bad. I will say, in defense of these, the forge items, they all have an impact on Kassadin. Maybe the Mana Zane making the least amount of sense here. At least the other 2 have some sort of combat power to them. But yes.
Hecarim, but it jumps into the wrong corner. Oh,
never mind.
Everything not coming up Achan right now.
I think it does speak to Achan recognizing his position in the game, though. Oftentimes when we're playing multi-strikers, we're playing from ahead, we're playing with HP. We're not playing to spike extremely hard in the late game. We're playing to preserve until we fall slowly. Achan was not doing that. Achan did not have a lot of HP and instead went for the gamble. I actually think it was the right call to go for what the Forge here. When you're playing from behind, Achan says, my condition is finding a bailout. He played for the bailout, but he didn't find it.
And talking about momentum, right? Achan did take an 8th to end yesterday and looking like might actually follow up with another 8th here in day number 2. So momentum not in Achan's favor, very much so.
And I wonder if both Gear and Achan both wanted to play for Callista. Achan saw that was contested very clearly by Gear and instead tried to play into the multi-line. What the Forge was his last like Hail Mary gamble to see what would happen. In the end, not better than Jeduzor, or not worse than Jeduzor, but not ideal either. We don't really see the Wits End casted in. We don't see the RFC casted in.
QIM lost last round too, so not even strong enough to fully streak out in stage 4, and that's really where the Fairy composition wants to be at, because then you can push level 9 and cap out your board even higher.
Ooh, well, we've got the Eldritch really online right now, because that's going to be a massive beast.
Look at the Syndra though, getting soloed by the Hecarim, does get taken down. That's most of the damage coming from the itemized carry there. And can this Callista clear out the big beast? It is going to be the case. Ironbog takes a bit of a hit here.
It really does feel like with every passing round, Ironbog's position in the game feels more and more dire unless something does come. Not being able to go for a higher level to find a Briar makes it very difficult for Ironbog to stabilize.
Well, this is an 8th for Achan. Definitely not starting out the day super well.
No, not the start you want, especially when you know cuts are coming after 2 games.
Yeah,
Still has a cushion, though. Still has a little bit of a cushion after his performance from yesterday, but...
Came in as 16th into the day, 29 points. Going to be at 30 here, so still winnable for Achan to advance into the top 24 after the first cut.
3! It has been done.
And did not use the duplicator.
Yeah, 1 Ari away with the duplicator now for Ari 3.
And looking to itemize the Rumble potentially as well, with the Zanyas now onto that Rumble, at least for this end of stage 4.
Decent amount of gold as well picked up from the Raptors here. 30 gold to roll 1 Ari. On average, we should hit.
Ooh. Leadership's actually kind of nice to take here because you know you got a lot of the game left, but you also have to spend 5 gold. That's 2 gold, 2 rolls in order to buy it. Buys it anyway. Dish Soap, though, we talked about the importance of the additional items coming through from that transfiguration. Now we're actually going to see it. Dish Soap, who was toward the bottom of the standings in the middle of stage 4, has won the last 3 rounds, has 3 fully itemized units.
Yeah, and these are great items too. The Kog'Maw doing what Kog'Maw wants to be and kind of that being that support unit, has Last Whisper for Armor Shred, has the Morellis for the anti-heal, enabling Jinx and Wukong so greatly in this comp.
With these wins, look how comfortable he is now, waiting for that Jinx to come through slowly, still sitting on 70 gold on level 7. So really uncontested Wukong. Jinx, we know, is one of the strongest comps in the meta, and Dish Soap is showing how to play it perfectly, using that gold as a massive resource.
I actually think it speaks a little bit to Dish Soap's position in the standings, too. He's choosing the slow play, exactly what you're calling out right now, David. Slow rolling over 70 gold instead of digging in order to find that Kog'Maw or the Jinx. But a champion duplicator, hey, that's a benefit of saving your gold, too, though.
Absolutely. You get 10 gold for 1 Jinx, oftentimes feels worth it, right?
Yeah, sometimes. For that last Jinx, it's worth it to me.
Absolutely.
Ironbog, a player who is last in the standings coming into this day 2, needs to find these massive high rolls, really that first or 8th place all starting all the way from this game 7, the first day of the day. Is right now on a 6 loss streak, needs to turn this around. No Briar just yet.
Yeah, that's a big point in this composition, and how it can cap out is hitting Briar. We do have a duplicator on the bench, so a pair of Briars would be great, but it's not even 1. So I don't know if Ironbog will actually get to that cap.
It's tough too because you're going into Dish Soap right now, who is finally able to get that Jinx 3 up and running, and so that's going to be casting a lot. It's got the gold collector, so the executions are going to be rough.
Neela getting stunned out there.
So much CC, though, maybe buys enough time. 1 more cast has to come through. Hey, you know what? That's a huge win for Ironbog. And Dish Soap actually, you can see, rolled down to try and hit everything on that turn.
Yeah.
So use all your gold after win streaking without using it and then to lose does feel a tiny bit bad. Hopefully Dish Soap bounces back from that.
Yeah. Ironbog spot too.
Horizon Focus on Nami.
That's big.
That's huge.
Definitely.
YBY, despite the 2 tanky Giant Mighty setup, is sitting now on a singular life with that, what should be one of the S tier reroll variations.
Yeah, PYM 3-win streak now has hit the Recon 2, has found the Melio, and has hit level 9, so we're getting all the conditions to have a top 4 finish, at least in this game.
Very traditionally thought of as this kind of slingshot your way back into first. Sometimes, at least in my experience from this event, we've seen that, especially in prismatic lobbies, sometimes it's hard for Fairy to actually hit that highest cap, even with the additional resources, because of how fast the lobby ends up getting. You don't always have enough time to get Melio 2 and to get Camille 2. I actually feel like PYM is in a position where they've been able to get enough gold, been able to level on the standard cadence of Fairy, and I actually could see PYM taking a top 2 in this game.
Yeah, Fairy didn't do so great yesterday. It had like a 4.6 AVP, which is still not awful.
Not as bad as the Hui.
I think a lot of it is the inherent playstyle you are committing to when playing Fairy. It is that first or eighth, roll down on 4-1. Do I hit? Do I not hit? How can I bounce back from this 40 or 30 HP total?
Briar for Ironbog coming through. So
it's time, baby. One more.
And you know what? And Ironbog's at 22 HP. That's 2 lives. If you can find a pair, I believe Ironbog still has that champion duplicator, and Briar 2 would make a huge difference.
So we didn't talk about YBY1 actually going out in 7th and had that 2 tanky line, a line that you see clicked on 2-1. You're like, all right, this is going to be a solid top 4 finish, but not end up being the case there.
Come on.
Got a handful
Show
of rolls.
Me a Briar.
But it's all that gold that was spent on the Syndra and the Neelas, right? And that's why we're only level 8 now, right? Not being able to push to level 9, find the Briars.
We spent a lot of time talking about Bamyang, a little bit less time on Zhao Tian, the other Ahri player in the lobby. At this point, though, not able to get the full 3-star variation, don't have the 3-star Poppy, but you're getting a lot of value from the Arcana coming in. I don't exactly know how you ended up on the Pyrospat, Zoe.
Just picked it up now.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? It does something. You get a little bit of team-wide attack speed for those units.
Well, execution from the Zoe here. Oh, it did a little bit of work there. No, from SCSC on the other side, that's such a strong comp, and yeah, just a little bit too powerful for Xiao Tian to deal with, and does drop down to single-digit HP now on 4. 3 losses in a row. Ahri, very good in the stats overall, but especially being contested a little bit. Xiao Tian not quite coming up with the results that he wanted here.
2 players on last life now, Ironbog and Xiao Tian.
Ironbog really needs to fight for as many points as possible in this game. I think there's even more stakes than usual for this player.
What did Ironbog use the duplicator on, actually? Was it on a...
I believe it Fiora pair, so it must have been the Fiora.
Okay.
Was Elise, or maybe it was the Elise earlier.
Yeah.
Probably that Fiora, though.
Either way, huge fight. Implications, Zhao Tian and Ironbog going up against one another. This is going to be the fight for elimination. Both players trying to hold on.
The Ahri is into the Dragon Claw Elise, though, and she's going to live for a decent amount of time, right? Buying time for the backline, for the Syndra, for the Cassiopeia, and for that Volibear, right, jumping in.
Volibear doing so much. Yeah. Ahri cannot chew through this many bodies. Really is a key thing, I think, here with the summons especially.
You're right. I mean, Ahri's fantastic at taking down a single target. The best way to counter that is to just throw more bodies at her.
Keep them coming.
Exactly. And yeah, having the Eldritch come down gives you a handful of more cast to buy time for your backline. Honestly, it's like the best case scenario for Ironbog.
There we go. We've learned how to counter Ahri's play Eldritch. More bodies.
That's right.
Or suspicious trench coats.
Dish Soap all the way down to 7 HP now, too. Free falling ever since that win streak where he then used all of his gold to hit the whole board.
Yeah, he did level up to 8 now, so still able to push levels even with rolling down all that gold for the Jinx 3.
One of the big problems, I think, is just the Olaf one. I wonder if Ironbog would optimize around holding this Olaf here, knowing that Disho is a direct competitor with the HP totals right now, to have this extra placement, especially if he's not making econ here, that's the case. Doesn't identify that, doesn't go for the Olaf buy here.
It's a very small optimization, but it is one that you should do in Ironbog's case, for sure.
Well, it also kind of holds it, doesn't it, if it's just in your shop?
It'll re-roll.
But for this next round where Dishop has to roll, knowing he's on 1 life, you can have that Olaf on your bench and at least keep 1 out of the pool. Obviously, Olaf not the Giga contested unit in this lobby, but at least it could be that micro difference.
Dish Soap does not find the Olaf 2, and that's a very, very unfortunate hit to not find. Is able to get a 2-item Olaf, though, and find the Dragon's Claw to give additional HP regen, and is up against a Ghost. That actually might be the saving grace for Dish Soap.
I mean, the SCSC's Ghost, it looks like, with that Seraphine. Yeah, and for this rock in the back line. Huge Galio, too, in the front.
SDSC capable of double eliminating on the same round, both with his Ghost and with the real one. Although the Eldritch able to find its way into the backline. The Seraphine on the Jinx, though, they're being targeted, but the Hextech Gunblade just enough to keep them alive.
Look at the Wukong, still so healthy.
Yeah.
No worries there. Against the Ghost, it has to be said.
Wukong actually like went into Dishsoap's own backline, so it wasn't targeted for a while, then came all the way back up.
I actually feel like we have to recognize how Ironbog's matchups are very good in one direction and very bad in other ways. Ironbog, the last few fights, has worked against the boards that have had trouble killing the Eldritch unit, right? I actually feel like there's a chance that the Hunter board has a much better chance against Eldritch than something like the Seraphine or the Soraka or the Ahri of the last few rounds.
Ironbog waiting until last few seconds to take that Earthquake, right? That 2-second stun could make a big difference as charms in late game, right? They're so powerful.
Ooh, a Ghost though here for Ironbog.
Ooh, Dishsoap up against
Gear
QIM. Yeah, that's right. And two fights that want to be played front to back. It's really going to be a question of which backline can make the other front line crumble first.
Brazilian might be big here onto that Wukong. Stunning, buying enough time, getting the kill. Now it's just down to the backline carries. The Jinx I think cannot clean up here with all these backline carries still alive. Unfortunate for Dishsoap there. A big hit. Gear stabilizing so well on that fairy line. Really understood the limits of where he could push with his HP.
You see the frustration on Dishsoap's face too. It looked like a great spot on stage 4, and unfortunately couldn't get anything better than a 5th.
APAC once again on top. That being said, there were 5 APAC players, 4 of them in the top 4, and the player who's not in the top 4 is the current point leader, YBY1, so the player who could maybe take a bit of a breather in this game 7.
Ooh, big artifact choice. That's fun.
Yeah, we got Zhonya's potential.
I like the Hull Crusher, though.
Hull Crusher, yeah, gonna be on that front line. Fiora.
Does allow you to have more HP by the time that the Eldritch comes in, because the Eldritch comes in based on missing HP. So the Fiora will be healthier by the time the Eldritch comes in and has more.
Ooh, look at this Syndra though. Suddenly she's surrounded by the Rumble. Huge takedown from Balmyeong onto Ironbog.
Damage.
Does that swing the fight in favor of Balmyeong?
I think it does. Without the Syndra in the fight, you don't have the DPS to break through this front line. And just like that, Ironbog, great run to the top 4, but it's going to end here.
There's going to be another elimination as well as Gear PYM deals another blow. So SCSC actually going to be the one that goes out in 4th.
Yeah, great third for Ironbog, though. Recognizing the Eldritch line, being able to play it all the way to a 3rd.
And funnily enough, Gear and Balmyeong holding hands in the standings.
That's right.
8th and 9th, now also holding hands in this lobby, 1st and 2nd.
And if you look at the way they played this game, it's actually almost a direct opposite. Balmyeong playing high tempo early, leveraging his HP to buy him time on stage 4. Gear PYM, the opposite. Sacks all of his HP up until stage 4, and once stage 4 happens, he uses that time to stabilize, try and go 9, and build a board that can cap out as high as possible.
And the contrast, of course, of one of the stronger and most played rerolls with one of the stronger and most played 4-cost lines with the Fairy. Great point, Gangly.
I feel like Gear PYM also kind of didn't get a choice, though, and I think that's what makes this even more impressive, is that he was forced into this spot where he did have to play way from behind and make the most out of it.
Yeah, now look at the board, right? It's Melio 2, it's Camille 2 with a Fairy emblem, right? Ahri is really good at taking out that one unit in the front line with that Rakan, so Rakan is going to fall here. And it looks like maybe even Balmyeong can go toe-to-toe with this comp, but no, too much damage.
The Zhonya's proc made all of the damage bypass that Rumble, instead go straight to the Kalist, to the Ahri instead.
Wow.
Balmyeong with that will fall, and Gear PYM takes the game.
Ecstatic for the first big win. This
Locked
is a full
in.
confidence.
Right.
I wonder how our EMEA players would react if they've gotten a win in this long. We're a little bit happier with guys.
Yeah, it's
I
like,
would
okay,
hope so.
all APAC at the top. I'm just one of the players, right? And we talked about APAC as a region, right? Why none of their stats seem to stand out is because the skill floor is so high. So many APAC players are very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, when
We saw it in the lobby.
Yeah, no, exactly. When the floor is that great, it's very, difficult to play anything but some of the best, right? You can't get away with some of the play that maybe you can get away with in other regions. It speaks to APAC as a region as a whole. It's not a surprise, and it's not a coincidence that for 2 sets in a row, we're seeing them with the best average placement in the field.
And one more point for Gear PYM. No Fairy games yesterday, no reps on the global stage. Was able to gauge, where you can push that HP total coming into 4-1. pushed it very, very low. We saw under 30 HP. No worries, no pressure, no nerves, stabilized on the 2-star Kalista and popped off.
Yeah, that's hard to do, especially on the global stage, right? You're like, oh, I'm dropping very low. Let's send gold a little bit too early, but recognizing exactly when he needed to. That's the mark of a great competitor.
One of the key moments I think of was when we saw that 4-1 roll down. We were kind of thinking, hey, well, like, does he have to go a little bit further down? You have Kalista 2, but you don't have Rakan 1, you don't have Rakan 2. Finding that stabilization point in which you can leverage the little amount of HP you have left in order to cap out high, it speaks to his ability to recognize how to win the game.
We have one more lobby that's just finishing up now, so we're going to hop into lobby 3 to see the conclusion of this game. Robin Songs right now is going to be the player that all eyes are on, as he is going to be at that single-digit life total, having to go up against Hwanmye, who's sitting at the top of the lobby.
I'm looking at the results that already came through earlier in this game. Bad news for the West. Bad news for some of the big figurehead representatives for EMEA and Americas. And in this case, even more bad news. KC Double 61, 8th place. The GOAT of EMEA, Goat Milk from Americas, 7th place, also taken down here, and Robin now following in 6th, as well as one of the stronger players from CN, a bottom 4 to start things off.
Well, we saw APAC dominance in our first lobby of the day. This is CN dominance.
It is. All 4 CN reps, I believe, in the top 4. I mean, this is a great showing from CN. I think CN was considered by many to be one of the weaker regions coming into the field, and they showed up in full force, and this is only great evidence of that.
Yeah, it's very surprising to see, right? Names like KC Double, like Milk, like Robin, right, falling in that lobby so early, especially amongst a field where you wouldn't expect CN to have his dominant performance.
Robin, Milk, Dishtope, KC Double, all falling in the bot 4 in a single round is not something I think any of us would have on our bingo cards. Certainly not something any of us would want to see. It is a hard day and sometimes a hard pill to swallow when you see your region kind of stumbling. We all believe in our region. We all believe that we have the best players, and when you come here and you kind of get that reality check, I think it kind of ensures us a little bit, where it does make us recognize, it forces us to see that TFT is not a game of chance. And you can get gapped by the field, and if you show up not in perfect form, and you do not play the line correctly, you don't find the outs when you need to, you're going to find yourself punished.
And there's so many reasons why that could happen, right? All the preparation, right? The regional metas, how do they stack up against each other? How the lobbies are going to stack up against each other, right? With specific people, how they have practiced specific lines, what they're more comfortable on. There's just so many factors when you take the best of the best and put them all here at the global stage.
Especially that lobby. Did you guys notice the players that were in this lobby? 5 players from CN to start things off, but you have Hwanmye and Double 61, the old OG goats of TFT. You have someone like Robin and Milk. You have 62nd, the APM god from CN, Ziyue, the new god of CN TFT in the last few sets as well.
There are multiple times during this tournament where we look at the lobby and it's like, is this the top 8? Is it day 3 right now? That lobby is one of those.
That happens more and more. Every single Tactician's Crown that we go to celebrate the end of a set, I feel like we see the competition get more and more stacked. And the fact that we have 40 players here, and I think we could have seen any of those lobbies from yesterday even be considered a final lobby, tells you a lot.
One of the things I love about TFT is that, we're casters, we're analysts, we got the numbers, we see the data, we love to make our predictions. The truth about TFT is you never really know how informed someone is until they get to the day of. Because even if someone is prepared, your ability to play like yourself on the day is oftentimes the difference between you averaging a 4 and a 5. And so while players, it's very hard to maintain a 3.0 AVP across the set, you can show up on the day of competition and play better than anybody else in the field, and it's impossible to predict that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we saw that out of several players in day number 1, right? Moving to that top 8 of the standings, we saw them really pop off into exactly as you say, Gangway.
Hwanmye, Doyu, Tucci, all at the top of the standings here. You can see Doyu level 10, 6 shapeshifter.
Ironbog would have loved those fires.
That's right.
Why didn't you get those chops?
That's where they were being held.
Yeah. And one of the strongest variations here of Syndra with the 2 healthy, we're seeing why with all these different Vanguards. There's so many 2 costs that fit naturally into the comp, including Nyla.
That's true. That is true. Up against Doyu's board, though, The Briar being able to access the backline actually does not get into the backline with the cast because there are more frontliners clumped up. It's really just a question of whether the Briar can break through the front line and get to the back line. But you can see there. Yeah, thank you, Grown. There is so much power on the other side of the board.
Look at that. Smolder 2, Briar 2, just so much.
Yeah, too much power.
Even Hwami is actually going to lose to the Ghost. You know, that's just how powerful this board is right now.
Yeah, I mean, level 10, everything upgraded. It's very hard to imagine you lose this. Hwami does have the champion duplicator. Not sure if he has any out for a 3-star, 4 or 5 cost, though.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
I didn't see any.
Could be one, right? You know, Callista 3. Even though Callista 3, honestly, is not like guaranteed to win. There is a couple more Callistas.
Copies.
Yeah.
The Fairy +1 would have been insane if he would have found it on the carousel. He is holding all units for the vertical fairy if he had found it, but unfortunately that was not the case there.
Sell board, yup.
He's selling, he knows.
Yeah, he knows. Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Here it is.
But the rolls are not good.
Oh, man.
Sell Camille, yeah.
Could have had Emilio too, but he really needs that Callista.
Good try, good try. I mean, that's just recognizing you're out. The only way you win this game is with a Callista 3. Hwami recognizes that, goes for it, plays the odds. Unfortunately, comes up short. Because of that, Doyu's going to take this game. But I think valiant recognition from Hwami. Sometimes you just got to shoot for the stars.
Absolutely. If you're at home being like, oh, I'm selling his board, right? That's because you have to recognize I'm going to lose every day of the week on the comp that I already have, right? I have to go for that. Even if it's like a 1% chance odd to win the game, you have to take those risks.
1%, in my math at least, is better than 0. And that was the case there.
So I've heard.
I think he correctly identified that same math equation.
Honestly, I feel like there's a world where Callista 3 even loses that fight still, depending on how the fight RNG goes. I've seen some Briar 2 do some crazy things.
That's a good point. Congratulations to Doyu, though. I think this is also a player that we haven't really had a chance to celebrate too much on the broadcast. And so what a great performance for them to be able to get that first place.
This is a player who we kind of didn't count in terms of the standards for the highest win rate players because of the lower sample size. But his stats in fewer games were absolutely insane. Getting wins especially, I think, had a 35-36% win rate regionally. Understanding maybe win condition is part of that here.
It speaks to the, this category of players you could just call the JOC wildcard, right?
Yeah.
They come into competition with few games played because we only really get to see what they played in the JOC finals. And so we haven't really watched too much of them play the games that they play. Of course, they make it here so that they win, so their stats are skewed. It's really hard to justify any sort of accurate prediction. I think Doyu coming here, we have seen JOC come in with some spicy tech. It's also nice to see them come in and win a game too.
That's a very good way of saying the Ezreal, right? That's absolutely.
That's right.
But specifically with Doyu, right, even out of that JOC field with not a lot of sample size games, Doyu has a 35% win rate, right? And that is a massive thing that we saw right there, how to convert these games into first.
Yeah, I mean, the major tenet of succeeding in TFT is learning how to save points when you're low rolling and then learning how to convert high roll into wins. It's one of the things, actually, I think Volta is a great example of this. There are players that we see have low top 4 rates in TFT, but then have a high win rate. What does that mean? To me, it means that when they recognize that they're high rolling, they find the conditions in which they can win.
Checking out the standings here. Aug also not having the best showcase to start things off. Now the Greek player in that 30th position.
Yeah, a player like Ironbog, right, continuously trying to climb out of that bottom 8 spots continuously and is well on the way to with a 3rd place there in that first game.
Dank memes from the Americas taking an 8th. I will say, 5-point gap between the cutoff and the lowest place does mean that everybody should still be in contention, and even the players on this page are not entirely safe.
No, they're not, and there was actually a 4-way tie there for that 30-point cutoff, even just after this 7th game.
Oh, wow.
So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not there's going to be a tiebreaker coming into play later.
You see the gap too, the 3-point gap there between 20th and 21st. That's important to keep in mind because there's going to be another cutoff after this one. It's not enough to just get into the 24th place. You have to position yourself to get to the next cutoff too.
Yeah, and that's what's unique about Tactician's Crown is because there are so many cutoffs. You have to continuously analyze your spot throughout the course of all of day 2, right? It's not only 6 games you can play. It has to be every 2, right, that we cut.
Some good news I'm already expecting and seeing from EMEA. Both Kubikson and Aaliyah continue their positive inertia and momentum at the end of day 1 into solid performances in this game number 7. And even more so coming to the first page, players like Volta and Darkest seem to have come up as well with big results.
That's true. I'm actually trying to think. Are there any other Americas players?
Yeah, I was wondering too.
I feel like we've gone through the roster pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I don't think think there's going to be an America's player on
You
this
spoke too
group.
soon, Gangly, when the show started off.
This is what I get.
Okay. All right, Panda, here's your time. You can talk trash. I know, especially
How
Gangly
the
deserves
turns have
it.
tabled.
Not me. I don't deserve it. I
Where
didn't
is
come out the gate
America
swinging.
on this top page?
Hey, take a look at first place, though.
Araya.
Araya, with another top 4 finish, is actually able to slingshot into that first place position, taking over YBY. I mean, we talked about Araya and Mauled at the top of the show. Mauled taking 8th, found himself on the top 16 right now. But Araya has taken over the competition.
Has this happened before with the first-time Tacticians Crown competitor leading by, this dominant performance? I'm not sure.
It has to be double 61 in set 3.
Yes, right.
First-time competitor.
They're all first-time competitors at that point to
That's
Worlds,
right,
but
that's right.
especially, in Magic Mayhem, in set 12 they're at right now, right? Especially talking about all of that Philippines pride, right, as a region coming from APAC and being able to be on the top out of 40 players after 7 games so far is a big, big statement.
Just to give people some context, taking a look at the standings, we are going to be looking at those players sitting towards the top, trying to reach a point cutoff around 60 to 68 to secure a spot in our top 8. Obviously, things can change based on how many eliminations we're making, but just for you to get a little bit of insight on to see how your favorite players are doing. We are getting ready for our next game, and so we welcome a special guest to our broadcast. We have Tamura that's going to be joining us. Hey, how's it going? Welcome.
Hello, doing well, thank you. Thanks for having me.
How's everything been going on your side of things? I know you've been covering a couple of the alternative lobbies, so were there any surprises that you'd like to share?
Surprises? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it stayed, the meta was pretty found out throughout all of the games leading up to it, all of the regionals and things that I got to view previously. So I wouldn't say too many major surprises, just that I was very impressed by the high caliber of play and how certain players were willing to pivot out of spots just because some of those reroll lines are just very, very contested right now.
Yeah, we were kind of noticing that as well, right? Like so many different rerollers. Maybe you have to try to find yourself in some getting yourself out of bad situations.
Yeah, sometimes, it's hard to cook when it's a reroll meta, but when you have like that last 5% to cook, that's where you get to flex a little bit. I don't know, Tamura, we did get to see some missed Ari reroll into a Bard 3 yesterday. I don't know if you guys got to see anything that spicy on your side.
I'm not too sure about that. I mean, I think a lot of the times when they had to pivot, they just kind of pushed levels. This seemed to be the safest strategy that a lot of these players were investing in. We saw a lot of people contesting the Hunter line. So many people were playing around Kog'Maw and Jinx. And it seemed that players kind of recognized that, even if I can't 3-star my units, if I can just push levels and use that as my advantage and just stick to what's meta, then that seemed to be fine as well.
Let's get into our next game. Please tell me we get a Crab Rave game. Someone please tell me that we're going to get a Crab Rave game.
There's one player on it.
Is it Araya? I've heard Araya is the wild one.
I think that's Ningli, actually.
It is Ningli, yeah, okay. Everybody else standing on gold subscription, which I will say, gold subscription can make things pretty interesting, right? There are definitely some gold subscription games in which, especially toward the later stages of the game, a huge influx of resources comes in and players have to make some changes to their board on, for instance, 5-1 or 6-1 to really cap out very hard because so many players are getting resources.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Tamura, I want to ask you as well because we have 3 APAC players, right? APAC is a region that has been very dominant so far this tournament, but wondering if you have an insight specifically on Araya, Tidal, or Panda that's going to be in this lobby.
Talking about Araya, I just wanted to give him a shout out for his performance in day 1, just specifically because he didn't have that great of an opener. So, I praised him before we even started the whole tournament, and I was thinking that he's just going to do really well. So it was a bit of a shame to see his opening 2 games, but just, incredible perseverance. And he said that was also partially thanks to, people in his chat just giving him a little bit more of a confidence boost. So great to see that his mental's super strong.
Yeah, definitely. Community kind of coming together now all the way that Araya is in first place in the standings currently.
Ooh. Okay, Araya actually choosing to hold on to all of the different 3-cost drops instead of making econ there, wants to keep his options open. I actually do feel like a part of that comes from so many lines being opened and closed on 2-1. If you have something like one of these 3-costs that can enable that line, it can end up being a huge high roll on 2-1.
Yeah, definitely.
I think Mordekaiser specifically for me is one of those big high roll units because you're taking a look at some of the caps of where those Vanguard boards can go, and then I look at the Mordekaiser and go, yes, I would like to keep that, please.
I feel like he's easier to play on stage 2 than something like the Bard as well.
Yeah, definitely. Got a couple Sugarcraft here. Now, Tamara, we have thoughts from the Americas about Sugarcraft, right? In the Golden Spatula, it was not successful at all. Multiple bottom 4s. Yesterday was 2 games of it. One was 8th, but one was 1st. So, like, what conditions do you think are going to be good for Sugarcraft here, perhaps?
I mean, the obvious answer is like you just want all of those extra items so that you can proc the sugar a lot more frequently. But I'd say the main problem with it is just the meta. So we saw, Sugar's been pretty powerful at different stages throughout the set, but in the current meta of everyone else just re-rolling, with Sugar, you want very specific 4 costs. You want to be playing that tempo of doing your 4-1 or 4-2 all in, depending on how much gold you have. But if all the other players are playing around tempo of reroll, it just doesn't really match your pace, and so it's not so much about what are your conditions, but also what's the rest of the lobby looking to do.
Great point.
All right, we got to call out gold subscription, gold orb right off the bat. Everybody, I think it was like 15 gold that every single player in this lobby is going to be getting. Araya, he's going to be playing worth the wait. Did anyone catch what the unit was?
No, not quite. I'll have to get some confirmation here soon to see what it was, because specific units, right? That could be very, very good. A couple of the stronger ones.
I don't think it is Namzi. I imagine if it was Namzi, he's probably not actually slamming the Rage Blade here.
Yeah.
So it might be the Ash. We see 2 Ashes on the bench. I could see that. The Rage Blade slam makes a lot more sense there.
Is Ash good, though?
I mean,
we've had some hit or misses when it comes to the multi-striker reroll, but it's Jace.
Okay, so wait, this is actually good. I think the Rage Blade Slam, we have a bunch of influx of gold here. It could be Dragon Shapeshifters going fast 9. I think the conditions are here.
Yeah, so Tamura, we have talked a lot about how Shapeshifter is one of those comps that you can't really just play unconditionally. There are certain things that enable it to do well. Do you feel like Araya is in a spot where he actually can play for that fast 9 style?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he has the upgrades to work with, and that's kind of what you need. It's not just about having the money, but also the HP to leverage that, just because you're probably not going to be that strong unless you hit really, really quickly on your level 8, and it's all about just bleeding out slowly in stage 4. So I think he's got a pretty good setup for it, and he's recognized that, so that's good to see.
We've seen the Dragons and the Shapeshifters end up getting just an enormous first place rate across the Golden Spatulas as well as this weekend. What kind of comps do you feel like, are other people going to see that and go, okay, well, maybe is there a way to beat that, or is there a way that I can actually keep up with that?
I mean, keeping up with it's quite difficult, because once you do get the Smolder 2 and the Briar 2 online, if your items are built in the right fashion, then there's not too many other comps that can really deal with it, just because it's so much consistent DPS, as well as the fact that they have a little bit of utility and the ability to take out super tanks because they have the single target DPS. So I don't know, I guess you can look for options like Wandering Trainer to really find those chase traits, or things that will just cap a little bit higher despite the fact that you're not contesting those legendaries.
All right, I think we got to take stock of the lobby a little bit. We did get to see Dank Memes was playing the Portal and Chrono Wandering Trainer, which can be, you can play into vertical Portal if you're just playing for something like the top 4. We have seen 6 Chrono be an option, at least in the Americas during our Golden Spatula. Both of which, though, I think are not kind of the immediate, like, super excitable emblems. The thing about Portal, though, is that it makes your early and mid game pretty easy to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And we could even see things like 10 Portal, right, if we get to that point. That is going to be a lobby-winning composition, but a lot of, again, conditions have to be met for that to be the case.
We saw Rise Flex do pretty well, though, yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like generally the Scholars stuff, though, like the Rise Flex is usually not being played with the Portal +1. Usually it's kind of enabled by like the Scholar +1 instead. But obviously there's a world in which I have seen players play some sort of 6 Portal board plus the strong backline or the legendary units.
Wait a minute, Sweet Tooth, Sobio,
No.
Okay. That is honestly a hero augment that we did not think we would see a whole lot this weekend. Tamura, was this something that was on your bingo card of people will see this hero augment and go, yes, I'm going to play this?
No, definitely not. I mean, we've seen a couple of stronger hero augments picked up, but I feel like this is more of just a way of locking in yourself into that Honeymancy line. I mean, we've seen a lot of 2 tanky for players who want to lock themselves into Cogmore, but I feel like this is just another method of like scaring away other players and saying, this is what I'm playing, so if anyone wants to, consider contesting me, I'm already locked in, so you can't.
Panda talked a lot about the value of posturing. That's what we're talking about right now. Yeah, if you can prove that you are playing and locked into a specific comp and you're kind of daring anyone to contest you when you're playing from ahead, yes, maybe the comp itself may not cap out as high, but an uncontested reroll line will always do better than a contested reroll line.
I like the spot though. I mean, you can build the gargoyles with the chain vest that you have, and then you also have half of a Warmogs.
Yeah, the Warmog is a very good item, right? For that Nunu, we saw Radiant Warmogs yesterday be one of the items to take that first. You could go Titans. I know actually we were talking to Clement about it, and Clement thinks that Titans is a very fantastic item for the Nunu as well.
Yeah, you need to be able to ensure that you can have some sort of lifesteal on that Nunu too, so that's the tricky part. If you do end up making a gargoyle, you lose the cloak. So I feel like we might instead see BO greed the items a little bit to make sure he has something that can actually cap out high.
Yeah, I'm also just looking at the gold in this lobby, right? Because we have gold subscription,
There's
a ton
so
of
much.
gold. People are so rich right now. Could even push level 6, I think, for some players now. And like Volta actually just did, went level 6, is still going to be about 50 gold. That's crazy for stage 2.
I believe they call that the Volta level.
We're rebranding it.
He's definitely playing in his comfort zone. We saw a lot of Voltrix yesterday, not opting into some of the reroll lines just because he's a lot more comfortable and just pushing levels and playing around what he knows, and got a little bit of insight from some of the other casters that it's just what he likes to do.
Yeah, Volta, we were talking about it earlier, has a 29% first place rate, and a lot of that is in comps that do like to push levels and pushing into those late game situations. Volta in a perfect spot to do it here again.
Dank Memes also leveled to 6 there. Should definitely notice that.
Yeah.
So 2 players leveling to 6 to try and put pressure on the lobby. I think Volta leveling to 6 is the more surprising one because he was not securing a 5 streak. Dank Memes, though, is the winner of stage 2, 5 streaking the whole stage.
Yeah, I think there's 2 conditions there. Is that Volta was still able to make 50 gold, so it's like you're not losing anything pushing levels. But Dank Memes wanted to secure the win streak, even though he was losing out a bit of gold there. But I think it's a fantastic recognition because you're still going to be able to make up to 50 gold econ breakpoint again during this Krug round.
And he needs the points. Dank Memes is at the bottom 8 and in danger of getting eliminated after this game. So preserve the HP, preserve the win streak, and see if you can launch yourself.
Yeah, honestly, Dank Memes kind of ran it back in today. I mean, they're getting in a lot of spots. They're a little emotional yesterday, right? Because things weren't always going their way. And starting out today, right, with a poor placement, they have to just refocus, right? This is Dank Memes' first global championship, right? First Tacticians crown, but still, you gotta be able to focus up when you need to most.
This is kind of a niche thing. I feel like it's maybe worth talking about, though. Volta taking Raining Gold. I believe that's the name of it, Raining Gold.
Yep.
In a gold subscription where everybody gets a gold orb, means that everybody in the lobby is actually hitting those interest thresholds earlier. To me, that says, unless I'm misunderstanding, it actually sounds like it's lower value than normal.
100% it is. When you take augments like Raining Gold, right, you're going to be just so much more rich than everyone else in the lobby, but that's not the case here.
You have to find another way to leverage it then. I'm curious to see what his spot or what his thought process is behind it, because a lot of these other players are going to have access to, things like extra items, a little bit of extra combat power, and as you can see here, Tidal already hitting the Raka 3 in the backline means that he's going to be able to leverage that already.
100%. Tomorrow, I actually want to ask you this about the kind of Soraka Seraphine reroll, right? We've seen a little bit with Vanguards, a little bit with Mages. What do you think has kind of overperformed or been the better performing comp, I suppose?
I feel like the Vanguard's usually a safer line just because you have so many different outs. I mean, we've seen it do really well with Blitzcrank 3. We've seen some of the 2 costs, the Rumble and the Galio as well. But then, of course, everyone's contesting that Mordekaiser as well. And if you're just playing around any of those as your outs, you just have so many different options whilst also denying the Mordekaisers from some of the other players who are looking to steal that.
Yeah, we got practice partners, though, for title, and that was picked up.
We talked before about how Raining Gold has lower value because of the additional interest. Title taking Transfiguration with the additional gold actually means he can start rolling for Charm every turn earlier because he's rolling on 50. So both Ningli and Title recognizing the additional gold that they're getting from the gold orb, taking advantage of that. I'm curious to see if that edge actually ends up meaning something later on in the game.
Yeah, interesting to see Ningli here with the vertical Eldritch lean as well. We saw vertical Eldritch in the last game, but that did come through with school mascot. So Tamara, where do you think the Eldritch power levels can end if you don't have an augment like that school mascot?
I mean, if you don't have that, it's really just about, getting that extra front line. I mean, it kind of, supplements the fact that you don't have all of the extra Vanguards at the front, but I think as long as you hit enough of the Syndra copies, then it's perfectly fine. Although I'm a little bit confused as to his board state here.
Yeah.
Because it looks like he's got the 2-star Syndra on the back, but the front
looking at that too.
Syndra
It's like, wait a minute.
has the stacks. My guess is that he got extra copies from the neutrals, maybe, at Krugs, and it's just a little bit awkward because he wants to keep those stacks on the front one.
That's super funny.
Okay, here we go. Syndra 2. The stacks are there, so no harm, no foul. Won the last round as well.
Araya on this side was able to get the 3-star Jace online. There always is this question when you are playing Worth the Wait. How many Jaces did you find before you naturally found them? So obviously, once you find Jace 3 from Worth the Wait coming in, you don't find any more Jaces in the shop. Depending on how many Jaces you found prior to that, it's one round earlier that you can actually get the Jace for. Now, generally, when you're playing Shapeshifters, I've seen players play this Jace 3, Jace 4, but then once you find the Briar 2, you move items over to the Briar. I imagine that a Jace 4 is still lower power level than a Briar 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super powerful, unfortunately, although it is, fun to hit the 4 stars. It doesn't do as much as people would like. But a lot of players usually just end up selling their extra copies to try and hit econ thresholds, but if you're playing in gold subscription, you have the luxury of just holding on to extra copies.
Yep. Yeah, true. Great point there. There could also be another player looking to contest that line, actually, as we take a look at all the compositions here. Volta has a Shapeshifter emblem, has a Rage Blade on a Nomzi, so we could see 2 players go for this composition.
I kind of wonder, though, actually, is there a possibility of 2 people actually playing in that tree?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you get to the 5 cost, the pool is lower of units, but it's definitely still shareable. The other thing to consider is that in a reroll meta, it's not like there are a lot of players in the lobby going 8 and taking those 5 costs out of the pool. So there are plenty of them left. People aren't really picking up the normal, just like Briar plus Nastus combination on level 8 that you would see in some other boards.
I could also see this maybe being Callista, though. Tomura, do you see maybe that Volta either does lean to the Shapeshifters, or can you use this just as tempo or to help preserve HP before going to something else?
Yeah, I mean, if you have enough HP to work with, the advantage of gold subscription is you'll get extra gold on your 4-1 roll down as well. And so it doesn't really matter what you use to get there, because the main upgrades that matter are going to be the 4 cost and then, getting lucky and finding a couple of the legendaries. And you're pretty much guaranteed to go 9 on stage 5 as well. So you can just sell the Shapeshifters and do a full pivot. And I'm sure he's able to do that if he's given the opportunity.
Yeah, look at the spot from Spencer here. I'm very curious. Done a good job at saving HP, but it's leaning towards like Wukong in the front line, looking like it's Wukong Jinx. But there's a Gwen 2 that we have as well, and she's slotting in there as the 3rd Sugarcraft, the 2nd Warrior for now, but only 1 copy of Jinx on level 7 and 3-5. Do we still go for that Jinx Wukong reroll?
I feel like you do. I actually feel like there's an argument to play Jinx Wukong on 8. I don't know if that sounds too crazy, but to me, I feel like you have this Gwen 2. It doesn't really fit unless you just don't play the Bard and instead you drop Preserver. To me, it's like having Preserver on your Wukong is very valuable. So I could see the argument of playing for a top 4 instead, going 8, trying to hit it on level 8, but using the power that you have from the Gwen 2 already. I'm not entirely sold on either line, though.
You have more gold to get there with gold subscription, right? So it's more doable, pushing 8 and then still rolling for it.
I'm worried about Panda. I'm worried about Panda because you don't have your RE3 yet, you don't have the 3rd item. I know you're really close to the Poppy 3, but you're also re-rolling in a lobby where a lot of people are trying to push level 8, level 9 with their gold, and you're stuck on level 5.
Yeah, Tamara, how's the spot looking for Panda? Is it actually recoverable?
Yeah, it really just doesn't look to be the case. I mean, if you look at his gold, it looks dire even without the context that we are in gold subscriptions. So, yeah, it looks like he's stages and stages behind in terms of gold. Oh, he is close, though.
We have seen Ari serve as a win-out comp in the past, but like Necra has already highlighted, it's a little bit hard to play the win-out angle when you have 2 players going for a fast 9. And at 42 HP, I mean, in the late game, you're looking at what? 4 lives at best against some of these really strong level 8 boards, so level 9 boards. It feels really hard to me for Panda to go top 4. I think Panda needs to just send it right now and try and win as many fights on the front half of stage 4 as possible.
Dank memes, a lot of gold, of course, right off the back of that gold subscription, but is playing that vertical portal angle we were talking about earlier, has 1 rise, finds a Briar actually, which could find its way into the board eventually. I think Dank memes wants to roll until he hits right units like that Tarek to get the 8 portal online, and has a lot of HP to work with, so we could be seeing a level 9, level 10 action here.
You got the Tarek.
Yep.
Wow, the Briar is actually a huge hit. I didn't consider that before when I was saying how there's enough room for the 2 Fast 9 shapeshifters. That when you are playing, when you're playing the Portal +1, you can actually keep the Jace, which you normally don't, but you can keep the Jace and get the shapeshifter as well. And if you end up with some AD items, of course you're prioritizing the AP stuff. There is a world where you actually get an early Briar or Briar 2 online and can utilize that on levels 8 and 9.
I think this portal spot is great.
How much gold did Spencer get? Because I'm looking across the board and I'm seeing a Wukong 3, Jinx 3, but we were a little bit worried.
Oh,
we were worried that they didn't have enough for Jinxes anyway.
I understand. No, this is just how we play in North America. I don't know if you got the memo.
I didn't get the memo either. That's not crazy.
What?
That's just me. I think
Yeah.
it's just you. You have some crazy takes here, Gangly, but I'm here for him.
Damien's got Portal Crown.
Oh, wow.
That's a portal pickup, like an instant portal pickup, putting the portal emblem onto the Briar.
Yes, this could actually be that 10 portal, that game-winning comp here. It's exactly what Dank Meeps needs.
That's true. Took the 8th, I believe, last game, right?
Yeah.
So coming into this, really in a spot where he needs to slingshot himself forward.
Yeah, it might not even be enough, right? Depends on where everyone else does land up, but at least is recognizing the win condition, saying, if I'm going to get into that top 24, it has to be with the comp that can take first place.
He has so much gold.
It is terrifying for the rest of the players because he knows that he has access to the Wandering Trainer, so that's effectively a +1 without even having to get to level 10. So very scary in this situation.
Araya finds the Smolder, also takes new recruit. I really love this. So Araya, typically when you're playing shapeshifters, you're sacrificing a lot of HP in order to get there, but Araya, because of gold subscription, is going to have a lot of gold and can buy time in order to reach this really high cap of a 10 unit level 9 or an 11 unit level 10, and is posturing himself to be able to cap out even in a board or in a field where many players are going for this first place.
Yeah, we could see something like an 8 shapeshifter then as well with that in mind.
I want to check in on Panda real quick, because you know how we were saying he's not doing so hot with like the amount of gold and actually the board that he has? He ended up hitting the RE3 alongside the Lilia, Poppy, and Zoe and picked up a Bastion spat. Now maybe he's doing a little better.
Could maybe get into that 8 Bastion, Ari. It's a little bit of copium. Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the line does exist. Just a small chance.
Yep, Ningli on the other side has the Eldritch, and without the... Oh, actually does have the +1, but doesn't have School Mascot. So I feel like Ningli... When we saw Ironbog spot last game, it didn't look super inspiring. I actually feel like Ningli's spot this game looked even less inspiring. So sitting on that Syndra 2 still, I imagine that Ningli's going to be free-falling through the rest of the stage.
I want to look at Sobio as well, right? That's the Sweet Tooth that we hadn't seen in a long time, right? It has hit the new 3 at this point, but maybe with some items that we hadn't quite expected. It's Warmog's Dragon Claw in Titans, and Dragon Claw isn't quite that healing we expected out of the Bloodthirster that's not there.
It's still healing.
It is still healing,
It is
technically,
healing. Right. We love technically healing.
I mean, Ningli does manage to pick himself up a Pan. I don't think he has access to a Reforger just yet, but maybe he could get a little bit lucky on the last neutrals and then pick himself up another Eldritch. I'm not sure how much that's going to help him, but definitely could work.
That would be the 3rd Eldritch emblem, right? So, you know, maybe there's some potential for some 10 Eldritch coming through here.
If he gets there, he's got 23 HP.
Yeah, I don't know if we're getting all the
bargain.
way to level 10, but we can have Copium here, right?
Yeah, see, I love Copium.
So we are seeing Sobio's board now. It
Yes.
has the 5 Honey, 3 Arcana, and it actually makes the decision, despite having the Lesser Champion Duplicator, to level up and try and maintain tempo. I think that's pretty cool spot recognition from BO. Oftentimes when we have the Champion Duplicators, it's very easy to get stuck in the trap saying, no, I have this, so I need to reroll until I hit. I think BO is saying, people are capping out extremely high this game, and I cannot play for a win out. Instead, I need to win every fight in front of me right now.
Yeah, that's the key. People are capping out high, so I have to keep pace with them, right? And that level 8 condition of having so much gold, we need that Vigar 3 to carry, but it's just not there yet. So players like Spencer is still taking Sobia out.
Ningli takes another
Spencer's
loss.
awful. It wasn't looking great with the Jinx before, but now got himself on a 7-win streak, so definitely looking to run away with it, unless maybe the Portal players can shut him down.
Dude, I want to like have a POV that Spencer rolled down, right? I was like, we looked away, or we looked there, it was one Jinx, we looked away for like a few rounds, and boom, Jinx 3 happened.
Jinx 3.
Yeah. It's like, wait a minute.
How many duplicators did he have? Because he did get one from the +1.
Yeah, maybe
new
like
recruit.
2 max.
Oh no.
All right, Ningley.
Yeah, justified.
Ningley does find the Syndra 3 and the Mord 3, so there's a little bit of more power on this board than the last time we saw it. And at this point, he's up against Dank Memes, who is level 9. I'm trying to see, is this is not 10 Portal though, is it? No Nora on the board, so it is still 8 Portal.
Not quite yet. Has the Rise too, though. That's really, really big. Dank Memes in a really good spot, even to outcap players like Spencer, who are on that big streak here. But Volta, we haven't seen as well.
My!
Wow.
He is so close.
He survives.
Yep, close fight.
Oof. Eldritch.
There's not that much of a way out as well, because it's very hard to get stronger from his current position as well. Kind of hit most of the board, but these other boards are just looking really, really powerful as we head into stage 5 as well.
There's Nora. There's 9 Portal.
That is going to be 10 Portal, so as soon as we take out that extra Zoe and put in literally anything, normally you see it with something like the Nami coming through so you can get the 3 Mage online, you're going to have the 10 Portal, and at that point in time, it is very, very hard for 10 Portal to lose.
Yeah, looks like it might just be the Diana,
Well,
right?
at least
It's already
he
on the
ghosted
bench.
before.
Yeah. More gold coming through.
It's so much gold.
Gonna roll, right? Oh, pair of Dianas. All 5 cost shop. Oh, low roll.
Does get to take another Briar, though. Taking the Briars out of the pool.
Diana
Finds
too.
Diana, too, though.
Huge hit there for Dank Memes. Diana 2 with 10 Portal. This comp is going to be so scary for anyone else in this lobby. Oh, wow. Volta's spot here is actually playing around Camille with the Shapeshifter and Olaf too as well, but no Smolders to be seen.
Nope, no Smolders, but is still posturing to be able to play around the Smolder. You can see the Varus 2 sitting on the bench, just kind of lying in wait until that Smolder comes. But we said before, Volta taking the Raining Gold, it's so that you can reach this point. And at this point, we're now down 1 combat augment. To the players who have gold augments that are giving them additional combat power, Volta is finding his board a little bit earlier. The problem is if Volta does not reach that next milestone of board power in the form of the Briar 2, of the Smolder 2, of getting the Blasters online, then Volta is going to have trouble actually reaching that highest cap.
The bees are back for Bio, but no more copies of Vigar have been found since we last looked.
They're all on Title's bench. Title has like 7 copies of Vagar on his bench.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay. I see you, Title.
Hey, it makes sense, Title. Go for it.
Sorry, though we talked about like the Honeymancers as like a way of locking themselves into it, but I don't think what Title recognized was that him going into the Vagar line was actually going to be still contesting him, despite the fact that we thought this was originally Kog'Maw.
Yep.
Oh, Bio's head and hands in disbelief that there is a 10 Portal across the way right now.
Not the matchup you want to run into, right? Matchmaking gods did not smile upon Bio. Might still survive, though. 18 HP on stage 5 is likely to.
Well, I will say, having both Dragon's Claw and Zanya's makes Bio's matchup into this better than anybody else in the board. And you can actually tell, even just from this, being able to kill, what was that, 7 units? Taking a 3-unit loss against 10 Portal, it could be so much worse.
That is pretty good, all things considered.
He's still alive.
5 HP in a dream. Got the Zerath Charm rolled past it, though. Treasure Party.
You don't...
Yeah, it's not great here, though.
Yeah, there we go. It gets the Execution Charm instead.
We look away and people just hid. What is this?
I told you, Title had... It's because Bio sold his copies. He looked at Bio's board and he said, wait, I can hit now.
Oh, man.
Wow. Heads up play from Title, though.
Yeah.
Incredible patience.
Absolutely.
All right, important fight. Both Bio and Title on the precipice of the 8th place finish in this lobby. Not playing against each other. We can see on the right-hand side, Title up against Panda and the Ari board. On the left-hand side, Bio's playing against Spencer's Hunter board. 2 very strong boards in this position in the game. Hunter is very good at being able to play this front to back, but that Nunu survives for very long. Unfortunately, not going to be able to hold on. Bio will take another bot 4.
Yeah, Title does win on the right-hand side, though, and that's a question that we asked in day number 1 is when we play these early game mages, Raka Seraphine, where does the extra damage come from, right? Is if you go vertical mages at Nora 2, this case it's Vigar 3, but also the final Ascension combat power 2, and that was the difference maker in the last fight for Title.
Portal spat. Mamma mia.
We don't need any more.
I can hear people pinging it.
Not needed.
What's one more?
11
He's gonna
portal.
take it.
He's doing it. Why not?
Might as well. You can take out a bad unit, put in a good one.
I will say, I'm actually, Tamura, question for you here. 10 portal, by most people's standards, in my experience in solo queue, unlosable. In what world does this 10 portal board lose?
Not in anything this lobby. I'd say the only thing before was maybe the out of the 10 Eldritch, access to the duplicator hitting, having an extra champion slot and then maybe making it to level 9, like 10 Eldritch, can beat it. But as far as most of these boards, I think they're just playing a game of dodge the portal, really. And that's just how it's going to go, fighting for second place, I'd say.
Yeah.
This is not the first time we've seen Dank Memes take a prismatic trait all the way up the ladder. We saw it at the America's Golden Spatula playing 9 Fairy. Now he's here on the global stage playing 10 Portal.
All he needs is a 3-star rise.
That's right.
Panda looking a little scared there in the left-hand side because that Briar 2, right? All the shapeshifters. They're smaller on the board, though, but it is just going to have a Rod here. So maybe Panda can actually hang on.
Going to be a close
looking
fight.
really close, and the Olaf actually jumped onto the backline Zoe there with the assassination charm, but missed the Ari. That would have actually won him the fight, I do believe, but unfortunately, well placement there from the Ari, keeping safe in the corner.
Super good positioning there is actually taking out Volta, and Volta bot 4s from that spot with a Briar 2, with an Olaf 2, and that's not something you expect to see out of him.
Title gets eliminated also in that fight.
Which does mean that Araya, one of the other players apart from Volta that was clearly angling toward this fast 9 from the very beginning, makes it into the top 4, but not just that. 6 win streak, Smolder 2, has the Briar pair, and is in a very strong contention for a top 2 finish, most likely behind Dank Memes.
Okay, here we go.
They're
finally.
fighting each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long can they dodge each other? And it's only until now. Araya's very strong, 8 shapeshifters, right, has a Smolder 2. Not a Briar 2 quite yet, but there are 3 back in the pool, but look at the damage out of that portal.
We need to kill something.
Look at how big that Krug is.
There's too much shield to deal with. You can't really get through anything.
It's so crazy.
The good news for Araya, though, is that Dank Memes will be out of his rotation for the next 2 fights. And so, actually, with Panda falling there, I believe that means guaranteed 1 fight. So, will be Araya against Spencer, either the real one or the Ghost next round. The goal here, if you are Araya, best case scenario is you play the real Spencer next turn and you want to run over that fight. You want to dominate it so that Spencer loses enough HP so that even if you hit Dank Memes Ghost on 6-2, you can still go second by having more HP than Spencer.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be the case of third and second, especially at this point where the cutoff is next game, right? That's very important, even just with that 1 placement point difference.
Any upgrades?
Everyone going to be rolling for a charm. Keep your eyes peeled. We're looking for anything that can make a big difference in the fight. Tremors, Earthquake. Okay,
yeah,
Earthquake definitely one of those.
So maybe if you can hit Briar 2. There we go, Briar 2 as well. Gets an option of 1 extra item that he can choose. Can still remove the Reachblade or Runes if he needs to.
Titan perhaps.
Melio 2 for Spencer as well. Couldn't tell what charm he took, but did pick up something on his way down, so he will have a charm for the fight. Now with Jinx 3, Olaf 2, Melio 2, going to be playing up against Araya's board. Araya versus Spencer, both the real virgins, going to be in a head-to-head face-off with huge implications.
Dank Memes did end up getting the ghost board of Spencer, so we really want to be able to pay attention to this other fight.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just a stomp here for Dank Memes, but for the other fight, it's going to be...
Comes up and Araya wins that fight. Does not look like... I couldn't tell how many units were alive there, so I imagine that with the HP totals right now, Spencer probably still has a little bit of a lead over Araya.
Spencer finding Emilio 2 for this board, right? We talk about how high can you cap on all these boards, how high can you cap a Jinx Wukong, and this is certainly one way to try to do it.
HP
Seems
total
some of the
looks
items
good for
just-
Spencer, though.
Some of the items moved around there. Finally, with the Jace 3 just moved back to the TG, so definitely not a primary carry. But I don't think the decision's going to matter too much when you are going up against 10 Portal. I think we can see it in the player cam as well. Knows his own fate.
Yeah. Well fought battle from Araya, though. Got the board online, got there. Sometimes you can't control what everybody else hits. I mean, you can never control what everybody else hits. And this time, Araya, despite being able to get a very strong board, is stronger than Spencer, but not stronger than Dank Memes, and because of that, will go out in third, Spencer in second, and Dank Memes, once again, we saw it in the America's Golden Spatula, we're seeing it here with a prismatic trait, getting the 10 Portal online to come back from 8th place in Game 1 to a 1st place in Game 2.
Oh boy, how does Dank Memes find these situations, right? Ever since that Wandering Trader 2-1, it's like we have the line already painted forward. Sometimes the game just kind of plays itself, but you still have to be able to convert, and Dank Memes did that beautifully.
Prismatics. I don't know what else to say. Tamara, did you get a chance to see any cool prismatic traits get hit in your lobbies?
I don't believe anything as crazy as 10 Portal. We haven't seen it. I mean, 10 Portal is one of those things that, you know, as long as you have the +1, you only have to get to level 9, then it's definitely something that you can see. But no, I'm still waiting to see, you know, the 3-star 4 cost, 3-star 5 cost. That's what I'm here for.
I do want to give props to Spencer real quick, though, for getting a second with really suboptimal items on a Jinx. There was Red Buff, Guard Breaker, and Quicksilver. There was none of the best in slot items like Rage Blade or that Rune Ends, but still ended up recognizing the condition of, hey, this composition is 1, uncontested, 2, I can greed and only be on Wukong 2 Jinx 1 for so long, and then roll down and hit when everyone else is taking, you know, 3 costs out of the pool and stuff like that, and then pilot all the way to a 2nd place behind 10 Portal. You're really happy about that second.
Impetuous Panda said on the pre-show that the goal for Spencer was to understand the mission. We saw when Spencer is playing narrow, when he's playing the rerolls that he knows are strong in the meta, he succeeds. Once again, sticking with the game plan, postures towards the Jinx, forces anyone else off of it, and finds a top 2 because of the HP preservation that he was able to get all the way through stage 4.
So Bio, Nunu, Sweet Tooth, no longer 100% win rate, unfortunately.
It had to come to an end.
It did at some point.
We could kind of see, though, why the Nunu was struggling. We were talking about there being a technicality on the healing that the Nunu could do with the Dragon's Claw, but you really missed having something like a Bloodthirster on it to make sure that it was healing up itself.
Yeah, and then another contestation point, right, was with Tidal, finding the Vygar 3. Bio couldn't find that Vygar 3 and have that be the power needed to propel that comp forward. Nunu can only do so much on his own, especially with no rating item, especially with no perfect items, right? Just that Dragon's Claw instead of the BT.
Some really cool comps that we got a chance to see, though, in this lobby, and still some more to come. But after this game, we are cutting 8 players, and it's kind of crazy to think that we're already at the point in the day that we're saying goodbye to 8 phenomenal players.
It's not very often at all that players have to start playing 1st or 8th after just 2 games, or actually before games 1 and 2 even start, right? Yeah. For players to come into today and automatically need to change the way that they play the game, the players who have been able to slingshot themselves forward, it is a testament to their ability to adapt despite what the format says.
Absolutely. And they were thinking of this all the way from day number 1, right? Having to want to play from that top momentum spot. But when you're found in the situation where you're in the bottom 8 slots, you got to be thinking, hey, my game plan needs to change. I know rerolls were played over 2/3 popularity at the time, but you got to look at these other lines. And in a lobby like Gold Subscription, right, that's where you find the conditions for those other lines.
I was going to ask, Tamara, were there any surprises to you taking a look at the standings? Maybe players that you were not expecting to see eliminated early on day 1, or even players you were surprised to see at the top?
I guess I'd say a surprise to see APAC do as well as it did. I mean, obviously coming from that region, very proud to be part of APAC. But honestly, I feel like we had a lot of rookies this set, just because a lot of these players haven't been playing as long, or they've only, you know, finally gotten their chance to show up on the world stage. So shout out to them. I think they had a really good read on the meta, and they've really pulled through. So just the whole region as a whole.
I was wondering if you could share anything else about them. I mean, we got a chance to talk to Mauled at the top of the broadcast, and hopefully this second game of the day worked out a little bit better for him. But you talk maybe about their secret to success, having a good read on the meta. What else do you feel like makes APAC a strong region where they might be a little bit underestimated?
I'd say what makes them a strong region is all of the sub-regions kind of coming together at the regionals. I feel like compared to a lot of other regions where everyone's playing on the same server, for example, a lot of the Americas are made up of everyone playing on the North American regions. They kind of all follow the same sort of few people who are at the top, whereas APAC just has so many different people that people look towards, and it gives them a wider range of knowledge. And I think that they kind of bring that all together when it's time to prep and time to study, and it's really pulling through, which is, I think, really good to see.
That's awesome. So is it kind of like we see maybe some of the leaders of, so just make sure I'm getting this right. You're seeing the leaders of each region within APAC are now coming together to sort of like share tech or like study together, scrim ahead of the Tactician's Crown.
Yeah, well, I guess if you have like lots of sub-regions, it's not even just the crown, but also beforehand. So in some of the cups, you'll see all these different leaders from different regions kind of leaking their tech, even if they're not sharing it directly. For example, if you play Trials and you see someone from another sub-region in APAC trying to qualify for the cup, you'll see, them bring out something and have a different view of the meta. And I think understanding whether or not it's correct, it doesn't always matter, but just having a wider range of views and seeing all of that is really important.
Yeah, maybe all of the other regions of the world should be looking towards APAC and all the sub-regions to study for these next global events, right? People were looking towards China for a long time, looking towards the Americas, even looking towards EMEA, but no one, I think, really at least had in the forefront of their mind to look at APAC to study from, but maybe now in the future, gotta have their eyes on them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as a player from the Americas, we oftentimes, we see APAC players coming to our server, and I think the assumption is like, oh no, they're here to learn from us. Because we're the best. And now I think, there's an argument to be made. Maybe we should be playing on the VN server a little bit more.
Yeah. It's a good one. Yeah, I now want to now. I feel like we need the training grounds. We need to go into like the hyperbolic time chamber and actually like go practice against this. But it's going to be really interesting to see where the standings actually fall, and we can actually take a look at that right now. So let's go ahead and see. You on this page are looking at our first 8 players eliminated today.
Double 61 dish soap, right? 2 big names, 2 previous champions are out in the first 2 games of day 2.
I mean, it's not only them too. You're talking about a lot of heavy hitters. Yeah. Ironbog, the hot commodity from APAC. Everyone had their eyes on him going into the Golden Spatula and coming out. Achen, the champion of TOC, who was doing so well on day 1, goes 8-8 to fall. Ningli, we saw him in the top 8 of the set 11 championship, now falls in the top 32 as well.
Even more of a heartbreaker for Ironbog too. Top 4ing 2 games today, but it still wasn't enough just because of that day 1 performance, right? Had to get 2/3 in a row to be able to qualify for the next round of this competition.
There's a 2-point difference within those cutoffs as well. So 36 points is going to be the bottom of our standings as we look forward to the next 2 games of the day.
And you can't even be too satisfied now, right? Because you've got 2 more games and then another round of cutoffs before that top 8. So all of these players, yes, they're grateful that they were able to hold on title, another championship holder that is in danger of falling with the next round of cuts.
Absolutely looking towards the 16 through 9 here. We do see some players who have clutched up, but Bio, right? A big surprise maybe for some on day number 1, but now is in danger, right? With 2 bottom forwards to start the day.
We are seeing I believe, every one of the championship winners outside of the top 8 right now. Hwanmye, the highest ranked one in the top 16, but the king without a crown, YBY, back on top. First place finish to slingshot his way past Araya, and Spencer from the Americas, I think quite a surprise actually, making the deep run, the redemption run after that set 5 run where it was unfortunately cut short on day 1. Yeah. Surprise to many, maybe not as much of a surprise to the North Americans. We all really believe in Spencer here, but seriously, great run by a lot of the many favorites from each region.
Yeah, the top 3 very heavy hitters. I do have to say, Spencer is a little bit of a surprise to me. I underrated Spencer, honestly, admittedly, coming into this event.
Did. I remember this.
Yeah, I was talking about it. I was like, I rank Dig Memes higher than Spencer. I said that off broadcast, now bring it to the broadcast. Dig Memes is still doing well, still made it here. But Spencer, I gotta give you credit. You've done super well. Carry the Americas, your top 3. But YBY won, right? Also talking about that just for a second longer, said, hey, Araya, hold my crown for a second, but I'm gonna take it back with the first place in game number 8 overall in the event, game 2 of today. And it's a fantastic job from YBY1.
Amazing stuff. Tamara, just wanted to give you a chance to say a quick thank you and goodbye to you for joining us. I hope you had a lot of fun.
I did. It was great to cast alongside you guys, and the games are amazing. So I look forward to watching from behind the scenes.
Hope we get a chance to do it again soon as well. Well, everybody, we're going to be taking a short break because when we come back, we've got our next stage of the competition. 8 more players going home after 2 games.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We're back here at the Teamfight Tactics Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown, and with that next game, we're getting a little bit of a change in casters as well. Gangly, you're still going to grace our sofa, but I'm going to be joined by Hope and Clement. How are you guys doing? How have you been enjoying the last 2 games?
It has been amazing. And the fact that the format changed, so now this day 2, every 2 games, people are going out. So it gets the pressure up. So I feel the last two games has been heavy. You feel the players actually feeling the tension, and that's one of the skills you need to have. You need to be resilient, and that's what could make the difference in these few games that are coming up.
And building off of that, I think there's two things we need to pay attention to. Number one, the lobbies are going to be a little bit slower because everyone has to go for those high caps to get the points up. And number two, there will be targeted taking of some cards to keep people down. If you keep the person that's closest to the cutoff from your lobby from advancing, then you get your extra chance.
Well, we also already saw some harsh eliminations, Gangly, and I'm going to throw it to you because I feel like that's the biggest surprise. They're both Robin and Dish Soap out.
Yeah, Robin, Dish Soap, and Double 61. We can't forget that one. It is
Trying to ignore that one.
It is a hard round for the West right now. I mean, Dish Soap, obviously reigning champion, wanted his second shot at the crown. Double has been seeking his second crown for quite a while now. Robin, the winner, and actually it wasn't just them, it was multiple regional champions. Achun as well losing. It was a huge surprise to me, and Ironbog.
Yeah, Achun is the one that has the most heartbreak because he went 8-8-8 into a straight elimination, and that's the thing about the new format. If it was Dish Soap, who also had an 8-8-8 run, he still had the chance to jump back and make it to day 3.
Yeah, it's definitely really rough out here. But, of course, 2 more games until that next cutoff, that next heartbreak is going to be coming in. So we have a little bit more time to maybe let the dust settle and try to come out on top of it, right? A couple of players are still in. Of course, APAC still with the most distribution on the playing field, followed by CN, followed by EMEA. And I believe Americas has 4 players still in the race to maybe make it to day 3.
I will say, we've got some good players left.
Yeah.
Spencer making his way all the way up to the top 3. Milk on the precipice of top 8. If there are players from North America that I still believe in, those 2. I mean, we still have the 5.
I have more, so you can put in a deal.
That's right.
He had an amazing day 1, and it's so good to watch. He's always smiling. He's always flexing, also flexing the
flex
and flexing the muscles. So this guy is so great to watch. He's feeling it, and he can been a good run. It's not the best second day. He had a great first day. So I think he can still step up. So America still has a good chance.
I think it's worth it to also call out the resurgence of EMEA in these first 2 rounds. I believe now having 2 representatives in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm really happy. You know, it's a double-edged sword. Double 61 going out here hurts, right? That hurts. That's the goat you were batting on. I think a feeling that's currently felt along all of the major regions like we elaborated. But as we are moving up through the standings, we're seeing some great representatives still there. And I do want to call out Aug because that first place he got in round number 8 saved him, made him hop into kind of not getting eliminated here, and it was actually a very fun board. We saw the Ezreal Way reroll to full completion, taking a first place.
Yeah, and it's also only 1 point apart, so it's actually very close. Even though we can say Og is maybe on the bottom, and in only 2 games we will have another cutoff, he's actually close. So a good placement here can actually make the difference. Oh. Now we have lobby for game 9.
Wait a second, you all see this lobby? This is both good and also not good, Hoope, right? Because we got 4 America's players.
All of them.
I mean, that happened with the MEA, and they were good. They went 1, 2, 3 in another placement, so it could be great.
So surely that's what we're about to have. What we're about to see. They're gonna have to do it over some heavy hitters, though. I mean, Bombyong and GUA come to mind, 2 extremely strong threats.
What this means is the best case scenario for Americas is everyone's points actually equals out.
Well, you're calling out basically everybody here besides my boy Aaliyah. You cannot do it like that.
No, wait, that's my boy Aaliyah. I love that guy. We had breakfast together this morning.
Well, just to let you know, Aaliyah came into this tournament for many an absolute underdog, right? People were thinking that this guy was going to get day 1, if not taking that 40th place out of 40. And he's still here, and he's still going strong. And he's been playing a wide combination of compositions, and I'm so excited to see him in this lobby.
Let's not forget the draft, too. I think the strongest move we've seen, the power play done by Aaliyah, I believe it was drafting Tidal, right?
Yes.
Into his own lobby. So Aaliyah coming into the tournament with confidence. That's the kind of stuff we like to see.
Well, a little bit of background information for that. As the draft was happening, I messaged Aaliyah and I said, dude, you're not first pick. This is already won. And he said, I really thought I was going to be first pick, and I said, dude, you need to have some confidence. And then he picked he picked title in the draft, and I was like, what are we doing? And he said, you wanted me to have confidence. And I'm like, so I don't want no part of that, but that's how it went down.
And he has been showing in the camera also. We've seen some players that actually the tension has been showing. They're maybe a little mad when something bad happens. Elia is very passive. Like, he's actually peaceful. He's cold, and I think that a cold-minded approach is very important to TFT, even in these high stakes that we have right now.
You don't like the BO approach? I kind of like the BO
that's good
approach.
when you celebrate, but not every time.
Well, you say he's cold. He's just German, so no.
They're all like that.
Oh,
Sorry,
double Syndra star here for Doru. So coming into this lobby, I think there's two players that have the right of way. These are the two players, Dank Memes and Doru, on 36 points. They're lowest to the bottom. So you don't really want to contest them because they only have one track to play for. They have to go for highest cap.
Also a micro optimization, no? Having the Syndra in the front to be able to cast and then get those stacks for late game, that shows a very, very good prowess from him.
Well, as we are seeing golden augments come through, it is worthwhile to notice that we are in a golden gala lobby, so that is going to be the name of the game for the rest of this game that we are seeing right now. And with those golden augments, we're usually seeing a lot of direction.
I just want to say I did pitch Elia on the warrior tech, and he has the opportunity to take Unleash the Beast. I'm just saying.
No, we've been on this broadcast for literally 5 minutes, Nick.
VUA here taking for me, one of the best lines, going for a huge cap out in the early game with this augment and going for the mage reroll. So he will be able to achieve so many AP for the rest of the game, and that will enable him to be so strong.
Yeah, we saw a couple of things there. So yeah, for Jiue, we have the Learning to Spell, going to be angling very much into this AP line, the Mages line. We also, for a quick second, saw Doyu took the Portable Forge. It was an insta-click as well, found the Hull Crusher and Bloodthirster. So this could be a multi-striker line. The Hull Crusher on the Cassidy has proved to be very strong alongside the Bloodthirster and has half a Rage Blade.
I thought you were going to say warriors again.
No.
But as we are talking about augments, I do want to look at one that I feel like we've been seeing every now and then kind of crop up, and that's the Zap Attack on Milk. So how are we feeling about this kind of strong directional augment coming here out of the gates, knowing that you now really need those high placements?
Well, I just want to say that Milk going into the Golden Spatula was clearly angling toward the Honeymancy line. This is a line he had prepped in scrims. Everyone knew that he was going to be playing this. And in fact, it was actually a little bit more of like dark tech, pseudo-dark tech, because it was not something that would be forced by many players. Milk is the kind of player that when he plays within a lane, optimizes. He's not always the innovator, he is the optimizer, and he's someone who has great experience playing the Honeymancy line. It does not surprise me in the least to see him playing this.
And we can see him keeping his lines open as well. He has the mages here, so if he wants to transition to Vanguard mages, so far still the best comp in the tournament. He can have that option.
Yeah, I saw the same. Obviously, we saw the UA going for the Vanguard mages, or going for the mages with that so great beginning. So maybe Honeymancy will make more sense, but I truly like, as the best comp, this mage Vanguard line.
Whoa. Oh,
okay.
So Bio took Heroic Grab Bag
and use it immediately. This is so good. This is so good because normally with this comp, you're looking to preserve HP. And now this will not only be preserve HP. He's looking for the win streak. And amazing for him getting this Wukong, the most important unit and maybe the best unit in the early game.
I think this is really important for Milk because it actually forces him off the Kog'Maw line. He's already stood his ground here. He's going for the Hunters. He's fully committed and going to win streak. So for Milk, the situation gets a little bit more complex. Are you going to go for the Ziggs reroll that is a bit lower priority with the Zap Attack?
I think he has to, but because he already slammed the static shift, and now he's contested with the Kog'Maw, but he didn't have any 6, so it will be a tough game for him.
Of course, some of these players are still looking for that direction, for that kind of compass to lead them through the game as others are locking in. And a player that I'm, of course, a little bit biased towards, but also interested in because of the augment choice, is Elia and that Ionic Spark item augment. So what do you think is going to be the game plan here?
Well, so it is tricky. You know, we talked in the pre-show about how what happens when people end up in the Hui line is that you look to see, are mages open? No. You look to see, is Ahri open? No. Well, then you end up on blasters. I'm looking at the lobby dynamic right now, and I'm actually seeing Spencer leaning toward this Ezreal, the 4 blaster, 4 Vanguard variation, which says to me that Elia actually might need to try and play either something like the Ahri or the Syndra. I believe we had a Syndra 2 on the board earlier, though. So I'm not exactly sure which of those two lines is actually going to be open to him.
We're also seeing Balmayon kind of leaning into that Ahri line, a blue buff already slammed. So it might be that the line is even narrower still.
Yeah, we're seeing just now putting items on the Soy. This is very interesting. Soy is a bigger, is even better in the early game, and now he can maintain his placement on level 4. He doesn't have to push level 6 that would normally get the Ahri, so he will focus on this 1-cost 3-star, and the ramp up will be much quicker than when you go immediately for the items on Ahri.
I think this is exactly how Balmayon likes to play. He plays for high HP preservation, so he's slamming the items on the Zoe already. Of course, he isn't too worried about the remover, and also he's completely open.
Yeah, now we have 3 removers every time.
right.
No problem.
And this is exactly how we got to see Balmayon play earlier too. High tempo early, HP preservation, and then when other players try to spike on 4-1, he utilizes the HP that he's preserved up until that time to find his higher cap.
Well, something that is currently separating out are our win streak and loss streak players, and we have 2 of each, so we're going to need to see whether or not matchmaking is in their favor or not, if that works out. Specifically, we were talking about Bio and the use of the duplicators early on. If you make such a big commitment on a reroll line, you really want to go all the way, so it's going to be important for Bio to keep on streaking and do it on a similar line here.
This is extremely greedy coming in from Doryu. He's not leveling. He's trying to get the full win streak.
And he has it open. The Cassidy is open to go to the backline. That's perfect for him. And Bio knows it. Bio knows that this is the problem with Wukong. You have to put it in the front, or you have to actually pick a line, and maybe you leave the other one open. This is the worst that can happen to him. But maybe Wukong is good enough to take it away.
Wukong to the safety. He walks back, says, I see you, mister. I'm going to take you with me, and it is going to work in Bio's favor here. Will get that win streak.
I'm not going to lie. I actually see a world in which Doryu doesn't greed, goes level 5, and the additional unit on the board buys enough time for the Kassadin to actually get through the backline while the extra unit distracts the Wukong. Man, that felt like an extremely greedy play from Doryu.
He is 36 points, so he does have to greed for it, but unfortunately it didn't pay off. It also could be possible he didn't find the unit to fill it in, like the Nila or the Zillion, which would round out the comp a little more.
Well, something that did work out is the loss streak, so both of them did get 5. I saw a little bit of board selling there going on, but eventually you have to do what you have to do to secure them.
I do want to say, I'm not exactly sure this is where Zizure wants to be. When you're doing learning to spell, you actually want to learn things, and I don't think the game has taught him much yet.
Right. He's playing waiting to learn right now.
Yeah.
Well, the learning will come in as soon as we hit those upgrades. So that is, I think, the big kicker here. We're going to see both of our players that are looking for those 1-cost rerolls roll down just a little bit here. Question is, how deep will they go to maybe secure an upgrade? Specifically for Zizure, who is really relying on early takedowns to get that learning to spell scaling. I would roll even further unless he thinks, okay, those 2-2-stars, good enough for me.
Yeah, he is going for the 40 game plan, actually going up all the way to 50, so this is going to be a complete slow roll. When you do this, you do preserve econ, but that means when you go to the win streak, it has to stay. It has to go the entire way, and you're going to see the tempo very heavily delayed.
We're seeing Elia once again. He doesn't have that mana generation item that is so important in the Syndra, so it will be interesting. Probably he's already committed. Having this the Eldritch line this early and not committing to the Syndra is very big, but I don't know with the items if it's good enough.
But you see, he has an open sword, so he's actually choosing to not commit a Spiritogin plus something like Jewel Gauntlet.
So maybe
here.
this is only his early game, he's not playing it.
Yeah, it feels like a transition into something, but I think it maybe has more to do with whether Spencer is actually trying to play around the 4 blaster comp, which we haven't quite exactly seen if that's paying off. I'm curious to see Elias.
Oh, okay.
It's not happening. It's not happening.
Well, we'll see.
He already rolled gold, so he's just taking practice partners instantly. Oh,
he
he
actually
rolled it.
rolled all 3 categories here. Says, nope, none of these for me. I was really hoping to see a little bit of Mage Cap action.
He hit 2 Tom Kenches on 5. That's a 2% chance. And the same champion? Okay.
Huh.
Sometimes fate just hands things to you.
Now we see Bio here with the spin to win, so he actually will go for that Wukong. It's amazing because normally you don't have the Wukong 2-star so early into a game, so having the spin to win and already having the Wukong 2-star will maintain the tempo for him, so this win streak will go for a long while.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly powerful. You will have to make some sort of changes to your itemization right now. Has the redemption, because it seems like it was not expecting to actually hit the spin to win, of course. But the open chain does mean that you can do things like the Titans. Generally, you want to build items on that Wukong that can scale off the AD. So Bloodthirster Titans makes a lot of sense as well. And honestly, the redemption would not be a bad third item, especially while you try to get
we normally want Sterax maybe because of the HP scaling, but it's also a good possibility. Anything you can give it a third item could be great.
And it kills the tier. I think that's one of the most important parts too. A great way of utilizing the tier in that composition.
I think some players were really waiting for that second augment to maybe see if there was a bailout, something like that hero augment. But for players like Aaliyah, we're now locked in. That Shojin that you were mentioning, Nick, has been built. Okay. And for Milk, the storyline is a similar one because we found ourselves a little bit of extra bees.
Beast Friends. So we got Zap Attack into Beast Friends for Milk.
Already with a Blitzcrank 3-star, so even though he doesn't have additional damage, he only find the Veigar, he's still a Heimerdinger 1. The carry will be the Blitz.
6-1.
6-1, yeah, thank you. I have to make that commitment so far. I have it so much in my heart. I
He's
will
already
say,
looking
good comment.
into the arcade.
That's it.
Right, that's right.
Heimerdinger, hopefully.
Bamyang, though, playing the Ahri. This is the line we saw Bamyang playing earlier that I was referencing, where Bamyang was actually trying to play more tempo. This time, though, the shape of the game is going to be a little bit differently. When you are playing Ahri from behind, it turned less into obviously a less tempo comp, more into a win-out comp. The question is, like, in which conditions does Ahri actually become a win-out composition?
Yeah, I think he's taking things very slow here. He rolled to 40, so he's willing to lose streak, and this is what we've seen. He gets online on stage 4. And I just think it's just about the Ahri copies. You know, he's kind of contemplating this, also gets a tank item for the early one. Once he gets the Ahri 3 online stage 4, should be fine.
Yeah, making sure he has the 3-star, right? You don't want to play Ahri tempo. You want to make sure everyone is 3-star, so you get the much ramp up of the talisman in the Ahri, so everyone has so much AP. And then when you ramp up in the late game with more Arcana, you get so huge.
You called it out before, Hoope. So we have the 3-star Blitzcrank online, but we have Ziggs 1. So we're at this point in the game, we're giving up on Ziggs 3. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. So Milk recognizes that and is still going to go for higher levels. And there's still other additional outs. You can still play around the Veigar 3, for instance, if that's not something that is prioritized by the mage player.
And you can start buying charms, so just ramp it up, and that will keep him in a good win streak. So. Yeah.
And because he's able to level right now, he actually has a better chance of being able to win streak. But we can see on the other side there, Leah actually finds 3-item Hui.
Yeah, so that is the board that we were wondering about, right? A lot of kind of switching back and forth between what line are you going to find yourself into, ends up finding that way too, but we know that that line is very likely to be contested by Spencer based on the last time we saw that board. So I'm very worried for Aaliyah right now.
Yeah, I think Aaliyah at this point, he's waiting for a blaster +1 to bail him out at this point. He already has the extra blasters on his board in the back line. But this position it's very hard to stabilize. His econ isn't in the greatest position, so I think it's 4-2, blaster +1, go level 8. That's kind of the way he has to play it.
And if you are Spencer right now, I mean, he postured blasters on 2-1, and I think at that point, you're thinking, surely nobody is going to contest the weakest performing reroll line. To see now that Aaliyah is contesting, is pivoting into the contest against Spencer, who's currently sitting in 3rd place in contention for a top 8, it feels very hard. I think Spencer's just playing for points.
So I understand, I think, why Aaliyah did that, because even though he had his Syndra early on, it was a Syndra 1, he hadn't used something like that Shojin to get some casts up, and it's incredibly hard to play Syndra reroll from behind. So all signs were kind of pointing at do not go deeper into this. I just also hate the alternative.
I also think all signs say it's very hard to play blasters contested.
Yeah, in APAC, our understanding, especially for YBY's understanding of blasters, you only play it when you're ahead of tempo. It is not a fallback line that you can then pivot yourself back into.
He's not in the cutoff zone, so he's not in the bottom 8 that we have right now. So he has some leverage to maybe try to go to a top 5, a top 4. But remember, only 8 will advance to the final day. So even though you can save maybe one middle ground position for this game, on the next one, you need to go for it. You need to go for the first.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big point is you cannot have like an 8th. That is the one big no-no right now for anybody that's not at the very top of the standings.
He isn't holding any Zoes, which I guess to me would be like the one way that he could potentially play Rise or the Scholar line. But playing Epoch to me says that...
He's rich.
Oh yeah, he is rich and he is going to be rolling here. So at this point, no, he is fully committed. He's going to be racing Spencer, both of them level 7 and rolling right now to see if they can upgrade their board.
I wonder if they're going to make a pact. Okay, you get the Way, I get the Ezreal. Can we keep out of each other's lanes here?
That's the gentleman pack we like to see, but no, that's actually not happening here right now. They're all pretty...
Ezreal's being skipped by Aaliyah. 2 already rolled past. Doesn't have the space on the bench to fit them in. So Wei is going to be the big target unit, whereas on the left-hand side for Spencer, the Gentleman's Agreement has kicked in.
This is the other big roll down on the map that we do have Dank Memes going into the Rakan line there. He saved up a bunch of gold, and we have been seeing all day from Wanmia, from Gear, that this is the way you get back into the standings. Lose streak into the Rakan and Kalista.
Sorry, I'm laughing because you said the way you get back into the standing.
This is probably not the way.
I'll see myself out.
Oh, wow. Aaliyah does do the roll down, stabilizes the board with quite a few different things, but loses that round to Bamyang, so unfortunately snaps his win streak, is not able to get anything started yet.
I think the big point is you still have a lot of goals. So it was on 44 before this, but we are in our last set of augments.
Shields up coming through for... Aaliyah, very nice hit there. On the other side, Spencer still looking through his option, has potential Vanguard crest. That could be something as well.
Getting a mage crest for our mage player. That's always a nice little upgrade you can run into, especially if you're leaning onto the Vanguard line. It's much easier to flex into 5 mages later on if you don't need to go to level 9.
Dank Memes doing his roll down right now. Find it with just a handful of rolls left, finds the Rakan 1, I believe the Kalista 2 as well. So Dank Meme's going to be able to stabilize and now trying to kind of slingshot his way back up those standings.
I love the board right now from Bomleon. She's so huge. And now, as you were saying, there's a roll down, so good stabilization here, at least finding the Kalista 2. Rakan 1, we know he needs the 2-star, but good stabilization. This is good enough for this stage. But without Rakan 2, this falls down. We know Kalista is not in the best place, so he needs a little more tempo.
Ooh, really interesting from Doyu as well. Itemizing that Hecarim from the get-go, saying this is going to be the unit that I want to run in the late game, that I want to cap out of. Something we're not seeing in every multi-striker board because it's a lot of money that you need to invest to hit that.
He took a pretty big risk right here. Went for the double 5 cost, did not find the Camille. So that means the 7 multi-striker is still out of reach. That was the win condition for him to bounce back.
That's one of the primary issues you find with multi-strikers. If you don't play it with the +1, you have to high roll. There's no other way. You need to find the Camille on level 7 or level 8.
And Elia finds this. There's a way. No way.
Come on.
Hoope taking a cheap shot.
Can I get new casters? What's going on, guys?
Finding the way, though, is going to be a really big hit. On the other side, though, Spencer, taking a look at the standings, sitting at the bottom half of that, knows that he's no longer going to be able to stabilize with Way 3. He's going to have to rely on just the Ezreal.
And is the Ezreal strong enough has to be the question as you go up against some of these boards that have also already hit some of these upgrades. Looking at the multi-striker board, not having found that Camille that we were talking about or that Hecarim to get some extra oomph should be good enough here as the Way takes down the Ashe just barely, really, and I am still terribly afraid for this spot.
Clement, we were talking earlier about the multi-striker line, and you told me maybe in APAC, in CN region, they will not play in that Ashe reroll so much, but they've seen it so much here from America that they're actually implemented into the game.
Yeah, we think of Ashe as more of a win more condition. If you can get her to stack later into the fight, then she can definitely take out targets, but you need the front line. So if you're going to advance to the front line, why not go level 6? And, oh, that's Camille. The front line you're looking for. Can Dory find that? It's a tier, so very high priority in this carousel.
I was going to say the problem is that there was the fairy player who might want it, but it's actually not even that. It's Aaliyah grabbing an additional tier for the redemption on the Mordekaiser. Makes sense for Aaliyah's pickup, and yeah, Doyu certainly not happy about that.
Okay, so Dank Memes does find the second Guinsoo. That's absolutely huge for him, but I was just sighing because I can't believe he still lost after the roll down. So things are looking very dicey for the Americas.
One of the differences we saw in many other fairy boards that were able to stabilize were, one, the Hecarim 2 for an additional bit of frontline, but also something that can be huge is something like a redemption. So you don't actually need that many items because you have the Queen's Guard armor and the Queen's crown. Queen's Guard crown? No, Queen's helmet.
Crown?
The fairy crown. Yeah, the fairy crown. But when you have a little bit more front line and allow that Callista to ramp up, that often can be the difference. So the board barely not strong enough for Dank Memes to actually get the full streak through stage 4, and that puts him in a very dicey position.
Actually going for the full massive Akali there, so good to see. Normally, she's not the one you go for. She's so amazing going to the backline. That's what you want to see.
That is the few instances in which, I say this with kind of the other warriors angle, but no, Akali positioning is so important when you're playing against Ahri, because you only have one chance to kill the Ahri. The second the Akali gets into the backline, the Ahri will kill her target and immediately turn. Right there we saw on the final auto attack, the final multi-striker proc from the Akali, she's able to kill the Ahri just before she turns on her and it wins the fight.
I also quickly want to mention that we did see the items being moved over to the Hecarim, from the Hecarim to the Akali, saying, I want to be a little bit more stable here. I hit that Akali 3, so the items are going to go there to make sure I'm not bleeding any more than I need to be doing here. So many removers in the game. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's the best call so far because he's the only 3-star that actually can use the item. And maybe with the additional remover in the creep crown, in the neutral rounds, he can only switch if he gets another 3-star that's better.
I will say for Doyu though, he has the lowest HP, so his win out condition is actually going to be the Hecarim 3 because he's already committed to the Bloodthirster and Hysterics. Here for Dank Memes, a massive fight. He's only on 15 HP.
Right up against this Ahri board, it does, we should call out, have that Arcana augment where you get the additional items on the Arcana units. You can see the frustration from Dank Memes losing that fight. He knows he cannot afford any more losses.
Yeah, that Arcana conduit so important there for Balmion because not only now, he's giving a good power there for the Ahri, but then in the late game, it will be amazing for Serath or any other Arcana he can get in.
And this was the thing that's kind of surprised me about how poorly Fairy was actually doing. It was doing much better in scrims. When we actually got onto the main stage, we see a lot of the Ahris with the true damage being able to take care of the Rakan.
Well, let's not forget it's also still just the Rakan 1. So
True.
That unit could be much stronger, but Dank Memes just not able to find that upgrade just yet. And speaking of upgrades, Spencer on the left-hand side, also one of the Americas player, one copy off of Ezreal and Mordekaiser both.
I mean, here's the problem. Blasters is not a composition that is played from win out. Even when you hit critical mass, even when you hit the Mordekaiser 3 and the Ezreal 3, or I should say if you do. Okay, he's going to hit that. Even when you hit this, you are not guaranteed to win matchups because the Blasters thrive in matchups where you need the other team wants to play front to back and you can snipe out the backline, but not every fight's going to be like that. If you play something like multi-strikers where they have the backline access right off the bat with the Akali 3, all of a sudden your Ezreal is much less valuable.
And we're seeing desperation rolls out of both players here. The double thumbs up does come in, and both of them go up against, I would say, fairly high cap boards where these upgrades have been found. Only question is, can they somehow survive? For Spencer, the story is already looking pretty grim. The front line just entirely annihilated. It's Ezreal against the world, and that's not going to be good enough.
Oh, he falls down, so we lose here Dank Memes, and now on the rest, Spencer also. And Dank Memes very, very low there on health.
Wins though. Dank Memes stays in, is able to get one more round, one more chance to maybe find that Rakan.
I want to call it the positioning from Balmion there. So Balmion, having Spencer in his pool, recognized that in order to deal with the Blasters, the best thing you can do is put a unit in front of Ezreal that will make his cast go away from your backline. So has the Poppy in the top right-hand corner of Balmion's board with his Ahri on the bottom left. Because of that, Ezreal cannot find the angle to hit the Ahri backline. Ahri is untouched the entire fight, and Spencer goes 8th.
That's a good breakdown moment. You can think about it. So you can use the board too. And
while you guys are thinking about it, I just want to call out we have 2 more players up for elimination, and those upgrades have not been found by Dank Memes, specifically on the right-hand side. Really hoping that that Rakan 1 is going to do the lifting that it needs to. Good positioning, though, that Akali does not go into the backline straight away. Will find the Callista in the end, but it's not enough. She is going to survive here. Aaliyah going to be knocked out, and it looks like Ashe is wiping the board as well. Both of these players are getting a loss.
I want to call out that fight with the multi-strikers with the Blasters. It played out exactly how we were describing before. Blasters, yes, they have the backline to the access to the backline that many don't, but Aaliyah fighting against the multi-strikers, get into that backline first and are able to take out the Hui.
That's huge because Dank Memes here only getting 3 points at 39. It's looking very, very dark for his chances.
I mean, the story doesn't look much better for Leah, sitting at 39 points right now and getting 2 points. You're just going to barely scrape by if that next game is not going to be a full win.
Absolutely. For Syndra here, he does find the additional emblem, but his front line doesn't really have anything that can stand up to something like the Bastion Ahri. I think this was a bit of a low roll game on Syndra's part. He did roll on... he actually decided to slow roll on level 5, but only has a single 1 cost here. You really preferably would have them both. And I think he's just trying to tempo this game out.
Yeah, he's not the Ahri, so good possibility here. He takes it. So actually good randomness here from the Ahri, taking the Seraphine, the Ahri in the center. So great workout for him.
I never have this kind of Seraphine AI in my game. I just want to say that.
That was an important fight, too. If you look at the HP totals, Bamyang being at the bottom there needed to win whatever fight he could. At this point, as the HP totals are expanding, it's going to be increasingly more difficult for Bamyang to be able to find that top 4.
And Bamyang takes the Nora away from Syndra. Syndra was also heading in the same direction. Said, nope, you're not getting the 7 mage. Gets the Nashers, which is a great item for the Scholars as well.
Yeah, and to talk, we haven't talked so much about the legendaries because it's such a fast pace where everyone's rerolling. Nora is also a great unit. You get a 2-star, so much utility with the Yumi, and also great unit in the late for additional damage.
Take a look at this spin to win setup. Not the traditional setup you see. Usually you are prioritizing the Wukong items, but Bio says, I'm going to use the spin to win to give me additional Wukongs, play the standard board, prioritize Jinx items because that's what I'm getting naturally, and instead playing them more tempo-oriented. I feel like he may not be able to top 1, but it's a great execution on being able to play tempo.
So, I don't know if this is intentional, but let me just put out there that there's also a Kog'Maw 3 on that board, which Milk would have very much liked to have with his setup. So maybe saying, oh, if I just play my board out like this, I can also hurt another player here.
And that's exactly what I was saying at the start. Once you hold your lines together, usually Milk would want to play with the Kog'Maw. Now he's kind of forced to go into the Vygar to kind of re-roll that one to round out the best friends.
No, but he's actually not. He went fast 9 with it instead. He hit that Blitzcrank ahead of tempo, and I think he recognized there. I hit Blitzcrank way faster. I know there's no world in which I'm hitting the Ziggs, and because I recognize there are Mage players in this lobby and Hunter players in this lobby, I don't want to try and re-roll those units. I'm just going to use them stacking rounds as a way for me to shoot straight up to level 9.
And he's in a great position. So it's like we say, he didn't have the 6, he didn't have any possibilities, so the Blitzcrank gave him enough tempo. And now this is what Milk it was supposed to do. Normally he's just an optimizer, he just goes for the reroll line, but this line, for example, no one has played it so far, even in Americas.
And I have to say, a huge thing here is the innovating lock-in on the Zap attack. That's the best one you could possibly find.
Looking at Bamyang, though, needs to stay in here. That Ahri has been losing the last couple of rounds, and out of all people goes up against Bio, who we were just talking about. How much he found on those upgrades will be enough. Bamyang hanging in there.
You know, I talked earlier about Ahri can be played as this win-out composition, and I was saying, like, I don't really know what the conditions are in which it actually does. One condition that makes sense to me is what happens when the rest of the lobby is playing more tempo-oriented. Bio and Milk, both not taking the strongest versions, Bio not leaning in to the spin to win, the perfect items for Wukong, instead making whatever items he can. Milk going fast 9 instead of playing for the 3 stars. I actually see a world where maybe Bamyang can sneak out a few more wins and maybe find himself up the standings.
And we can see Dwarrior here because he's committed to the earlier Sterex. He is going to go and try find that Hecarim 3. A big thing here is Bamyang's probably holding on to a 2-star one as well. So once Bamyang falls out, I think that would be the perfect situation to roll down.
Okay, great emblem there for Doju with the charm. So additional multi-striker, easy for him to put the full units in.
Yeah, Ziyue on the left-hand side does find the upgrade on the Tahm Kench as well. Would very much like that Xerath to be upgraded.
Yes.
Like, what are you mathing out? You cannot see it at home, but Gangly was literally sitting here and counting.
You're making it sound like it was way smarter than it was. I was counting to 7 to make sure that it was 7 multi-striker. and I did, in fact, confirm. I counted to 7.
Where is the Akali going? That's going to be the big question. Oh, actually just gets focused down by the Jinx. It's going to be a big win here coming in from Bio.
Oh, an elimination out of it too.
Very surprising. 19 HP. Wow.
So a huge part of playing Akali into Hunters is ensuring that Akali is actually playing in a way where you're guaranteeing the jump to that side. Normally, people like to have Akali on opposite side. For Hunters in particular, though, because you always have a group of Hunters clustered together, you want to have Akali on the same side. He fails to do that, does not kill the units he needed to in the backline, and Doyu takes a 19 HP hit to get eliminated.
There might have been a little bit of dragon action on the side of Sobio together with that very spinny Wukong, so just ran over, do you really? Last 4 players, though, as they are fighting it out for those top spots. We're going to be getting a look at all of those boards.
Best friends and innovating Locket.
He's holding the Sera, so 2 Seras for him, that could be an option if he gets a 2-star, but for now, that's not the priority. Also buying charms every time Veigar is being massive. So that could be the win-out possibility for him in the late game, Seraph 2, and also a big Veigar.
Look at everybody just surrounding the Blitzcrank, but like Clement talked about before, the combination of the Innervating Locket on that Blitzcrank is just so powerful. Even against this RE3 board with so much power, the 2-star backline of Milk is able to take it out.
That charm was nasty, throwing in more units from that backline there, really not allowing the Zoe and the Ahri to get to the enemy backline units. Big pickup on the charm, but definitely a tough matchup as well, as Bamiyang is out now as well. We're going to get another look at this board here. I really like what Milk did with this.
Yeah, went straight level 9, trying to get as many Arcana in. You also have the Ascendant option. You have keep the Xerath, roll a little bit. Maybe you hit the Sun, which is a massive win condition in these late games. And this lobby, honestly, did not high roll that much at all. No. Going for the level up, I think, was the correct choice.
Since we have some time with HP totals, I actually feel like maybe you should explain a little bit more in depth the Xerath Ascendant Charms tech that you're referring to.
Oh, a lot of times top-level players will put in the Xerath just to roll for win-out charms, like the Sun is one of the biggest ones. You get support item and the Ornn artifact to go with it. So in lobbies where, you know, you can't really do much with your guild, you're not saving up to level anymore, that is a great way. And of course, he does have the Arcana too.
Look at that Blitzcrank! He's like, you want to fight? I'm ready. Taking out unit after unit in the enemy backline.
Another one.
Big upgrades.
Does he already have another B+1? He doesn't, right? So he can actually hit 7B with the Honeymancy emblem.
He can take out 6 and be much
stronger denies it.
And take in the Seraph, so amazing win condition.
Yeah,
That's not too up to it.
Likes makes called out.
Yeah,
Bio recognizing that and taking that away from Milk.
I feel like that's Bio's entire game this far. He's like, what does Milk want? It is now mine.
I mean, he didn't have the Hunter +1. That's normally the way you can cap out the board. So he did what you said, Gangly. He actually went for full tempo, ensuring to get a good third, even a second. And if someone else doesn't get much stronger, he could even get a first here.
Whoa. Where do these items come from? We didn't have these before, right? Am I crazy? These items look pretty good to me.
We started with the QSS, another innervating Locket again with the Sterix, a very strong setup coming in for the spin to win.
Well, we're getting the matchup against the UA, and I'm seeing some stuns, some meteors coming in on those charms. Let's see who can actually come out on top. Both players are rather low. It could be elimination station here for whoever gets knocked down. And that Wukong makes his way to the backline with that. It is determined. Bio stays in.
So amazing for Bio because he actually didn't put the Kog'Maw with the Jinx to be sure that the Seraphine doesn't target him. So amazing. This was a position in diff. Well played from him.
And now he gets the Sugarcraft cash out here. See, components actually gives him an additional item. So big find for him. Extra attack speed coming in from the Kog'Maw.
Oh, wow. Actually could have huge implications on the left-hand side. We do see Milk able to hit the Tahm Kench, too. Going to be able to buy a little bit more time and additionally some more disruption, which I think is the most important part. With TK2, you also now have this opportunity to maybe get a second cast. Maybe the QSS wears off from the Jinx. If you're able to destabilize and get some sort of CC on that Jinx, it can have a huge impact.
Tahm Kench is in the right position. This is where you want him to be to get that stun up. So Milk with the fast fingers as well. Oh, just as I say that, actually goes a little bit wide.
Wukong is down.
Yeah, so both the Tahm Kench and the Wukong kind of missing out on what they were dared to be.
So big.
But Veigar just says,
I
don't care, and takes one unit down after another, Bio, another live as we go into Herald, but I'm not sure he can turn this one around.
It doesn't look like, I mean, to be honest, when you're playing Hunters without the +1, you don't really have that condition which you can win. I will say spin to win is certainly a strong one, but the biggest thing is you're playing Heroic Grab Bag, which means that your augment is saying you get to hit the board that you normally want to hit anyway. Being able to get a second place finish in this lobby with Heroic Grab Bag that you used on 2-1, I think it's an excellent finish for Sobio.
And none of his augments were particularly high roll in terms of the line that we're looking right here. I think the next big move is just charms, and if he wants to move the Zillion to try and find the zap attack. If you can stop the initial HP going in, maybe there's a chance. Not a large chance, though.
I think there's a chance to win a round, but Milk's still very healthy. So actually, in the dire position is Bio, so Milk can just make sure that one round he wins it, he takes it all.
More upgrades being found, and that Xerath now finally gets to play as well now that it has been found. Mordekaiser was just one roll before, but it doesn't matter. We're now running with Xerath, and I don't think whatever Bio has arranged here will be good enough. We'll see if the positioning works out.
The talisman on Xerath is true damage, so actually now a lot less strength there for the Wukong.
Tremor's going to be a huge pickup, can oftentimes make the difference in a fight. Not exactly sure if this is going to do it, though.
It's a big find that Jinx actually gets one of the targets, so gets the Hunter additional attack damage, but it is little to no avail.
Blitzcrank is just too strong, and the rest of the unit takes it away. Milk, impressive Honeymancing tempo line.
9th place going into the game too, so being able to take a first place finish, almost certainly going to be putting Milk into that top 8. So Spencer takes it 8th, might fall out of the top 8, but Milk is there to get Americas right back into it.
Well, I mean, that's America's 1 and 2. So Bio also taking that second place, like you called out, I think really well played out, despite maybe not having that cap. And I feel like that was kind of the story of this entire game, where players found themselves on a line, but then didn't get that big kind of high roll like we normally call it, and saying, okay, I'll just do the best that I can with it. We can take a look at the entire lobby here once more.
I just want to say, this game felt like a highway pileup to me, because what Bio did is he stood his ground on the Hunter's line, and then you saw the chain reaction going down the line. Spencer was like, okay, maybe I can't go into the Hunters, I'm going to be moving into the Blasters, and Elia, also because he didn't have a good AP line, was forced to go into the Blasters as well. So this is the third game I've casted that Blasters actually go 7th and 8th.
I feel like this is, I don't know if everyone got to listen to the pre-show. This is kind of exactly what I was talking about on the pre-show, where I'm saying the Blaster stats are fake. This is the most fake representation of this composition ever, though. Spencer has the opportunity to play it, has reasonable tempo, has the Twitch 2, gets the gold collector, and then Aaliyah comes out of nowhere, sharp right turn to send them both 7th and 8th. I will say Elia was kind of backed into a corner, and this is why those stats are so bad. Like Clement mentioned, he didn't really know where else to go.
Also, with the gentleman agreement we talk about, one got the Ezra, one got the way. None of them got the Mordekaiser. It's so important. It's such a contested unit. So even though the line is good when you're the only one playing it.
That's right.
And you get the Mordekaiser. So having it contested, well, that's holding hands 7 and 8.
I think you make a great point there, and it's a story that, Clement, you and I at least have been on 3 games now, you as well, Jupe. It seems to be a little bit of a curse. So if you find yourself in a lobby that's being broadcasted by the 3 of us, maybe stay away from the way, you know, just putting that out there. I feel like we're not good luck for that line, but what we're definitely good luck for is seeing that Wu Jing's come on back one more time, as well as getting those bees online, and I really loved seeing Milk there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Milk, listen. We said it before, this is a line that he's prepared. There are a lot of players who I think get into that position and they see this disproportion hitting of you find the Blitzcrank 3, but you have Ziggs 1. Many players I think are kind of stuck there thinking, okay, well, surely I just keep rolling because this isn't going to be enough. Milk, I think the most impressive part of this is that he reads the tempo of the lobby. He sees everybody else not spiking extremely hard on stage 3, trying instead to spike hard on stage 4. You saw Spencer, Elia, Sobio all playing these 3 costs, and he just goes straight to 9. He leverages the fact that he had the additional tempo, and instead of wasting it trying to hit a 3-star that he might never hit, he finds the one condition in which he can still go first.
Can you imagine what Miku is saying? He's like, oh, whoa, I'm ready. Whoa, I can go. Whoa. Because he's perfect. He's like, okay, I got the Phoenix 3. Okay, I'll go to level 9. Whoa.
That's right.
And it's perfect for him.
He says, Leah contesting Spencer, sus. That's what he says.
No, I'm so happy for him. He played amazing, and this is a world recognition of what you have to do to step it up in the world stage. Not knowing the normal lines, but actually getting a first with this different comp. Tempo, Honeymancer once again for him.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at our standings because while we, of course, looked at the very heavy America stacked played lobby, there are more players in this tournament that we want to take a look at. And currently, we'll find some of them at the bottom of the standings. Those are the players that might get eliminated next if they cannot turn this trend around. Aug, Tsuchi, and Dank Memes in the bottom 3.
Only 4 points, though, between that bottom standing and the cutoff, assuming that you can go first in this next game and it's a bottom 3rd cutoff. That means that you should actually be able to get enough points to get yourself back into the top 16.
Yeah, we have 2 Tactician Crowns winner that are already here. So Juan May now in cutoff position, he could be eliminated and titled with his 2nd place. He could be the one with an opportunity to get the 2nd Tactician Crown for the first time for anyone.
You know, lobby position is going to be very important. You really have to remember who is close to you in the standings and make the additional effort to hold the units onto the roll downs. You know, not level, don't press the F, just hold their units.
Yeah, that's something we actually have never really gotten to see in the group stage, the first 2 days of Tactician's Crown. I'm curious to see how many players are actually doing that. We're seeing YBY1 continuing a streak of dominance with another first place, a 4-point gap over 2nd place.
Honestly, I love this because YBY1 and Darkus, to me, are players that play very similarly. They have a wide approach. They go for high cap boards. They try to find an angle and a niche that is not contested that nobody else is on, and they're a little bit innovative and fun to watch. So seeing both of them kind of take 1st and 2nd here is great.
Absolutely. You know, I was able to talk to the team of a YBY yesterday, and he was pretty humble. He just, well, I kind of just high rolled right there. I'm not even going to pretend. So it's always interesting to see him cook and be put in tough positions. I think that's the most interesting thing about these players. We saw him play a Frost in Canterline to a top 4, which really saved his streak.
Yeah, also we have 2 players that are kings without a crown. We saw Bolta there in 9th place. He's playing amazing. He's doing such a great tournament. And now could be the time for him. And also 62nd. We saw him then in the top 8, doing great, coming here with the JOC, with the mobile version, but this is an all-around player, so also could be the chance for either of them to get the crown this time.
I think there's a handful of stories that we really need to be paying attention to. You guys have all highlighted a bunch. I think we talked at the top of the show the importance of players like Mald and Araya, who are still alive in this competition. Araya still sitting in the top 8. Mald barely outside, sitting in contention of that next cutoff. There's a lot at stake right now.
There absolutely is, and because there's so much at stake, we're going to get another voice onto this broadcast and another brain specifically to support us here. Kenobi, hello there!
Hello there, you're stealing my line once again, mates. How are you?
I just had to. Come on, can you blame me? How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks. Having a great time watching everyone's performance, sweating a lot for all the EMEA representatives, especially the ones that are just on the cusp of making the top 8, to save the honor of our region, which has been performing under our expectations, let's say.
I'd like to propose a truce then. In honor of Kenobi being on the cast alongside us, this is a truce between EMEA and the Americas.
I don't even know if I want to go into this.
That neither one of our regions will contest each other in the next game and send each other 7-8.
Don't say that.
You're not supposed to say that part out loud.
Oh, sorry. That's a mental truce.
Well, Kenobi, we of course know you've been casting as well for yesterday on the Alt lobbies. What were kind of your highlights thus far? Don't talk about EMEA not performing as well as we thought. Just talk about the highlights.
All right, I think the biggest highlight from yesterday was Black Sheep playing in a triple prismatic lobby, going for March of Progress and prismatic tickets to play the Eldritch line and hitting not only the Syndra 3-star, but also 5 other 3-stars concluding with a Nami 3 to win the entire lobby. Just embracing the fact that the rerolls were performing well, and he just put it to the maximum level, going for that 3-star focus on top of that.
Well, if rerolls are doing well, surely a 4-cost 3-star is doing well too, right? If you can get those, I wouldn't be opposed.
Wish I had thought of it.
Yeah, I can imagine you would.
We just saw the game of Milk, and he played amazing. He went with that Honey Monster tempo line, and it's what you're saying, right? It's something different that is according to the meta, but makes the change. Do you feel that what is making the change here for the player? Because they're all prepared for the reroll meta. What is making the difference? What is the additional ability that you have to win games here?
I think what matters the most is that in this set, nearly all the reroll compositions have so many variants. For example, the mages, you can go for the 1-cost, you can go for the Vanguard frontline, you can go for deep into the mages instead. You have to make all of these decisions and recognize super well what's actually happening for the rest of the lobby and what you will need to survive for the next stage of the game and then the next one. And Milk here with the Zap attack, recognizing that the Blitzcrank would be enough frontline and damage to go as far as he did and just take the win was a brilliant example of that, I think.
I can't believe there's yet another lobby that features 4 EMEA players, but Kenobi, with you by my side, how can we lose this, right? We're going to be going into the game here. We're going to be taking a look if maybe EMEA can come out swinging, but of course, my fellow co-casters are still here to support all of the other regions and maybe bless them a little bit as we are going into portals.
Okay, so everyone here for Champion Delivery, low variance. That's where we normally see Prismatic Final Component Ambush could be a little more inflation here, Clement, as a possibility. So let's see cualquier component ambush. So maybe
one guying the lobby. Darkest is on it. I see.
Is there a reroll line you like more with additional components? Normally we talk about Preserver Warriors, but we haven't seen it in the meta when you have additional items and possibilities. There's something in the meta right now that is good with this?
I would say that most compositions really rely on the tiers and bows right now. So if you're playing some sort of an AP reroll line, I think it's very, very good to have this kind of a start. You can win streak early and still get all of your mana regeneration items.
Yeah, and we are going to be taking a look at their board right now. Dark is sitting in 2nd place in the overall leaderboard. The big surprise of EMEA, I feel like, Kenobi, I don't know if you agree with that, but in the past, I've always been such a fan of seeing Darkest's boards, but it didn't really work out to the very top. Now, finally popping off, what do you think changed?
Definitely here, I think the fact that they are now in the top of the standing must be giving them a lot of confidence, and having this extra bit of confidence is what allows you to have the clarity of mind to recognize what's actually happening in this specific game and not get lost in the theories of what should be happening or should not be happening. And being able to recognize all of these things is what makes the difference. And once you are confident and once you're in the tournament and you're seeing the opponents as your equals, that's when you get to unleash yourself and perform as well as they are.
Yeah, openers are so important, as you just mentioned. Now we're seeing, obviously, mages here, Bastion possibilities, also holding the Zoes to have a chance. So this is the main line, Clement. On 2-1, you already want to know at least what are your possibilities, or to know if someone else already has that angle, that chance, and obviously try not to contest and go for something more clear.
Ooh, silver augments coming out. So the extra components does mean that, you know, the fine vintage, even though I saw Huamie play it to my chagrin, is potentially a possibility here. We did see someone...
you didn't like the spin to win fine vintage from Huamie?
Not my favorite Huamie creation. I'll just put it that way. Any branching outs, that's also going to be a huge one here.
Are we seeing any is the question.
I'm seeing one, yes. On the bottom left of your screen, you can see a branching out, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
It's on the bench still, but we're going to be taking a look.
Counter. That's not the one we want. That's obviously going to be Reforged.
He already
did. He already did. Tough spot for Tsuchi.
Yes. This is looking like a very tough spot. However, I will be making myself the advocate of the Encounter line here. If he has enough experience on the composition, the 4 Encounter definitely has some crazy amounts of stats built into it. Let me remind you, once it is stacked, the 4 Encounter is giving you 110 AP on your encounter unit, which is truly mind-boggling amount of stats for such a low investment. The issue is that besides Karma, if the units are not 3-starred, they will be quite weak.
In APAC, we've mainly been seeing the Swain getting the Incanter. Is that kind of the build, maybe Shapeshifter Incanter with Incanter Swain?
Definitely one of the possibilities. There's also the Mordekaiser. We've seen him time and time again. If he's not contested, he can definitely become, go from a tank to a massive carry swinging the mace around, but it's going to depend a lot on what we hit early, and right now we're seeing, well, a little bit of both, so we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, now that we're cooking, maybe Swain, Incanter, if he gets a 2 tanky also is a good possibility. That line that is very niche, but also a very good chance. So let's see if that's the angle that he might go for here. Suchi going up against Aug. Very strong, very strength. So Aug going for full loose trick here. So assuming he gets the item. So what is the line that you actually like here, Clement?
That was the line I was talking about. Because you have the extra components, you can actually go into Fine Vintage and pump out extra support items. The problem here is he's actually being contested on the multi-striker line, which is the only line we've actually seen it being played with.
It is the only line we've seen him being played well.
It
actually didn't work out. So maybe that's the only possibilities.
I try to forget one Mia, sorry.
Well, to give you a little bit of an idea where we are in this lobby and what these players need to avoid elimination, which is going to kick in after this game, currently our lowest place points players in this lobby are Aug on 39 and Suchi on 38 points. So both of these players really playing for a first place here. They're going to go for high risk. They're going to try to find comms that cap out.
This is what I was talking about and why Huamie went into that very weird line. There really isn't enough of melee fighter units in this current patch to kind of support the Fine Vintage playstyle. Most of the support items really require you to position quite freely, and those are melee compositions.
Well, Kenobi, I want your opinion on this, because normally we have seen the multi-striker line with the Cassidy and Ascari. That makes sense also with the support items, but Araje is going for Ash 3 and Jack 3. Normally not seen so much in EMEA, very well seen in America. Do you like that comp? Do you go for it, or do you think it's just recognizing what the game gives you?
It's one of my favorite variations of the multi-striker comp, actually. Ash has some insane damage potential, since there's no upper cap to how many extra arrows she can find. But it changes the composition a little bit, because it's not Kassadin and Akali just steamrolling the enemy board anymore. It's more of a stalling game instead, and he needs to find the answers to have that strong front line and to allow that Ash to stack. And once she does, she's extremely good at getting around units like the Wukong, like the Vex, and like the Rakan, and just killing the backline first.
This could be also then, Clement, a gentleman agreement. I'll go for the Ash and the Jax, and you go for the Kassadin. We share a little.
I'm not sure Araya is going to be up for that, to be honest. I think he's holding all of the 2 costs here as well, so...
Yeah, I think you kind of have to, personally speaking, but we are going to be taking a look at some of the other boards here. And hopping over back to Darkest, we're actually going to see a matchup of the Pandora's bench players. Now, I kind of want to call out that this augment specifically is the favorite augment of Volta. Now, Kenobi, do you have any insight on why that is? But every single time Volta plays Pandora's, or sees Pandora's bench, he insta-clicks it.
Yeah, he's had some incredible history with the augment, most notably the time when he managed to get the same 4-cost carry 3-star twice in the same game. So that was a Hecarim 3. And he had 2 of them at the same time. So I think since that high, he's just remembering that augment a little bit too fondly. But at the same time, he's very good at utilizing it. And there's a lot of skill in recognizing when it's going to cost you too much economy to hold units in the bench, and when to go for these upgraded units to have them turn around until what you find. And I think it's one of the coolest augments we can get to watch.
Well, this time around, it's on Kubixen and Darkest boards, so Volta did not have the chance to have it. Instead, we're seeing Exiles, and we're seeing something that I'm very happy Gangli's not here for.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone is going to be going into the Gangly Warrior lines just yet, but I am very interested to see, Hupe-san, what you feel about where this direction is going to go, because I'm a little bit mystified. Very strong early board, direction kind of unclear.
Yeah, he's tempo-ish. He already has the red buff. I think he's still open to possibilities. he could reroll the line, but obviously the Eldritch reroll will not happen. Kubikson already is going for that 2 mana regeneration items. So I think this is just tempo for now. They're starting to get items. Now the Vanguard opens up more possibilities. So I just think he's cooking. He's ensuring he gets the win streak. So this is the best units the games are giving them so far. But as you said, this is not the normal way of thinking. I don't know, Kenobi, if you have maybe an angle here for Volta's board.
Well, right now he just has some very generic items, excellent frontline, and the red buff who can go on literally anyone. Could definitely be something like a 4-cost flex board, and depending on what kind of core item he hits, if he gets more bows, maybe Kalista could take the relay later on in the game. If we get more rods, Rise could definitely be the star here. Or maybe Volta will manage to find a way to go level 9 and just play with the best legendaries.
Yeah, dragons maybe, Shapeshifter dragons.
Yeah.
We're going to be needing to take a look at our 1-cost players. So is anybody rolling here? Darkest and Aug, last we checked, we're on a little bit of a line for it. For Aug, the story seems very clear. We're going to be holding on to everything we've got, not going to dig too deep. But seems like Darkest is also not making any moves. Did go down to 30. Yeah, there we're seeing it now. It's going to stop here.
Do want to give EMEA some hope here. We actually see Tidal play this line in our Golden Spatula where he went large loss streak into Fine Vintage and came out on top. But the question really is, through the stage 4 right afterwards, you need to find a lot of wins with the Akali sniping the backline. That's how Tidal found some really unreasonable situations. Normally, you want multi-strikers to dominate stage 3.
Good plan here for Kubikson, but it's not the luck is not on his side. He has the Pandora's Bench still with the Syndra 1, so late into the game here in 3-1. He's winning, so it's not the worst the worst in the world, but he needs to step it up. He needs a little luck on his side.
Well, we don't know about luck, but there's definitely some extra augments coming on through. It's golden augments this time around, so chances for those hero augments, for those stronger directional augments as well that players might be looking for. But across the board, I'm seeing a bunch of rather generic ones crop up.
Yeah, most notably, I think we were talking about Voltarius' direction, and he's just picked up the high voltage, so cementing himself, maybe going for an AP line later on in the game.
What did you say? The high Volta?
The high Voltarius is right there indeed, yes, that's what I'm saying. And maybe the Rise will be coming to fruition. He's keeping a couple of Zoes on his bench as well, so that looks like it is front and center in his mind as well.
Oh, I spoke maybe a little bit early. One augment choice was delayed by quite some time from mid-feed here, but we do have the Hunting Frenzy being picked up, which obviously in a Wu Jinx meta is going to give you a lot of direction and a lot of extra strength.
So good, now trying to go for the full cap, right? We know that the emblem, the +1 Hunter, maybe getting a frying pan or getting it in the carousel would be so amazing, but this gives him so much strength for the mid-game.
And we do have 2 Hunter players already forming up in Mauled and Midfeed here, so it's going to be interesting to see how they pivot. One is more Jinx, and Araya definitely more on the sort of Kog'Maw substitute version.
Okay, so he already has the Banshee, so anti-crowd control here is the best you can get in the beginning, and now again, a great item, getting additional support to the units. This is perfect because he will keep starting the multi-striker, and the tempo for each game, for each round, will be amazing for him.
Checking in with Darkest. We're still re-rolling some of those upgraded 1 costs to try and make the board just a little bit stronger. Wasn't able to find any, well, we do have the Lilia, wasn't able to find any of the damage 3 stars just yet in that backline, but looking to be strong enough to make it through here.
Midfeed not finding any naturals on the Jinx here is going to hurt for quite a while. But he does have the additional duplicators waiting there.
Yeah, just waiting to ramp up whenever the game gives in additional possibilities. Now we're going for Carousel, so important priority for Aug and Darkest here. So we start seeing epic 4-cost units. Could be so important.
Darkest does get the Taric, so that's going to be a good one. Usually you're always looking to try and lean into that Bastion line for the Aricom, so nice little upgrade. Carries a Rod as well. I don't think you're going to be too mad about that for Darkest.
Yeah, I want to see what Chuchi is going to be doing with that encounter emblem. And from what we're seeing with the Bloodthirsters and the Titans Resolve having been slammed, I believe we're going to be seeing some of that Karma Warrior line using the encounter emblem just to have the encounter enabled on the Karma for an additional little boost of power to the composition.
So maybe when encounter, can you see it? You like it?
Definitely, yeah. I think that'd be great.
So I'm really curious because you were calling out the kind of more vertical line into the encounters, Kenobi. What would you kind of rate stronger? I guess here it's more because of the items that Tsuchi found, more leaning into the AD line?
Yeah, if you're not able to get any one of the low-cost encounters to 3-star status, I definitely think going for this Fiora Gwen Karma combo line much better and much more reliable, because we've seen that I believe it was Cubics on rerolling the Syndra, right? So that basically eliminates one of these possibilities, and the other one remaining is still very good, and the items are definitely here for it. So I really like what he's doing so far.
Yeah, it's impressive that Araya here with the Kenobi comp, the Super Ash and Super Jax, he still has Ash 2 and Jax 2, but he's healthy. He's not like in the worst position with 71 health. He should be hitting by now.
I don't know if you saw it in the camera, but Araya looked just as surprised as us about winning this fight there. It was a real like, huh? kind of moment. So we'll see if maybe there's going to be some stronger substitution being made. But checking back in with midfield, you called it out earlier, Clement. We do have two players kind of on the Hunter line, one being in Mauled, currently aiming more for that Kog'Maw. And then for midfield, the items are screaming Jinx, but the board only has one Jinx and one Wukong, so quite unfortunate. Okay, we also have the Orb, but yeah.
We call this a pedestrian crossing when you look at the win-lose streak. You have a green light, red light, green light, red light. His econ hasn't allowed him to go to level 7 on 3-5, and that's why things are looking a little bit shaky here, but I don't think he's hitting the panic button just yet. It's going to come right around the corner, maybe a big roll down on the start stage 4.
I've never heard that.
Winning. The pedestrian?
Yeah.
That's good.
I always call it a roller coaster because you go up and down, but I like it.
Yeah, and Araya, you mentioned it, despite only having the 2 stars, getting a pretty good stage 3 going in, which is one of the things we've mentioned was important for the composition. And here Voltarix showcasing one of his strengths, which is hitting legendaries in 7.
Sorry, can you say that again, Jupe? I think my connection to you might be a bit...
Can I just say,
I mean, he's high rolling, he's high voltage, so high everything.
He is definitely high on that leaderboard.
Yeah,
that is true.
So I saw Volta like nod ever so slightly in the player clam. He's like, yes, I will accept this.
Yeah, you gotta. So one of the things about Volta that I always kind of reiterate on is that Volta always plays like he's gonna hit, right, Kenobi?
Yeah, he has a very popular saying that he's, that we're now using is he's always playing for the best case scenario, always keeping it in mind, and it pays off so often for him. He's very, very able to, is very good at adapting to some incredible situations, like getting that that Morgana here on 7 and taking it in stride, saying, yes, well within expected parameters, we can now do this. And running away with the game wheel from that point is just his main strength.
I think that's a lot of EMEA mental. We saw also Kubikson doing that thing. He got the portal with the training golems and got the perfect training golems for multi-striker in a previous game. So I like the optimism in EMEA.
Well, he was already celebrating for trainer golems before he even saw the emblems. Yeah. So they just really like a little bit of high variance, but that win streak is going to be snapped. And we're getting Prismatics. Volta being offered that call to chaos. Left-hand side rolls it though, says, nah, I'm not intrigued. We have another one open for Darkest. Darkest also rolled it, not interested. I'm not going to get my call to chaos here, huh?
And I do want to mention we saw Araya actually finally snap Volta's streak there and find one of the best augments coming in for the multi-strikers in anger management. So Araya now putting a lot of pressure on Aug, who is also on the same line and needs the points a lot more.
Yeah, Maul also with the +1, the crown for the hunters. So even though they're contested, they have very good arguments, one with the hunting frenzy and one with the +1 hunter. So both of them could scratch some points. It will be very difficult for either of them to get first placement.
Yeah, something... that we do need to find here is item upgrades for Darkest. Unit upgrades.
So Kenobi, you're the expert here on the Ashe Jax board. Do you like angry Ashe and Jax here?
Anger issue for the Jax is for the Ashe is definitely great, but the issue is that he's going to be taking a little bit of a power dip until he finds the 7 multi-strikers. Because that max HP regen that this stage of the trait is going to give is going to be absolutely key in order for the units to survive. Now his scaling has been increased even more, but it has made the start of the fight a little bit harder, and we could see here against Mole, who doesn't even have the 6 hunters yet, still being able to take him down despite the 3 stars.
We're going to be taking a look at the carousel to see if maybe that 7th multi-striker is waiting there for now. Araya is still level 6, so also needs to invest some gold to even make it there, be able to field that unit. But we're going to be seeing whether or not he can make it happen. Something that did happen, I called it out just a couple of seconds ago, is that upgrade to the RE3. So Darkest was winning already, 6 wins in the books, and from here on out, it doesn't seem like they want to stop.
It's a great position for him. For Bastion, obviously now with the Ascension, he wants to go deep into the Bastion. So Darkest will really want to go for this, and the RE is perfect. So with Ascension, and when he gets to the 6th Bastion, this could be a win outcome perfectly, Clement.
Yeah, and I think he has the correct items for it. Recently, we've seen a lot more of the Giant Slayer coming in for the RE. It's a reroll meta. There's a lot of 3-star front lines, and it's not your traditional AP item, but it fits in the meta. Oh, the Camille!
Araya is not first pick, though. Has to wait, and Kubixen says, you thought. Gonna pick that up first, so not gonna be an easy out for Araya here.
Definitely a little bit of a heartbreaking moment, because that would have made the rest of the stage 4 and 5 much easier for him. Now he's going to be struggling a little bit. He went from these pretty good Jax items to only the Gwynzus. So now he needs to maybe think about positioning his units in order to let the ones carrying the Gwynzus stack a little bit more before taking any aggro. And as we check on Kubixen, he gets a Briar as well as the Cassiopeia 3 from the Pandora's Bench. From his very low HP position in the lobby.
Chef Kiss. He also has the Gwynzu's Rage Blade ready to go onto his Cassiopeia, so items are already preset. Does use the Shyvana here, which is a bit of a secondary option, but I still think, definitely fine in his spot.
I think that was probably something that happened from the Pandora's Bench, right? If you're already kind of re-rolling a lot of those 2 costs, you're much more inclined to lean into the Shyvana here and maybe use her as the main tank, as you're probably going to be having an easier time to get that upgraded. Still really, really needs that Syndra, though.
Yeah, Syndra now with the AoE damage is what he wants. Obviously, Cassiopeia helps, but that single target, now in late game, Syndra will be so amazing. She has been stacking so many stacks. We saw he started with the 2 double mana generating items, so Kubixen, even though he's losing, he's actually losing by little. He has a lot of damage, so he can still step it up, but he needs to get that Syndra immediately.
Also taking a look at Tucci's board, he hasn't found any of these upgrades. Built the items a lot, and this is a big reason why we see the Warrior Preserver line just sort of fall off. Nobody is rolling those 4 costs alongside with you, so even with good econ, isn't really able to find purchase.
Kenobi, do you like the Morgana Incanter? I think it has potential, but maybe not so many time to ramp up here with the Archangels.
Definitely like the potential it has, but Tucci has been running into the main hurdle for this composition in that is so damn expensive, and since very few people are playing 4 costs as well, that means the pool has not been thinned out at all, and we see a board that is mostly unupgraded with a bunch of pairs on the bench, but that is going to be his downfall very soon unless this PvE round brings him what he needs, but even then a single life to play with is not what you want.
Well, that single life might come closer than we would like for Kubixen as well, a player that has been at the Tactician's Crown before, performed quite well, and now is aiming to maybe make his mark, get into day 3, currently sitting on those 22 HP. I got an update on the Syndra stacks. Just a quick reminder, we're at Raptors stage 4-7, and currently Syndra has 72 stacks.
Not too bad, we definitely see it better than yesterday. I believe someone was on 5-1 with only about 60 stacks. So overall, I think the line has worked decently for him. It's just finding the extra caps here. Not the extra caps, just the Syndra.
Next
please.
top has a Syndra. Let's go.
So
Where is she?
Yeah, it's so important to get it here. Stage 5. So much damage coming in. Dirty!
I called it. It was all predetermined.
It was so late. Normally, QB is laughing. He's like, okay, about time.
Yeah. Actually, this morning at breakfast, you remember that game we had yesterday with the trainer golems where we were just like, this guy is high rolling like crazy.
Multi-striker.
He was telling his Polish friends in Polish about it, but I understood what they were talking about because he kept giggling and saying multi-striker.
Looking at the fight here, Tsuchi might actually have a chance to hang on a little bit longer. Finds a hunter line with no 3 stars just yet. And as I say that, things start to melt away. Does find some purchase. This would be huge if Tsuchi can get 1 extra point over Kubi.
Well, Kubi's still fighting to maybe take this win. The Syndra, unfortunately, under attack and is going to fall down. And despite finding that upgrade onto Syndra 3, there was no stopping the enemy units to try and let her ramp those costs out. So Kubi, with very little gold, trying to make something out of nothing here.
Yeah, Darkest is just too strong. The Poppy on the front, a huge Ari on the back, and it's not enough. Kubi, even though he gets the ramp up, his board will not improve unless he high rolls, I don't know, a Briar too. So actually not in the best position. He needed this Syndra a few rounds ago.
Well, we're going to be going into another fight here. Both of these players still on their last life, and we'll see if maybe the odds are in favor here. Zephyr hits that Syndra on the right-hand side. Great positioning coming out of the enemy board from Aug, and it might be a Mia against a Mia that will be fighting off here. Looks as if this time, though, that Syndra can prevail. She is going to take down the Camille and eventually also the Ashe in the backline, and once again, both players make it through.
Yeah, Tucci's fine, getting there a win against Midfeed. So both of them still alive. QB only 1 life. Tsuchi probably here with 11. So we will stay with both of them and seeing the possibility of Mold. Very strong. Not having, obviously, the contested, as we've been saying. So this is tempo Wujings. And normally you can scrap some points with this.
Yeah, he is outside of kill range, I would say. 16 HP on here. He would have to lose by 6 units. Pretty difficult.
We've seen it happen, but it's pretty difficult, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he's scrapping, for a 5th, a 6th. He'd be pretty happy with that.
Well, once again, our lowest HP players will not meet, but Tsuchi does find Darkest for it, and we've seen how strong they really, really are on the back of those golden units, on the back of that Ari, just slicing boards left, right, and center, and that is going to be the final stop for Tsuchi. Kubikson, on the other end, does take out Mold.
Yeah, Mold is out, and Kubikson very, very strong. Getting now, this is the difference, right? The Briar is capable of accessing the backline much more quicker, so then it cleans out at least 1 carry, and then the fight is just great. It's free fight for him.
Man, Tsuchi, who found that encounter emblem,
maybe 2 is better.
Kenobi,
2 encounter, that's too much, right?
Is out, so can't pick it.
Yeah. He could have gotten a second one that would have made absolutely no difference besides the comedic value. But Voltaire is actually getting the emblem. I'm not too sure that the emblem is the one he's after, maybe. No, he is playing around the karma, so he's going to be taking, telling Chuthy, I will show you how it's done, and this is looking so much nicer already on the back of the level 9 with the invested, getting him there. The board is absolutely terrifying to see.
Wow.
Oh, I love the invested take right here. Playing for the highest cap possible. It's kind of flashy, but honestly, his HP levels here, it's getting dicey.
It's beautiful. This is a beautiful board.
I think the entire
You didn't get it right, mate. I throw it to you. A beautiful board.
Yeah, Le Sanglier, I mean, he does it again and again, but we'll see who actually makes it out on top now that the lobby is so close. So many players who are on their last and their second last life. Midfeed actually going to be taking down Araya here.
Goes down.
Kubi still fighting. Can he make it out against Darkest board? Looks like it.
Yeah, so once again, Kubikson, 1 HP, 1 life,
and the dream.
And the dream. Yes, he's thinking of it. I like it that he's concentrated, he's not laughing. I obviously love when I see him laughing and expressing, but he's actually full focus into the game. And now Aug.
Yeah, I mean, Og, we talked about it going into this game. Tsuchi and Og were the players that were really looking for those high cap wins, for the first place to maybe make something happen. Looking at Og, though, we did lose the previous round, and the board is not as upgraded as I would personally feel like it should be.
Yeah, he needs to get a good Zephyr here, Clement. Goes to the corner, and I think he's getting the Jinx. No, he's on the other side. So, not the Grace, he's just Zephyr in a non-important unit, so this could be the end for Og.
And Livia's jumped in the back line.
Oh my goodness, this Lilia is almost like the Daredevil Ezreal tech we've seen, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, she had Ascension and she couldn't ascend.
Going to be the end of the line for Og, most likely spelling elimination after this game. And Kubikson doesn't believe it. Look at his eyes. He's like, how do I keep winning?
Still here, still stacking.
Yeah, Og is very difficult in positioning. Obviously now in game 10, getting this fifth is very dire for him, so probably not enough. He tried to play tempo this line, but being contested here for Arya, that's not where you want to be. Midfield, still with a good chance here to advance to the second round. Remember, every 2 games we have a cutoff. This is day 2, so after this game, an additional 8 players will be cut off, and we will reduce to only 16 coming up to tomorrow with the final 8.
I feel like this game is just a Volta showcase of his style. He high rolls for tempo, finds the level 7, 1% chance Morgana, and then goes invested for the highest possible cap.
Briar
he wins
too.
out here. Yeah, it's just beautiful to watch. Who can stop him, honestly? I think Volta might have a very good chance. He's already on a 3-win streak.
Is he your favorite now, Kenobi? I see him, maybe no chance for everyone to throw him out.
Yeah, I think he has pretty good chance here. Midfield with that pretty stacked Hunter board sadly doesn't have the additional +1 Hunter that Mold had that would have been making a difference. If it was on this board, it would have been absolutely terrifying. But here we can see maybe Kubikson is going to be facing his end against Volta unless he pulls one more rabbit out of his hat and upsets him. But, it would be a pretty magical rabbit if I...
It would be pretty magical. There is Fiora in the backline slicing away at that Syndra, and that will be the end of it. However, Kenobi, I will say, coming into this game, I said 4 EMEA players. You're here to give them a little bit of a mental support, some fortitude, a little bit of high roll luck, and it seems like you have done just that. 3 EMEA players in the top 4 and 2 of them in the top 2. You cannot be mad at that.
Yeah, Midfield, he just went out, but he was laughing. He knows he's okay with points, so it should be enough for him to advance to a second round. And that's the mental you have to have. You know, you need to step it up and be for something amazing.
Cat
oh my
power.
God. Cat power there. Cat buff.
Cannot lose anymore. We have the cat. But we are in fact so grouped up in the backline for Darkest. I am I don't know what the Briar is going to do to that backline, but I don't think it's going to be great things. And I hope the Ahri, for Darkest's sake, does not go right there in the beginning of the fight. No, it looks like she's stuck on the front line for now. But
yeah, but the Silver Mare there for the Lilia taking so much time from the Briar could make the difference. I think it will. So great for him. Volta going down, so Darkest.
They're winning. That Ahri just taking no prisoners, and it is that cat buff coming on through. Look at that kitty. She's just in love. She's saying, "Okay, you win now. Can I have a treat? I just want to like hang out a bit."
I mean, it was perfect. Getting the Silver Mirror against the Briar is the beast item, and now he got tank items with good additional damage here. So once again, perfect for him.
Yeah, and if you look at the positioning here, he's actually keeping the Ahri out of the biggest bunch of units. So the Briar is not going to fall directly into the backline onto the Ahri.
Well, Darkest still has a lot of HP to work with, but Volta does not. On his last life, can Darkest take them down and maybe solidify a first place in the standings? The first Turkish player we've been seeing since kind of the big shine of Ging on the global stage. So it would be a really great moment solidifying that here, but looks like that Ahri's under pressure. Lilia holding the fort. Can the Ahri take down the rest of the enemy?
The passive damage from Karma make the difference in the end. So Volta takes a great win here against Darkest. So I think the cat buff disappeared. The cat was no longer in the scene.
We need to get the cat back.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
That was a lot of crazy risk that we saw Darkest take there, actually putting the Ahri on the other side of the map. But somehow the Fiora still finds the Ahri and takes her out with the help of Karma.
Definitely, and there's Volta getting another Ionic Spark here from the carousel, and as well as the 3 Thieves' Gloves getting ready to have his entire board itemized here. Must be quite the daunting prospect to face, but yeah, I think Darkest is not favored to win this one round, but luckily for him, I believe they'll still have one more life.
Well, on Darkest end, they were also finding a Thieves' Gloves, an artifact one, so that has been slammed onto the Diana. You can see her in the front line here as well. If she can make her way to the back line and maybe take out some of those units that were causing chaos for the Ahri,
she is in the back line, going for the Cillian. But once again goes
she
to the
got
front.
blindsided. Diana is lost, but maybe she offered enough distraction, and that's exactly what she did. It's only Karma, Volta getting knocked out, and Darkest on top of a very dominant performance all throughout yesterday and today takes yet another first place. Incredible.
Yeah, also with the Bastion, you call it out in the end. He had the Thieves' Glove with the artifact, and he changed it from the Lilia 3 to the Diana because those was better items, and then the ramp up to get to the backline was totally amazing. So great play by Darkness. Also highlight Volta. He's 9th, so with this win, I truly believe he's in the top 8 place right now.
It's a really fun back and forth. We saw 3 different rounds and going to different players each and every time there. I think the most important thing for Darkest there was the Ahri was never actually targeted on the first cast coming in from the Briar. It was always going into the Bastion clump instead, and he was able to claw out against a ridiculous board from Volta.
Honestly, I feel like Darkest in general took a really good game here. There were a lot of potentially very strong boards in this lobby, and Darkest just somehow running away with it, really realizing the strength of the position that they had here.
Something that you saw, Kenobi, for example, the Incantor, we thought we were going to see in the other comp, but actually it was Volta who put it on the win and actually pop out for him. Any other thing, any highlights that you saw you want to mention?
In the last fight, what made a huge difference in that both the Fiora and the Briar got targeted by the Ahri very early in the fight, because Darkest repositioned their own Ahri closer to the middle of the pack, and that because Fiora and Briar both dive into the backline as soon as the first frontline unit from Voltarius fell, they just got absolutely obliterated by the Ahri, and that made a huge difference despite the great charm from Volta putting items on everyone on his board.
Also, the recognition for Darkest. We see now in the screen, he had an additional 3-star that is normally not in the lobby, is this Bastion. So great for Darkest to achieve this, and additional AP for the rest. So normally you don't see that Nunu there, but that was additional damage, additional frontline, and good recognition to actually go for it in the late game.
And looking at Volta here, I think this is why that we don't see this Karma Invoker line really popping off anymore. Volta actually had a more expensive board compared to Darkest, even with the best tempo spot. And unfortunately for Tucci as well, it hasn't been holding up. We are in the reroll meta.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the heartbreaker of day 2, right? We have to eliminate players. We have to somehow get to our top 8. And that also means that some players will have to get eliminated. And that's exactly what is going to happen once all of these lobbies are finished. For Tsuchi and Og both, it's not looking too good after this placement. We'll see how it all shakes out in a couple of seconds. But we're going to get another look at the highlights of this game. And I do want to kind of commend a bunch of these players that were just finding their outs there. The Hunter contest between Malt and Midfeed really saying, okay, I'll go on the Kakma line and I'll go on the tempo, just trying to stay alive here. Really worked out for both of them for the most part.
Yeah, I think Midfeed did end up coming out really strong ahead. Even though no 6 Hunter, he was so far ahead in terms of the Jinx count, was able to get a 3rd place, and he was laughing about it. He knew it. He kind of got away with it being contested on that line.
Yeah, also Midfeed, once again, playing well. He got a good placement, and he wasn't expecting it. That's what he was laughing. And once again, he will advance to the next phase. Kubikson also getting late into the Syndra, but actually popping off, getting that additional item, having only 1 HP, and then winning, and winning. That was so good to see. And also great positioning. And we're talking about this so much. It's not only positioning. You need to roll for charms. You need to keep strong in every round. So any additional detail matters in this stage.
Someone was saying that charms are the hardest mechanic TFT ever did as a set mechanic. And in situations like this, I feel why you would say that. Because there's so much to do, like you just mentioned, Hoopa, in that very short amount of time. You need to make sure your positioning is ace. You need to make sure your items are exactly where they need to be, especially in those later changes where you get so many unit changes. And you need to roll for the charms and know when to do that and which ones are worth buying. So a lot of micro steps that are being taken here to make sure everything works out. How have you been enjoying, Kenobi, the charms in Magic and Mayhem?
Honestly, it's been one of the best sets mechanics we've had so far. It added so much depth to the game in all aspects. It's also one of the reasons that rerolls have managed to be a mainstay of the game for so long, because they can take advantage of the charms every time as much earlier. And since they also allow you to generate economy, it has made the rolling in stage 3 a much more permissive, and it allows for a different kind of skill expression in the ability to choose the right charm and decide when you want to roll for another one, especially when it could put your economy in jeopardy. I think that's kind of a beautiful thing to see on the international stage now.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at our standings and see how it all shakes out. 8 players are going to be eliminated. We're cutting down the playing field, and we're going to say bye-bye to them as we are at our top 16. Now, from here on out, 3 more games to determine the top 8, so we'll go all the way to 7 games. But this is the final playing field, and a bit of tragedy for Mia, unfortunately, as Og and Elia both go out.
Another previous Tacticians Crown champion bites the dust as Juanmia is unable to get into that top 16 here, falls at 19th.
Say goodbye to Maris, Duoyo there, also Maldar memes. And they play amazing. They got here, 40 players got here, and they've all been proving so much. So huge applause here for them, hugely recognizing.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at the top 16, at who could make it, at who could go all the way to tomorrow, potentially, as we are moving on. Xiao Tian just barely on that cusp there, saved though by multiple points, but right above that cutoff. Also, we're going to be finding BO 62nd and Spencer. America is kind of sitting cuddly there. And then the rest of the top seems to be more APAC.
Wow, the cutoff is so tight. The last 8 players we saw, only 3 different spread between here. But on this one, very different. YBY1 still by far away, 7 points across the cut. He's actually quite safe in this position. And Title, the final previous Tacticians Crown holder, still here, holding on strong in the top 8 position.
Yeah, well, from 8th to 16, only like 4 points. So actually great to see that. YBY hasn't stepped out of that first position, and Darkest getting this 2nd place. So great.
They're catching up.
Yeah.
They're catching up, and it's getting closer as our players are working towards that top 8 cutoff. I'm actually, it's always so bittersweet because I come into this tournament and we see these 40 players, but in the end, only a couple of them can make it. Only a couple of them can move on to the final stages. Kenobi, thank you so much for joining us here for that game, and thank you for the support to EMEA. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you. We're going to be going to a quick break, and then we'll be back with a new set of casters, and we'll see what else our top 16 have in store for us.
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are entering into the final phase of competition here on day 2 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. Welcome back, everybody, to our broadcast where we're going to be taking you through the top 16 as they play 3 more games to determine which 8 will play tomorrow on Championship Sunday. My name is Nekra, and I'm so excited to be joined once again by Panda, Makes, and we have yet another special guest. We've got another high-level TFT player. So happy to have you, Alan, joining us on the broadcast like we had with Tamara and Kenobi. How you doing?
Hey, Nekra, it's been fantastic. We've been here already for a bunch of days, and I had such an amazing experience, not only watching the Tacticians Crown, but also just hanging out with all the players that are participating as much as casters.
It's been so nice to have you as well, because you are a previous world champion in another Riot title, Legends of Runeterra, so you do know what it takes to be here on this big stage. What do you feel like the players might be feeling in this moment, knowing that they've got 3 games to sweat through still?
Absolutely. Now they are at the highest stakes competing. They are just an inch from getting to the final day and potentially winning the whole thing.
It's a lot to look forward to.
And one of those players, Alan, Kubikson, he's Polish. You're a core part of the Polish community. I'll let you take out all your biases now. How happy are you to see Kubikson so close to victory here?
He's so actually chill, given that it's just his second set where he's competing. He's so relaxed, given how young he is, just 18, and he's just acting like a old pro. Like, honestly, I'm so surprised, and I'm also so happy for him.
It's been great to be able to watch all of our competitors. When you take a look at that field of 16, who else do you have your eyes on as a big threat to potentially make it?
Yeah, so there are a few threats, especially like YBI1, as much as I knew that. I knew that I'm gonna.
The new school of CNTFT. If we were thinking, I would have to imagine.
Yes, exactly. I don't have the standings here. I'm not sure who dropped out yet. I just arrived, so especially the YBI, my favorite. I was like putting my money on him, and he's been absolutely killing it the whole set.
Metaphorically, of course.
Come on, Panda.
You have to be like that. You have to be like that.
So for context, right, just for context, these guys are really good friends, just in case you couldn't tell. And specifically, Mr. Impatches Panda is a little bit of an agent of chaos. So
hello, Magic and Mayhem.
We're going to try to get you to calm down a bit.
Oh my goodness. First, on the top of the day, you and Gangly going at it.
Gangly was the one initiating. I was on the receiving end.
Well, let's actually refresh everybody on the standings to see who is going to be playing it out here in our final 3 games of the day. Unfortunately, on this page, it's going to be Dank Memes through Tucci that are going to be missing out on that opportunity. Their run is going to end there in the top 24. But for these next 2 pages of players, they're going to be the ones that get 3 more opportunities to better themselves in the standings and make it to that final day of competition.
Araya, a little bit shaky in these last 2 games, but he's been obviously a menace in day 1. A very, very strong player, one of the big dark horse surprises, the wild card coming into this. I have full faith in the clutch factor. These next 3 games, I think he will be definitely in that top 8 going into day 3.
Honestly, for me, the big one is Tidal. Looking at the top 8, we were kind of talking about Tidal a little bit because in the regional APAC format, Tidal has kind of been cruising by. So not too many first places, very solid, staying around that middle of the field, but good enough to make it through competition. And now that we're in the cutoff territory, Tidal starts to really show off, get those first places, get those second places. And I want to bring in, if you'll allow me, a German saying that says a good horse only jumps as high as it needs to. And that is something that I feel like applies to Tidal so well because he always just plays to what is needed. And we saw this when he took the title as well. He played for that first place from the very first second of that game, so he knows exactly how to do that.
So you're telling us Tidal will be playing Hecarim Reroll in this next game. Thank you, Makes, for giving us the script. I love Hecarim Reroll, so I'm a fan. I'm in.
Where are you getting that from?
Hecarim is a horse.
Yeah.
Oh my
God. Come on, Makes. This was an easy one. You can't blame me for this one.
Get out.
Absolutely. What about the Mr. Retirement himself, like the Darkest? We cannot forget about them.
We really can't. I think Darkest especially, you take a look at the players that are sitting at the top, Darkest has 3 first places today. And I think that's really spectacular because it wasn't all off the back of one comp either. Just kind of playing towards the spot and finding the win conditions.
They've been playing very unique, especially yesterday where it was mostly reroll in that top 16, the players that performed at the highest level. Darkest played some Rise, Witchcraft Vertical as well. I think really identifying that there are more ways to find success on this patch. It is more difficult, but you can still get there.
Honestly, I love watching Darkest. I know we're raving a little bit about the EMEA players, but I feel like respect is due where it's due, and Darkest has been really creative in a lot of their approaches. We saw it there in that last game as well, just really kind of finding those niche win conditions, saying, yeah, I might not be able to go all as high as you in level, but I can find yet another 3-star upgrade, and being open to those possibilities from the get-go is definitely something players will need to look out for.
Absolutely. I think they were absolutely the most flex players I've seen so far competing. Most of the other players are just leaning towards like specific line, defaulting them, and sometimes when they have a proper spot for the different line, they'll pick it up. But Darkest has been just open to pretty much everything, cooking from the weirdest spots and having a very good success with it.
And they have a cute cat showing up on the webcam, which I know
it's
Necra is particularly in love with.
I said it
It's
too.
cat buff.
Cat buff. It's real. No, people don't. It's real. It's like
there's science behind it.
Exactly.
Okay, there's actual science behind this. Hold on, give you 1 second.
Hit him, Necra.
There is science that having a pet that you can give pets to while you're playing or you're in a high stake situation can actually lower your heart rate, so you get less stressed out.
Yeah, the cat's purr does that actually. So there's studies that show that the purr of a cat calms you down. So that is something that for a global stage like our Tacticians Crown, surely is something you'll be using. So maybe a little bit of niche tech, we should bring that onto our HyperX segment and show them all about the cat pack.
I will now be adopting a cat for my set 13 rank ladder journey.
What about turtle? Can you pet a turtle instead? Can you get
I
a
think
turtle belt?
yeah, probably. Wait, do you have a turtle?
No, but I want one.
Was the important part,
It's easy to maintain.
Okay, so then that's you're gonna use this as scientific evidence to buy yourself a turtle.
Yep.
I love it. I think it could work. I think it's like any animal that you can.
They can't purr.
That can purr, which is not a turtle.
No, but you can do this with dogs too. So if it's like cat, dog, turtle, parrot, I don't know.
Well, parrots can imitate purrs. If you have a cat and a parrot.
Just these are parrots to meow.
I've had it.
Let's
We
get
need
back
to move
to
on.
But we were talking about IRL Little Legends, but we have some actual serious business to get to while we're waiting for our lobbies to get situated. Just giving our players a little bit of a break because this is where the stakes intensify. They were already pretty rough. You had 2 games that you were at elimination station, potentially in danger of getting knocked out. Now you've got 3, maybe a little bit of breathing room with that extra game. But still, take a look at the lobbies that we have. They're absolutely stacked.
A lot of more even representation. We've seen some pretty split lobbies with 4 players from a single region in many of these. In this case now we're seeing Volta and Kubikson from EMEA. We're seeing 2 of the Koreans representing APAC in Balmyoung and SCSC, and Title, as you mentioned, Makes earlier.
Not only Title, but also YBY1. So 2 players from the APAC region I've been eager to get a little bit more view on, so we're going to be more seeing from them. But it looks like the lobby is pretty decided on what they want. YBY1 and Xiaotian trying the one guy, but it's not going to be happening. Golden Finale does come on through.
Big breath from Spencer. You can tell the pressure there is on these players coming into this game. Still 3 games to go, but at this point in time, you have to really start clawing back in, especially if you're on the lower end of the points right now, like Spencer is with 49.
That's right. So playing potentially towards some of these more high cap compositions, we've seen a lot of players go for something like the shapeshifters. We do end up sometimes even seeing those rise boards do really well in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to lean towards them from actually good spots. You can't just, oh, I'm gonna play rise. The problem with the comp, it really needs to get 9 and finds those 5 cost upgrades.
I want to talk about Spencer here. Yesterday in day 1, we mentioned already, he understood the mission, playing a lot of reroll. 2 of those rerolls were uncontested Ahri games with Stars Are Born as his first augment pick, really posturing for that reroll. Started off with great amount of units for that Poppy, for that Ahri.
Yep, we got the pair of Poppies, the pair of Zoes, maybe a couple of extras that are going to be coming into this 3rd shop before we end up getting to our first augment choice. Whoa, Title! Gonna pick up that Shyvana and also already has a Nomsi too.
So I know that's probably not going that way, but let me just tell you, earlier in the day, there was a board that took a 1st place with a Warwick reroll, and I would love to see something like that again. It gets me very excited when that Woofy boy comes into play.
I mean, if the Warwick winning, that meant that something had to go terribly wrong in the whole lobby. Like, please.
Wait, Alan, it was Volta who won. Maybe this changes your mind about your analysis.
Prismatics right out of the gate, though, for some of those players, and we know how pivotal they can be. Some pings are already coming in.
The prismatic ticket possibility at the very top for YBY1. Giant and Money as well, a very strong option. And leading forward with artifacts having so much, I think, spotlight on them in terms of the conditional comps they open up in games like these.
I wonder if
it's going to be Living Forge.
If it was Balmyoung who was pinging Deer saying, I picked up Hunter Crown, don't you dare to go down that same path.
Very possible. Flexible, though, getting picked here.
Frost Emblem, we've seen a few Frost vertical boards. It is a little bit hard to set up the comp, and a lot has to go right. But when you do set it up with Diana, with Olaf, it can be very scary. YBY1 immediately trying to posture for the mages, levels up the Soraka, has the Zanyas already online, kind of a mini spellcaster's toolbox. Less consistency in terms of getting the mana Zane later, but you have the chance to spike later in the game with so many different artifacts.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a gold opener, so we have only 2 components. So anything items related, a kind of opener from the augment will be way more powerful because the players are less likely to have a good slam on start, and they'll be just waiting until that carousel.
And Tidal committing with the Runan Slam onto the Nomsy for now. Frost Element could go on a Olaf later on and go play for that 7 Frost vertical.
Yeah, the interesting part about the Frost is we've seen more and more the comp played like 4 Hunter, 5 Frost with the +1 Frost, more than the 7 Frost itself, just being the higher cap given the raw power of the Hunters as we've seen throughout the weekend.
And as I predicted, Spencer understands the mission, is going to be playing into the Ahri reroll. Had so much success in day 1, trying to emulate that in a position where he really needs to find a second, a third, a first to have that success.
How do you like it though with March of Progress?
It's going to be interesting, Alan. Do you think we used to see March of Progress more for the 3-cost rerolls in the past, especially where you had that sweet spot between level 6 and level 7 and then had a big time to get to level 8. What do you think about it with Ahri in this case?
Yeah, that's a very excellent point. So with this one, you might angle towards the Vanguards where there are more 2 free costs and you go for heavily roll down on 6, econ up a bit, and then go again at 7. Hitting at 7 2 costs is still reasonable while you are running for that Mordekaiser, which is a pure powerhouse from the Free Houses tanks.
That being said, for Vanguards, Kubikson seems to be committing to a comp we saw him play at the very end of day 1. It will be the Syndra reroll. Rageblade already slammed onto the Syndra. You have already the Prismatic Ticket, so trying to find the most econ possible on that massive roll down all throughout stage 3.
That's just a really interesting augment that Volta picked up. We don't usually see this a whole lot. I think that's upward mobility.
And the open fort as well in Volta style, Alan.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Volta likes to play from a good solid 10-15 win streak. That's his style. Just high roll early into fast 9, hit on the roll down, go uncontested first. Playing from the low streak can be challenging, especially if you don't hit. But when you play that, you need to be angling for definitely some tier 1 comp that when you hit, you can guarantee winning out. Because again, you don't have that HP later on, and you can definitely get down by some stronger, just high rolly boards.
Well, you're both presenting it as if, like, Volta has Mortog on speed dial and just high rolls whenever he wants to. The truth is that Volta is very open to whatever the game gives him, which allows him to then lean into that and just say, yeah, I'm okay with what's happening here, and I'll go for that.
Great pickup for Kubikson here. Finds a Galio and a tier for the Syndra, trying to find, better combinations of items in that Krugs round to try and get the second item onto Syndra as soon as possible.
Yeah, the early stacks on the Syndra come really clutch. At stage 2, we can even see it like 30 stacks post Krugs. Then when we stare at like stage 4, we already get the 60 stacks. It can be ramping very fast.
Just a quick call out there on our lower third. There's a little bit of a bug with Trade Tracker, so showing flexible is something that happens there. Tidal does have the prismatic version. He did not roll into a gold augment by randomness. Checking in with YBY1 though, currently leading our standings. That is a player that many, me included, wanted to see. And looks like the signs are already pointing towards more of an AP line for now. Does have that Zonias we were calling out earlier and is collecting Ahri, so pretty clear on what we'll be looking for.
Even the consideration to hold the Veigar pair might consider not to instead hold the Ahris and try and make Spencer's life a little bit more difficult on his own roll down.
Yeah, so from the Living Forge type of opener, you can actually rarely play the Gwen Fiora Karma line because it offers so many artifacts, especially Zonia is so premium on the Gwen. We'll see if YBI angles more towards the standard reroll line, where the Zonia is obviously as good, but he has options.
Uncontested mages, 3.88 APP on day 1. I think there's an option that's clear to me. If no one else goes into the line, he's going to scout everyone at 3-1 and say, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, what if you hit Gwen 2-in-1 shop?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm playing mages.
Yep.
Gonna give it up anyway. Well, Xiaotian here is gonna have the Vanguard crown coming through from the emblem.
5 zillions. Is it time?
No
Time
way.
flies.
Time for an old man to perform once again.
No way would we see Zillion reroll?
I told you, Pana is an agent of chaos today. I don't know what
you
happened.
Don't want Gwen. You don't want
just
Gwen,
won.
but you want zillion reroll.
Echo, you can't fall for my base this easily.
On the For Fun patch, you might be onto something, but I don't think we'll see it here in our Global Championship this time around. However, those players that are looking for boards, like you were calling out, Panna, on the mages, will need to make that decision shortly, as we are arriving at Krugs and will be needing to roll maybe some gold if those one costs are to be secured.
We see the regional disparity here. Both EMEA players going for an open forward or lose streak style. Volta succeeding with a 5-loss streak. The only CN player on the flip side fighting strong for their region, for their own success with a 5-win for now, 100 HP. We'll see how long Xiao Tian will be able to hold on to that win streak, keep that, maybe 6-7 win streak going into stage 3.
Look at this premium sprout from Balmion. Having already the Jinx, having the 4 Hunters with that Hunter +1, having very, very good slams, and being just follow up by some additional AD items, can complete a third Jinx item, can be IE, can go for more towards like Shoujin on the cock for that initial attack speed buff and just maintaining it over the course of the game.
So I agree that for the Jinx and the rest of the board, it's looking pretty good. The one thing I'm kind of missing here is an open into those Wukong items that you'll eventually need to be finding. No components to really be making those for now, but plenty of time to still find them as we are looking across boards.
Ooh, SCSE has the double Infinity Force from the augment.
Freaky Friday. It is going to be Saturday, so not thematically on point here, but at the very least, if he does find, if you cast it on level 6 roll down at 3-2, is that player that can start bullying these open forward players, the loose streak players, EMEA players in this case, where they're going to have a big, big trouble in terms of playing Casted in, just bullying and rolling through your board.
Having a time zone fart moment.
Did you
not
need help?
Friday, right?
No, it's
not.
Him?
Oh, no.
Oh.
No. He's going forward next round.
Never mind.
Unless he has
it's
a time
okay.
machine, then maybe we're onto something.
Maybe it is Lillian reroll after all.
I just got off
we have a lot of delay on this Desper now. Hopefully we'll all catch up to the same time zone.
Oh my goodness.
Going
Well,
into stage
we're
4.
going to be saved by the bell because augments are about to come on through. And while we know that gold will be the final one, the second one is still up for grabs. So let's see what we're getting for our game. And it will be silver, which could spice things up a little bit with options like that restart mission is going to be rolled away though.
It was an option for Pandora's Bench for Kubikson playing a Syndra reroll and immediately decides to skip it and try and look for better options.
We've done that in the last game. We don't need to do it again. It was kind of not that great. It was okay, but not that great. Last chance there.
The interesting part about the multi-striker spot here is it's very heavy on the items type of the game so far, and the problem with the Kassadin is he can bully the lobby, as David said.
Just so big. Has assembly and misconnections. The double dip while playing a 1-cost reroll. Pretty insane for the master of reroll himself. Spencer gets the... Oh my god, this is so rare. It's so cool to see.
He doesn't even have time to collect them all.
The real APM check.
It would have been amazing if he had all that memorized, too. Some players are wild like that actually have the spots of each of those champions
I think you have
memorized.
to... I'm not sure if they overwrite each other. I'm not sure how it works actually.
So
correct?
they're not the same. So first of all, Assembly does not have the same map as Missed Connections, and then it's also not the same on Tournament as it is on Live. That's a lot of maps to remember, guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so-
too much for me.
So what players just do, they bring the spreadsheet with the cheat sheet, and we just look at the where is what, and then we pick it up when we actually need it.
So some players have
That's the
cast, other
strat.
players have spreadsheets, different buffs in terms of trying to find success in a day 3 with so much at stake. One thing I want to mention really quickly as well for the potential, not contest, but a little bit so with Tidal playing the Vertical Frost and the Olaf and Balmyong playing the Hunters. In stage 4 on those rolldowns, there will be 2 players going for Olaf, which is quite rare. It might be difficult for both of them to find that Olaf too early.
Yeah, but Balmion will be rolling on 7, where the forecast odds are significantly lower. And like finding one Olaf is already considered a decent...
We've seen crazier things happen, Alice.
I mean, you can always high roll. You can hit also like Briar 2 on 7 with +1 Hunter. That can also happen. But hey, it doesn't have to.
I'm just looking across kind of what our players are picking up. Some are very clear-cut, like you're seeing on SCSC. We know we're going to be going down that very traditional multi-striker line. Some others are posing some questions to me. For example, I'm not really sure what we're cooking up for Volta, so we'll need to keep an eye out on where that direction goes. Could be Rise in the long end, really going for that portal that we were calling out beginning of the game. Hopefully one comes around. Known in this carousel, though.
It looks like Rise Scholars to me. Like when I
yeah,
take
there
a look
is
at
a Rise
Volta's
now.
doing, yeah,
that
it does look like Rise Scholars.
It didn't sit there when I looked 10 seconds ago.
I cheated, and I actually saw it before you did. So
Weirdly enough, no Kalista players, no Fairy players in this lobby, no real priority on picking up this Kalista early. SCSC does pick it up, maybe for the BF sword in this case.
What we've noticed across so far the game since the start of the Tactician Crown, players have been leaning towards a bit less of the Kalista because you lose too much tempo and like you need very specific items on Kalista, quite specific items on Rakan, and usually you just cannot afford to wait to get those items because you bleed out. By the time you hit, you are at 15, 20 HP, and if you miss the roll down, you are just uncontested 8th.
that would be awful in a situation like this.
Thank you for elaborating.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
I was unclear how awful it would be, but for title, we did see the second emblem already. It did get a Chrono emblem, so some minor synergy there with the Frost setup. We have seen the Olaf Karma setup in the past as well as a duo carry, which is quite rare, but we saw it a bit in regional finals.
Olaf utilizing that ability to be immune to the CC. If you sync it properly with the Chrono, where the Chrono kicks in, you get that massive CC on the enemy board. All your Chrono units just blasting. Olaf being immune to CC, just jumping from one to another, can actually snowball the fight so quickly, and you're just taking a fat 8-0 often.
Well, we're hoping that yet another Olaf comes on through there for title, but we're still a little bit far out to maybe find it unless the shop gods are, well, fortunate to title. They definitely were to Volta, who was able, like we called out, to find that Rice set early on, but most of the players still looking for those forecasts, or like we are seeing in Kubixen's plays, still looking for that 3-star.
Only maybe 6 Syndras for now, which is not bad for the current position. Level 6, 30 gold. The only, I think, not so minor actually problem with this lobby is the fact that there is the Vanguard contest with Xiao Tian right now. It's going to be a little bit harder to hit that 3-star frontline, which at the end of the day is maybe the most important thing for Syndra, especially in stage 4. You need to buy as much time as possible for her to scale and get as many casts as possible to ramp even further into the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at the Kubitson's arguments. We have Prismatic Ticket, which will should allow him to hit much faster than the contested Vanguard player. And then we have also the Fleet Feather, which is so good for all those cheap units, not only the movement speed, but the attack speed for the Syndra, just allowing to use scale faster, scale that Rage Blade faster, just going into the stacks so quickly that she becomes a real problem at stage 4.
Expected loss to SCSC. We mentioned the potential bully of this lobby, and that has been the case. He also understands his mission. 5 win streak for SCSC.
When did he get that?
Maybe the carousel. Actually, yeah, exactly the carousel.
It was the
It was at
carousel.
BF
Wow.
for Kalista, so not going to the fairy line, but at the least utilizing the free 4 cost to have that earlier spike into 5 multi.
5 multi is huge. It just allows you to be able to win streak, and that's why he's going to maintain that streak through stage 3.
One off Jack, so much gold to work with on level 8. Has to decide what to give up on here for the Kassadin. Ash opens up some bench space. Kassadin too as well. Big
What are those
down.
shops? Holy, he's hitting every shop a unit.
This reminds me of Reroll Master SCSC at EWC. We saw a lot of reroll from T1, and he's absolutely utilizing that knowledge to succeed here.
Yeah, just mark the correct units in the planner and they just magically appears in the shops.
Yeah,
I wish I could do that.
That would be great. Yeah, I would like that buff, please, in my games. Okay, a big hit here for Kubixen, though. He was sitting on several copies of the Galio, was able to at least get that 3-star. You can move that Gargoyle Stone Plate over to that champion instead, so that'll certainly help out when you also have that Cassiopeia and Syndra 3.
I really like this spot here for Kubi. Like I said in the previous game, playing around that Pandora's bench, maybe relying on it a little bit much to get it online. This time around, has it online early, like you were saying, and should be able to be much more stable.
Everybody's hitting, though. Take a look at YBY1 actually has both the Seraphine and the Soraka 3-stars. Spencer also, haven't gotten a chance to see his board just yet, but has the Poppy as well as the Zoe 3-starred.
So we have a comparison here. Kubikson hit pretty much on tempo on stage 4 in comparison to YBI also hitting on tempo without an Egon argument. So YBI is a whole living forge ahead. That's like 3 artifacts quite soon, and it's gonna be such a powerhouse. So even though Kubikson has the units, he just does not have the items for them.
Well, something that is coming online now is that last augment. We knew it was going to be golden, and we are seeing a bunch of crests already crop up.
I was going to say, you're talking about the items. Kubikson actually did just pick up the Capricious Forge, so now you at least have a couple extra, right?
True. We are seeing the Scholar Crest for Volta, it looks like, which cements him even further into that Rise line. Sitting on Rise pair, has a Xerath itemized, a Xerath pair, sorry, and he's level 9. Where did this come from Volta? We know, of course, he was open forwarding, saving up that econ very early on. This is the Volta playstyle we expected coming into these pivotal final games.
This is exactly what he needed. Scholar Emblem was the best hit he could have gotten because it allows him to hit actually the comp that can win out. Without that +1, the comp looks a bit shaky unless you hit something like exactly Xerath 2, but we are still missing Milo for that crucial board.
And 50 HP. This is healthier than you would expect for the kind of open fort playstyle Volta committed to early in stage 2.
Still going to lose out that fight, though, but mostly because these units aren't upgraded. Has everything at 1 star, but once you're able to get those units 2 stars, you're going to be winning out.
Thoughts on Jinx 3 at 4-2, no econ argument from Balmion?
I would say that's pretty good. You guys keep talking about how Volta is high rolling, finds that Rise too. I feel like this lobby in general seems to be quite fortuitous with how their hits and their boards are going. And it seems like the one player to me that hasn't found that foothold just yet, that big hit, was a Tidal, although he was just able to find that Briar, and we're now getting a look at that 3rd emblem as well. Picked up that Frost Crest, and I take it back.
I mean, imagine how the players that picking are like Ticket, March of Progress arguments, and they are hitting barely with those, and then you are staring at the players who just pick the Prismatic Combat argument, and they just hit at the same time as those with Econ. That's so crazy.
I'm wondering, when the Arcana Varus is not a comp that's doing really well, how are we feeling about the Frost Varus?
With
give it 2 seconds.
I did well.
Econ last, don't worry about that one. When Varus is the main carry of a comp, and you have to rely simply on the Varus for damage, that's where it becomes problematic because he's not very consistent with his damage output. Briar on the carousel.
Econ loss. He
for title.
First
Econ
pick.
loss, first pick. Volta as well, opening up some frying pan options. Maybe we'll see the French board starting to cook for us.
I mean, yeah, you could get 6 Scholar with that. You could get 6 Scholar if you're Volta with that frying pan. That would be major.
It is Volta.
I mean, if there is a person that would hit, like that had to be Volta, no?
Yeah.
This is a pretty insane lobby.
It is.
Looking at the reroll, like I just see gold everywhere. Everyone's already hit. We're at 4-5.
Oh, Xerath 2.
Xerath 2.
Oh, of course.
And the lock for the sun, I like this. Finding infinite power off of getting a support anvil and an artifact anvil. Has to wait a few rounds to do so. Does he have enough HP to do it?
So I think he's super fine. Yeah, frontline, that's the part where you're maybe squinting your eyes a bit and you're saying, is it really good
2
enough?
rounds.
But Xerath 2, Rise 2, you have 6 Scholar already online. You're getting value out of those exiles. I think Volta should be good enough to sit this one out, even with how hard the rest of the lobby seems to be hitting.
The speed dial was definitely hit this game. The amount of the stuff that Volta was just granted.
Wait, it's not just Volta though, it's everyone. If everyone high rolls, you can't just blame Volta.
I mean, true. We've seen the Jinx being just so quick.
Look at the Xerath, just absolutely
God.
crazy. The cast coming in so quick thanks to the Scholar, the vertical 6 Scholar here. And the lock is so good on the sun, identifying as this is the next way to cap my comp when I already have everything. I have 6 Scholar, I have level 9, 20 gold. I've hit most of my units as well.
There's so many artifacts in this lobby, and we're not even on something like Crab Rave. What is going on?
We're making our own rave, Necro.
I love it. I'm here for the party.
Well, don't forget to lock again. So Shop is staying locked here. Says, I don't even care. I might as well
That
just
would be
buy
tragic.
that
I would leave the cast. If Volta forgot the cast, I'm sorry. The mental damage would be just too high.
We're going to Raptors after this one, so that's where that sun will eventually be bought.
I want to take a look at how Spencer is doing, though, because I think this was the type of comp that we were worried about being able to keep up with the rest of the lobby. The way that you would want to be able to play the Ahri is to play from that winning position, but while ends up actually having 3 stars of most of the units that you would like, it's not the Ahri.
Yeah, so decided into the mages. Panda was kind of highlighting that earlier. However, we're item carrying the Soraka still, despite it being 4/6. We're missing some extra items. It's not really working out.
And I think the biggest thing with some of the rerolls here, as you mentioned, Nekra, with Spencer and Kubi, they sacrifice a prismatic augment for econ. Everyone else has hit anyway. They didn't need to have a prismatic econ augment in that case. So players like Kubi and Spencer are rightfully so in 7th and 8th. They have to find a different way to spike right now, because if not, they cannot keep up with the tempo of this lobby.
Okay, let's see what Volta's going to get from the sun.
Ooh.
Suspicious Morgana.
That is indeed
It
a
has
bit
to be
suspicious.
trench coat.
Yeah, just more front line.
It's time.
Yeah.
No Zillion, but time. That's what we're
Oh,
gonna
come
get.
on. Yeah. Nekra, I have to correct myself. I was looking at YBY1's board. You were talking about Spencer there, but yeah, doesn't have the Ahri and is kind of losing out. And I do want to bring that back a little bit, because coming into this game, Spencer and Xiao Chen are the players here that need high finishes. They're the players with the lowest points in this lobby. So if they find yet another low placement, it could be tragedy.
Look at title though. Another Frost emblem. Or no, never mind.
9 Frost.
I got ahead of myself.
It's on.
It is going to be 9 Frost though with 2 emblems. We have a Briar too as well. Quite literally, everyone has hit here.
This is nuts. Look at how close, for the most part, the HP is in this lobby as well.
I mean, yeah, Morgana 2, Briar 2, Zeraf 2. I mean, not only the rerolls hit, Fast 9 hit. This is gonna be absolute mayhem, and we just see Briar taking one by another one. She's relentless. She's still hungry. Oh my god, this is mayhem.
Thankfully for Volta, he does have that HP buffer. We're now looking at the HP totals changing quite radically. Spencer is still free falling to 6 loss. Can he win this round? I think it's gonna be no. It's just down to the Ahri here. Can she clutch up? The HP totals are low, but Spencer is now down to 1 life.
I mean, just hitting the Ahri now, that's so rough.
I mean, given that Spencer did hit behind the tempo while playing March of Progress into another econ argument is just absolutely it's just unplayable. I'm sorry. He was playing in fact for 7th, and like if he would get there, it would be just miracle. This is just straight up an 8th. Like there's just nothing you can do.
This vertical game plan from Tidal just throws me back. Set 9 Runeterra Forge.
Yes.
He won it all with that Demacia line.
And like you were saying, that is the set where he crowned himself set champion. He is well versed in the magic of the emblems, and he shows it off one more time here.
I'm waiting for Varus 3. I'm just waiting for it. Would it be so fitting if Tidal was going to be able to get one of our
I'm the one that adds chaos to the broadcast. I think it's Nekra. Are you not entertained, Nekra? Do you really need more?
Yes! More mayhem, more magic.
I agree. A little bit of Varus 3. I mean, that's a unit nobody is really buying, right? So if I feel like if you are 3-starring a 4 cost, it is a reroll meta after all. That should be good.
One off the Mordekaiser for Kubi. He needs this spike now. He's on 1 life, similarly to Spencer. Both Americas and EMEA, both on the chopping block coming into this middle part of stage 5, right before the carousel as well.
It's not going to be this time around for that Mordekaiser 3, so you just have to hope you're not going to hit somebody that's going to take you out right this second. But it's going to be Spencer and Kubikson on the chopping block as Spencer's going to run into Volta's board. That does not sound good.
Well, on the other side, the enemy is YBY1 with the mages. So if those angles and the positioning is right, it could work out. But it looks like they're lined up for the Seraphine to just snipe them out. Look at that damage.
This bitch just refuses to go down, but when he does, so does the Syndra from the Seraphine, and it will be just enough for the YB. Did I get ahead of myself?
Are we still alive? Could it be a good enough loss?
I think he survived.
Kubikson is still alive. So clutch on the itemless Ahri.
And Spencer's
down.
down.
And Xiao Ten as well, taken down.
And those are both of our players with the lowest points. So really solidifying that leaderboard in this lobby here right now. They need to turn it around after this game if it's not all too late already.
Pyro emblem for title. Yet another emblem.
On the Briar. It's not like he needs it. He already has the Briar too.
Wait, Nekra, do you want Briar 3?
Yay! Yes! Briar 3, Varus 3, I am here for it. But what this does actually give Tidal is, I want to say, actually already had a pyro
Yeah, it's
emblem.
just more pyro.
Yes,
So
more
you get
pyro.
another
Which is
stack.
something. It's not the most impactful vertical, of course, but
Has
it is
an
still
Nasus.
something.
Has
Some more
possibility of
scaling.
Nasus.
Cannot play the Nasus to just feed that Frost. Obviously, we're not gonna be getting rid of the Briar too. She's just much stronger than the Nasus.
Varus.
Oh.
And I have to mention, because we haven't talked about SCSC in a while, with a fairly standard, artifact casted in reroll with Freaky Friday, he is still bullying the lobby, 6 win streak, and we're almost into stage 6.
I mean, the Kassadin goes with the old good ba.
Kassadin is on the other side of the board as well for Balmyung, and Balmyung might be losing out here, or we're going to see a stop to that win streak. Jinx will try to clutch it out, and she's going to be able to do that. SCSC win streak snapped on the left-hand side, though. You're seeing a visceral reaction from Kubikson saying, oh my goodness, it's just frost galore.
He already actually had that reaction even just seeing this matchup. It's so tough because you take a look at the Frost board and it's like, that was the one combat in my combat pool I did not want to have to face.
YBY also taken down, and all in all, I think both Spencer and Kubikson have to really analyze their game and think, how did this end up happening? It looks like a triple prismatic lobby. It isn't. It's just one prismatic.
It is one prismatic, but it's a lot of prismatic players. YBY1, the one that's been leading the entire day, it feels like, with that 5th place, opens up the top field of the lobby and the top field of the Tacticians crown here. So we'll see who's on the top after this game.
Yeah, you can tell it's a higher lobby when Jinx 4-2, 3-star, is just barely alive, kicking there with absolutely BIS.
Yeah, usually we're going to see that comp actually be able to get a 1st or 2nd place. Probably not going to happen this time.
Doesn't snipe the Jinx, does snipe the Kog'Maw, but yeah, I'm not even hyping this up. It's way too much of a power difference here. Volta now on a win streak, Tidal on a win streak. These are both players that, if I'm not mistaken, were in the top 8 for Set 9 Runeterra Reforged, showcasing their longevity and just their prowess as TFT players.
And while you said the previous fight was maybe not as high but more clear-cut, we're now getting a view of the 3 top boards, and I feel like from here on out, it could go a bunch of different ways. I'm really excited how these matches shake up after Drake.
Positioning is going to matter a lot, especially when you look at some of the, if you look at the melee with the Kassadin, you want to make sure that that's going to be able to get access to the back line, but you also want to watch these angles for the Xerath and the Varus.
I can't wait to see the matchup Volta against the title, because this could go either way based on the positioning. There might be a need to put the backlane units to the front to force the Briar to stay there, so she does not just hunt down that Xerath before he casts once, twice.
Ooh, that'll be interesting.
Is that a fairy emblem on Tidal?
You had to start low rolling at some point, maybe. Despite Necra's attempts at just never having Tidal stop.
Well, he also hasn't found Varus 3 just yet. Good news, nobody else is holding any either, so that dream is at least still alive.
I'm here for it.
Seeing the splits there from the Morgana, but they're just taken down too quickly. Look at this Briar. Look at just the entire Frost team. It looks like it's going to be too much to handle for Volta, I had to guess. And SDSC is just scouting these boards and thinking, what am I still doing here? Playing a Kassadin reroll, a fairly standard board, yes, with Infinity Forces, but these 2 other boards are just too scary.
Tidal was playing a Ghost, though, so maybe that does change something when we actually take a look at the real board strength, but I don't know. It's going to go any way.
David, this is your most played board. Don't you take in the spot third and you are just like, happy, let me go out and let's go next?
You would need 9 multi-striker, Smolder with Pyro Emblem and multi-striker emblem to try and do anything here, just for the entertainment value at least.
That's true, that's true. Rolls into Tidal's Ghost. It seems like on the opposite side. The real version is standing on the left side, so Tidal might be serving 2 losses to both of these players as we fight it out. I think for the multi-strikers, chances are incredibly slim, but it seems to be the same for Volta, and Tidal will take out SCSC.
We have to highlight the CSC play. He put down his main single target, Ashe plus the Kalista to the left, focused down the Briar. It was very smart play because the Briar jumped away, but that was just not enough. She's just so fat at this point.
And this setup from Volta, I think, just doesn't have enough time. We're seeing the Briar just zoom through the board, killing things in less than a second. The Archangel is almost useless because it doesn't even scale into 30 or 60 stacks at this point in time.
That Briar has the suspicious trench coat. There's going to be 3 of them.
Still only 6 Varuses as well.
I'm so sad.
There was a Varus in STSC's shop, but unfortunately
Don't
none
give her
in
hope,
titles.
Nick. Don't give her hope.
I don't think it's going to go past this point. I think Volta is getting knocked out at the end of this combat, and Title is going to take that victory lap.
That's the analysis I signed up for, Necra.
Yep, and as you say it, it's going to be Volta knocked out, and Title once more showcasing why he is a former champion winner.
I am so grateful for this game. This was incredibly entertaining. So many different variations of comps that we don't get to see as often with a vertical. Scholar from Volta from the very beginning, open forwarding, playing this very risky style, and finding, in Volta style, all the right options he needed.
Thank you, Alan.
I was going to say, you did this, huh?
I'm sorry.
Why didn't you join us yesterday?
I mean, guys, this usually does not happen, where we have usually 1, maybe 2 players high roll to that extent. But this was like 5, 6 players getting an absolutely insane spots.
We're seeing it here once more behind us. This lobby was crazy. You called it out during the game, saying that Wu Jing's that they hit as early as Balmyung did was only able to get a 4th place, I think tells you everything you need to know. And then you just look towards the top and you're like, what kind of monster am I looking at with Title's comp?
It's such a crazy game that Volta actually had 6 copies of Morgana also. So we could have seen...
We were this close,
We
Necra.
could have
We were
been
this
this close to seeing a 3-star Morgana or a 3-star Varus.
All I have to say, I think the definition of this game from Title and Volta is set 9 revival. I think they had the Earth Legend to get them the emblems they needed to get these game plans to fruition.
We needed Title just to play some Morgana himself, so Volta could print off that and cook something there.
There you go. That's how you do it. You just get the Bat Queen to snag a couple of copies, and then you get a chance to actually get that 3-star. What happens next, though? Where do we go from here? Because this was just peak.
2 more games, hopefully as entertaining as this. And looks like we have something as equally entertaining still on this round here.
So what you're seeing right now is the other lobby, and Gear might just run away with it and ruin everybody's pick'ems. On the opposite side, we're seeing a little bit of a Honeymancer board. Can Gear actually take down Ziyu at 27 HP? Still too much to lock it in just yet, but we're going to be keeping our eyes open. That is an insane matchup.
I'm going to say yes, because that Lilia not only has a suspicious trench coat, but she is going to survive long enough to become ascended with that talisman. This is insane.
This is not right. This is not right.
What the?
This is even crazier than what we just saw on broadcast between Title and Volta.
Level 10, 100 HP.
It's not 1, it's not 2, it's triple hero augment Lilia.
Yes, I was going to say. So horsepower normally does not look like this version of the Bastions.
Nope.
I've never seen something like this. And it looks like you might just take it. A little bit of reforging here, a little bit of moving on to try and see where you can juggle those items.
Oh,
of course,
the spike you needed.
Milio 2 also coming online here.
Fishbone's Milio 2. It's time, baby.
Mittens with mittens.
And the high rolls did not stop there. Look at this Poppy as well. Silvermere Dawn into Hole Crusher. We've seen some very low roll with the forges. I'm going to go ahead and say this is the most high roll what the forge setup we've seen and probably will see this entire tournament long.
Well, Gear is going to do it. I will lock myself into that. Only question is, will we see Lilia ascend one more time as she has made her way to the backline? Milio and Nora just supporting one little horsey and a dream as Gear absolutely dominates this lobby as well as the pick'ems. And if you said that a player would win with 100 HP, well then I have great news for you.
How long ago, or if at all, have we seen a perfect game at the Tacticians Crown?
We need to go to the esport historians in TFT because I don't recall one myself. My pick'ems are usually safe at the 70 HP mark. Unfortunately, not this set for me and I think 90% of our player base.
Wow.
I think I had 80 to 89.
That is insane.
So
These back-to-back games.
yeah.
What's in store for us for games?
I mean, I'm going to surprise you guys. I had 100 HP.
on the global stage.
Yes.
No way.
Yeah.
We need the receipts.
He
on this
actually
one.
did this. No, like so you actually made both of these games happen, is it? So you have more dock on speed dial? That's what's going on, Alan?
No, I'm gonna have a turtle.
You're gonna have a turtle. Okay.
Yes.
We're back to the turtle. I thought we made it. We were clear of it.
That's what we figured out at the end of this game. Well, let's walk backwards in time just to relive the glory that was this game. Because when we got a chance to actually take a look at what we were given for these players, we got high roll city.
And I think the setup was not the expected when you think that it's only one prismatic augment. The portal was not really, it's not, loot subscription, it's not really adding that chaos itself. But what we saw, as you mentioned, Alan, not just two high rolls, everyone in this lobby in stage 4 hit that next level of spike that is really a stage 6 spike almost.
It's really weird because if you are in a game like this, you kind of have this feeling of like, oh yeah, I'm high rolling, like this should be easy. And then you scout the other boards and you start thinking like, oh.
Yep.
And it's just like this really weird feeling of how do we play this from here on out?
I mean, put yourself in the position of Spencer.
Kubikson.
Yeah, they both just pick econ arguments and they hit as last person. Like, come on, like this cannot be legal.
I must imagine there was one phrase going through their head. What about me?
Yeah.
Would have liked a couple of points there, but unfortunately, we are going to see where this game has put those players. Spencer and Kubikson still going to sit on this bottom page, and I kind of wonder if the gap is going to get bigger from here.
50 already here. We're seeing an 11-point stretch, or a 9-point stretch rather, from 62nd to midfield, from the 9th to the 16th position. With only 2 games left, a lot of ground to make up for this bottom side of the standings, especially that gap between Araya and Spencer is already a 3-point gap. Looking at the top here, though, a lot closer to 9th place here. It's only YBY1 and Darkest making a bit more of a gap there.
We were thinking, though, even at the top of the day, taking a look at the total points that these players might need to hit in order to make the top 8, that it was going to be somewhere between 60 to 68. I don't think so. It's going to be way higher than that.
No, I still think 60 to 68 sounds about right. We do have an extra game. The old bar was about 62 points. That was the highest we ever had. And this could, of course, will surpass that. I just want to point out for my APAC boys in that last standings, all 3 of the players from APAC that qualified to the Tacticians Crown without needing to play the Golden Spatula are in the top 8. So that just proves how competitive our cup environment is.
And they earned it.
I mean, they had more time to practice.
Fair enough.
That's
Not
true.
playing the Golden Spatula means that you're able to sit there in your study group and hit the books, make sure you're going to be ready and prepped for the tournament. And we've seen a lot of players come into this environment and they do have their wits about them. They know so many different lines. A lot of the players we saw in that top page are players that on day number 1 played 6 completely different compositions.
Clement, I have to ask you, you watched this game from the sidelines. Can you even start to begin to explain not just why 2 players hit the caps that they hit, but every single player almost in that lobby?
So I was actually talking to Gangly about that. He was, annoying me about some Nyla stuff. But I
Sounds like
Gangly. Yeah, I was telling him, because you have players that really desperately need points and they need to catch up, they're going to slow the entire tempo lobby down. That opens you up to go for more high cap options. The Rakan Fairy line, a lot of them are going to be open forwarding. They're lose streaking early. So you don't have to reroll as aggressively. You can go for those max caps. And of course, a lot of it was luck. I think for players in this reroll meta, just recognizing hero augments and how common Ornn artifacts are in this set, with What the Forge coming back.
The sun,
exactly, is you can get those high combos that we saw.
What about that crazy perfect game? Did you watch that lobby? What was happening?
I just want to shout out Gear PYM because honestly, we did not expect him to be here in the top 8, and I don't think he expected to be here. He finished 10th in the Golden Spatula. We always pegged him as someone that just came in with really weird lines. He had super niche pocket picks, Warwick Lover coming in, and I think that throughout the tournament, we have just seen that he has this very keen sense of what angles are completely open to him. He's willing to play with spots that nobody's really thought before. But of course, in that game, it was just the best hero augment. Lilia as High Horse is just a hero augment you can play with 0 copies. That's just how strong it is.
I mean, on top of that, picking the What the Forge while playing Lilia, it can backfire so heavily because if you end up with some cutlass, with some fish bones, it can kinda backfire because we suddenly look at the unitemized Lilia high horsepower, but we've seen that was definitely not the case at this one.
These are the perfect, perfect artifacts. I don't know what else to call it.
I think from the way you described Gear, it seems like he's a player that knows how to break the game in some ways, how to find these combination of things that really elevate something like this augment or Lilia as a unit to that next level, and that was the case there. Perfect optimization, seemed like handpicked for, but not just the Lilia, but the Poppy as well looked pretty scary, and just to buy so much more time for the Ascension to proc as well.
Yeah, he does like a lot of these bruisers line. One of the weirdest lines we've seen was actually 2 tanky Karma Olaf, and I was like, what are you doing? And oh, wait a minute, did I leak some tech?
There was a tech from patch or 2 before, the Chrono Olaf to tanky tech. You play 4 Chrono, you play all the Chrono units to tanky, and then you slap in an Olaf. And that is an absolutely mayhem. If you put in another Olaf, that Olaf becomes absolutely a beast. Just drain tanking during the CC Chrono. Oh my, this is so disgusting.
So Gear is just ahead of his time. He's not weird at all. The problem is with us.
I think, Alan, you should prep with Gear next set. Let's
I don't have that good results. I do like to cook, but...
You can convince Gear, I'm sure.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I'm like speechless. I have no idea what we're going to see for this next game.
That's my only concern. How do we live up to what we just saw in this round 5? The stakes are obviously increasing, so that by itself, I think the narrative stakes for what all these players have worked for the entire set will help us get there. But in terms of gameplay and the comps we'll be seeing, this was absolute fireworks in this round 5.
I believe that to justify that amount of the high roll, we have to see that the same amount of the low roll next game.
No, Alan, no!
I mean...
This is not the balance we wanted.
I mean, it has to go somewhere. You can't get us that much and give nothing back. Like, come on.
So what do you think? I'll silver augment lobby?
More low roll.
No arguments at all.
Perfect.
No augments. Wait, I thought that portal was removed.
It was that great.
I'm just miming, sorry.
Unless, of course, Alan has the right speed though. Hopefully not. I think we want to see some portals still for this set 12 finale, and all in all, what is the craziest portal we can expect here?
Brave,
in terms of the stakes that we have
Brave.
between these players? Is it trainer golems, do you think?
Trainer golems. Has to be.
It's all good, well-known Golemic. Golemic is, of course, the golems with the emblems, but we call it in the EMA just Golemic with the proper emote, and it's just an absolutely, whenever we see it, we stand on it. And I believe the China region also is a big fan of that and loots up from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think when the point spread is higher, then you're definitely going to see crazier stuff. But looking at it so far, I just came up, so I didn't really see how the second scaling was. But how far apart are we from the cutoff?
9th place is still relatively close to everyone in the top 8, but then there is a really big gap from 9th to 16th. There's, I think, a 9-point gap there, even from Spencer to, I believe it was Araya. There's a 3-point gap around the bottom from around 13th to 16th. So there's a lot of room to make up. There are still 2 games left. We've seen when players of this level know, hey, I have to play for a first, we do see this happen quite often because they are playing that first-rate playstyle, and they can go for that back-to-back firsts.
I mean, we've seen the players when they fall behind and they really need to secure that first or second placement. They play first or 8th, which usually ends up being an 8th, but sometimes they actually pull off and they can make a back-to-back first, and make a miracles run.
And it has to come through 60 seconds right here because he actually just dropped 2 8th bombs so far. Hope the mental can hold on. We're going into lobby 12 here.
It's going to be game number 12 of day 2 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. Only 2 games left for our players to accumulate as many points as possible before we drop half. That is going to be a wild cutoff to finalize the day, and you're absolutely right. 62nd is among the bottom 8 right now, in danger of being eliminated alongside Araya and Bio.
I mean, if there is a player that can come back with the mental, it's 60 seconds, an absolutely dinosaur of the TFT competitive.
I love your compliments, Alan. Very, almost as creative as that last round we saw. I do want to mention both CN players actually in this lobby are on that chopping block when it comes to the standings. 49. Actually, no, just a second with 49. I thought it was 50 for Ziva for a second. I'm like, when did he start falling off? Because he's been the, I think, reference point for CN TFT for a while now, since his, I think, stellar debut back in Set 10 Remix Rumble. And all of a sudden, Alan continues to press buttons.
Wait.
One time.
There's a lot of players that are sitting on this, and it is the players that either like the chaos, like Zue,
Or need the chaos,
or need it. Yeah.
Are we going to see it happen? Is it time for yet another game
Come
of
on,
Trainer
Mort
Golem?
Dog.
Come on, Raya. Araya, so close.
Yes! It is.
Araya's favorite portal. He says, whenever this shows up, I'm going to stand on it. And he does so, even though when he's beyond. That is
Preserver Scholar. Poor Milk has to be happy he wasn't one of the players stepping on this portal. Can he make it to the point where you really start benefiting from these emblems is the big question.
Everybody is already going to do their scouting to see what golems everyone has got, and so we have to see what emblems everybody has hit.
Milk already gets at 2-1 the +1 scholar. I already feel it.
Okay, Alan, you've done enough. Thank you. You can stop now. You can even leave.
Here we go.
Let's take a look. Who's got the best high roll out of these golems right now? I'm seeing Warrior Multi-Striker from 62nd. That looks pretty good to me.
He really needs to hit it first, though. It is a strong, maybe, tempo option for stage 2 and 3, but how do you cap that out outside of just 9 multis, essentially?
I think Darkest has the hardest one.
Gear PYM also has multis pyros, which could make a little bit more sense with that multi-line as well.
I really like... Oh, go ahead.
If you are Darkest, you like as you mentioned, Nekra, it does look hard, but you have to just pick one that allows you to just nail it once you hit. So you either look for something +1 and try to go for the 8 Witchcraft, or you try to just go for the 6 Scholar, the default, if you do not find +1.
Really interesting thing here is 3 players with the Scholar's emblem. So it's going to be a tussle between them to figure out who actually gets to own the line. And we could see just another emblem being popped out here. I think that's going to be the real decider. Here we go.
Ooh. Encounter Crest option for Darkest. There is a Honeymancy emblem here for Milk if he wants it. Everyone else is looking for additional opportunities.
Worlds of War for Gear PYM, if he has a strong tempo setup for multis, could be very strong, kind of that snowballing gold that can end up giving you more value than just that gold augment normally would. Portal Crest for 62nd, I think he didn't have, he had the multis, right? So no portal for him could have been a possibility for the 10 portal early in level 9.
Two players did pick all that shimmers, and so we are looking at an opportunity here for them to maybe look to cap out a little bit higher when it comes down to the gold collection they're going to get.
That's an excellent point, because again, you want to accelerate your econ. The way to do it is a shimmer augment, and that allows you to not only make higher econ, but also generate the gold from the item you select. But you do need to get to level 8, level 9 ASAP.
Clement, is this the APAC tech? 8 Bastion Callista maybe coming in very, much later into the game here.
Someone call Gangli.
Yeah, you need 2 Bastions to play that line correctly.
There's
it actually
time.
caps out with Camille, but I think he's going in a different direction right here, more with the standard Bastion, I would say.
I do want to mention for Darkest specifically and their combination on the Trainer Golems. In day 1, Darkest played 2 games of Rise, 3.0 AVP, 1 game of Witchcraft, 3.0 AVP. So this is a line and a tree of units that they are very familiar with. For a game that has so much at stake, I imagine they have to be very happy to be, at the very least, in a comfortable line.
It kind of, well, I was going to say maybe looks like the Ahri Vanguards as a possibility, because you're not picking up the Poppies, which would have helped you lean into something like the Witchcraft, but you are going to be able to roll for those really cheap 1-cost Vanguards.
I think Darkest at this point is just mentally locked in to play Rise at this point. And in his mind, in their mind, he's not gonna be playing just the Witchcraft, because how stronger is the Rise? They didn't find the +1 for the Witchcraft, so Rise is the default.
Did get lucky rolls right there. The Warwick actually clogging out 2 extra gold in this round. Meanwhile, I do want to mention Araya. He is slamming all of his items just to keep that Sugarcraft line potentially alive.
And Midfeed as well. One of the players that has been prepping and playing a lot alongside YBY over in the APAC region. He's on a perfect synergy category 5 alongside a Frost Emblem and Hunter Emblem on the Trainer Golem. So it is hard to find synergy between your Golem and your first augment. This is one of the cases where it has been working out.
This is gonna be the classic 5 Frost, 4 Hunter. Oh no, sorry, 6 Hunter, 5 Frost. Actually.
I was gonna say 4 Hunter. You might
No,
need to
Swain-
up the number a little bit more. We're at game 6 of the global championship, Alan.
Might be Swain reroll to just instead of the Wukong, if the Wukong would be contested perhaps, to get that more Frost up and make that gigantic Olaf just cruising through the whole board.
That would be awesome to see. I'm here for it.
Wouldn't feel as good as titled Frost game though. It would feel
Yeah, okay,
even if you win, they'd be like, well, is this really the same as titled game?
What about Olaf Free then?
Okay, now you're
take it.
convincing me, Alan.
That's my
Now
man.
we're talking. Especially for Necra.
Exactly.
Coming in, we still have Gear PYM and Araya with 100 streaks. The last 2 players here, so we'll see if there's any big items. Ooh, a lot of Frost 3 costs here.
Oh,
mid feed.
The first Swain of many, Alan.
Yep. 1 out of 9.
It is.
Here we go, baby.
It is going to be a potential Warmogs as well, if that is the commitment.
We'll see how many players opt to tailor on 3-1 for the +1 potentially augments. Suck their 3-1 round just to have a better augment selection.
Will be a bow for mid-feed instead, which I think makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you're trying to play for, category 5. You're trying to play for potentially a Rage Blade if you're playing for the Jinx as well.
And in we go for Milksport. First time we're going to take a look here. I think his line I think is the most solid position out of any of the scholars. So I'm pretty sure that the rest of the scholars are probably going to turn away from the scholar line at some
Scholars? Point. You mean Ezreal Reroll, no?
I prefer scholars. Don't give me the JOC PTSD.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, we've
No,
seen
it's
the
no way.
Tana Ezreal on the bench for a bit. There was a Huey consideration.
Keep talking, Alan.
there was a consideration.
We're on the big stage. You need stage diver Ezreal, right? It's thematically appropriate.
No. Okay, Darkest is going to do a little bit of board development. Did end up actually picking up those copies of Poppy, places the Zoe in as well, so you are going to be able to get some Witchcraft synergy. But where do you go from there? I think what's really tough is that Darkest is going to have to actually preserve a ton of HP to be able to hit the Rise board.
And the Rise will be so contested at this lobby.
And like you mentioned, Clement, for maybe a potential answer to why we saw so much of those high roll positions in Game 5, I think this lobby equally will have very low tempo. Usually with Trainer Golems, the biggest upside is the fact that you can play for these incredibly strong verticals. And when that happens, of course, no one's re-rolling, no one's using any of their goals for anything other than leveling up to fit all these units to hit that 8 or that +9. And we'll see that'll be the case, I think, also in this Game 6.
Also checking Zyr's board first time around. He's just trying to tempo it out, but has lost most of his round and broke his loss streak. So I think the most important thing here is, can those 2 win streakers keep themselves alive? Gear?
So can we figure out who is the biggest loser of the Golemic?
Oh.
Why such a pessimistic view, Alan? Let's look at the biggest winner.
I mean, it's just the hate watcher is coming out of me. I'm sorry.
I can tell.
Hate watching is great.
I kind of think that it's Bio, as much as I hate to say that. Bio has Honeymancer, Blaster, Scholar.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
No
maybe
mage
6
plus
scholars.
Yeah, but you're so contested.
Another one?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you are in doubt, just roll Rise.
Contested.
I mean, +1 Honey is an option. Maybe he'll go towards that. 7 Honey is definitely a solid option.
Araya is already playing on Honeymancy though, but has the Sugarcraft emblem, so I don't know.
Gear PYM actually able to get this full win streak without even utilizing the multi-striker. I really like what he did here with the tempo, just going for the Thornmail solo tank, very strong item in stage 2.
And this is just, a strong with upgrades Ahri setup, and with a Portal +1, you can just fit the Jace and have one of the strongest openers in stage 2 in terms of traits across the entire set with Portal.
I want to highlight the positioning here during the PvP. We have that concentration of the Zoe, Poppy, Jace, a strong single target with Witchcraft appliance from the Zoe, and it allows you to snowball from one unit to another from that curse. And the Witchcraft too is one of the strongest early traits.
Reduction of HP. I do tend to feel like what we've seen in APAC is if you have the witchcraft emblem on the dummy, it's very hard to kind of cap out with your traditional witchcraft board. You can't spread the curses as easily.
Seeing a bit of a roll down now for one of the few heavy rerollers in this lobby because of the mage +1. Really doesn't let you go anywhere else.
Items are pretty solid. We can make a JG, we can make Guardbreaker, and that's exactly what we're gonna see. Very good items. And it's just now a matter of hitting.
Yeah. You have the Thieves' Gloves too from the Sleight of Hand, so that's definitely just a nice extra bit of items that maybe other people are going to end up lacking. Great for the front line.
You see for midfield the solid Krug round as well, finishing off that triple item Twitch, which I think won't be Twitch for very long. Ideally, we'll see at some point also a bit of a roll down.
Really nice augment combination here. The traits there, he has the 2 Vanguards, and here is the big moment where Gear PYM finally loses, no multi-striker yet. Will they get the +2?
Ooh.
Gonna be prismatic.
Maybe someone with the Forge action as well. +1s.
Darkest finds another witchcraft. That's 8 witchcraft.
Okay, so that could actually be really good. The vertical witchcraft can be very strong, especially if you can put that emblem onto a Rise or a Gwen.
Rise with Scholar, I think, it makes the most sense in that case.
Yeah, but that's another player to just contest the Rise. Look
That's
at that.
True. There's going to be a lot of contestation in this lobby. I think there's 4 people that could genuinely actually play the
Gear
Rise.
PYM, last roll into What the Forge. Does he have a spot for it? He has a multi-striker set up.
He goes
for it. Does he follow in the footsteps that he himself cemented in the last game? That's the big question.
Does he get the Zanyas? That's the best one.
We do see Death Defiance, I believe, there as well.
Yeah.
There is.
Zanyas as well.
Oh my God.
So much survivability.
That is wild.
Another handpick What the Forge, it seems like, for Gear PYM.
How do you guys feel about splitting Zonya and Trenchcoat? This is the strongest item combination in the game, and splitting those 2 items apart just seems so odd to me.
There's a remover on the bench. There's thankfully a new update in TFT. You get a lot of removers throughout the game. You can, min-max as you move along, as you find the right upgrades for these units.
Okay, so you just want to give some chance to your opponent during stage 3.
Exactly.
And perhaps bully them stage 4. I see.
2 wins in a row with this setup. People might start getting suspicious of how he's able to set up just the perfect situation there with the Forge. I mean, what a setup. We've seen so many low rolls this tournament. I have to say, finally, we get these players taking risks and finding these high rolls.
It's not a perfect game, though. We have avoided a second perfect game in a row.
We're setting the bar too high, Necro. This is game 6 of the Global Championship.
I mean, as one could say, there's just no justice. The high rolling keeps high rolling.
I just saw Volta avoid title for 8 rounds straight, and I believe in what you say, Alvin. This is a tough spot for 60 seconds. Doesn't have that many copies for actually going into the reroll Eldritch line, but has already basically cemented his path with the Prismatic.
I was going to hype up the early Varus from BO, but the Nyla, which Gang would be very happy to see, took very quick care of
he actually
Varus
thinks that this one doesn't count. It has to be his version.
I got it.
Yeah, I've heard something about IE.
It has to be a hand of justice over the Bloodthirster. Otherwise, great items for Gangly Warriors.
We've seen the Milk pick up the invested that would allow him to push to that level 9, and like we know how Scholars needs to hit that Milo to find that 6 Scholar spike, because without that the comp is kind of lackluster.
Midfeed picks up an Olaf from this carousel, the exact unit he needed to hit that next spike.
1 out of 9.
He doesn't need all 9 to win. Come on.
But we want to see it. It's for the drama, Clement.
True. I do want to see Gear with his 2 tanky tech maybe someday. You get the Olaf 3 and another Olaf for it.
That's an interesting Warwick itemization. That's very rare.
There's some units in the game, like we saw in past sets with Darius and a few others, that you can just throw any items on. They'll do some work in stage 3 at the very least.
This Warwick probably has a lot of stacks, and he's also a pretty lucky Warwick. Oh, well, never mind. Instantly sold it. I think
Should have talked about it.
I wanted one more round of the Wolfie boy.
Not to be...
6 Witchcraft already. This does give him the HP curse here, so 6 HP gone from the front line.
Items for the Rise as well already set up.
How do you guys like more the Witchcraft emblem over the Sterak for Gwen? It should be a bit stronger, and Sterak on the Rumble instead.
Yeah, I could see that.
It's not like this Gwen will last long with those items. It's surely gonna be just eventually removed and move towards...
Good loss, though, for Darkest. A lot of HP to work with. Overall, no one really went full open for it. No one's really in that position where you have this, 30 HP to work with that we saw so often across the first 2 games today.
The problem is the players are kind of poor because how the cracks were reached in the items, given you cannot get both, you cannot have a cookie and eat a cookie. So like players will struggle to push that level to hit their vertical lines, which is exactly what you want on the golem side. And we see where the milk picked up the invested, which will get him far ahead of the lobby if he hits.
Milk, cookies. I like the analogy down.
You got it.
Aside from that, I think the +2s, because they don't have to level, are going to be in a very strong position. And those are going to be Araya with the double Bastion and Darkest with the 8 Witchcraft coming online once he finds that Morgana.
What do you think about the spot from the CN player from Zuet Clement? Do you feel like he's a little bit behind tempo in terms of hitting the Soraka 3, hitting the Seraphine 3?
Yeah, I don't find him in a particularly comfortable spot at this point, but he actually did win a lot of his stage 3s.
I think the augment, a lot of immediate power with these items coming in for the tank.
Remember, it's a low econ game. So like you're not gonna this is not necessarily behind the tempo.
Low econ game, meanwhile BO 90 gold level 7. I think his augments might have a little bit to do with it though.
I mean, we have invested plus shimmer scale.
It was just the perfect timing, Alan. I'm sorry.
I know, but look at the augment combination. He double dips on invested, gaining extra econ from having 70 gold from the shimmer augment on top of the saving rolls is just looking so juicy.
Where does he find the power later though is my question.
Briar 3.
Okay.
Briar 3? Oh, that's where all the...
unanswered to the question. Thank you, Alan.
I mean, you gotta hit something. Come on.
Play 2. That's the hit. For now.
I mean, if that suddenly there's some Ezreal 2 here, the board would be looking... also, there is Ezreal 2, and we have itemized the Varus instead, which is... Oh, there you go. Fixed.
Seems like players, the moment you guys mention something, they make sure to correct on the board. Perfect timing all around. Last few rolls here for BO before this fight starts off. And last few rolls for most players, of course. 4-1, a pretty common spike ground for most competitors, trying to stay healthy, trying to keep up with the tempo of the lobby in general.
Speaking about being behind the tempo, we see already Soraka free, Seraphine free. We see pretty solid itemization because we do not see extra tank items, we see only offensive drops. So that Impenetrable Bulwark selection on 3-2 was absolutely excellent.
That does keep him alive right here for a long time, and it just runs over Milk, who's actually still holding on to basically the mage line until he can find that Rise, and this is where we're going to see the Rise sweepstakes really start. Another gold one, potential for a +2s.
And with What the Forge, GearPYM is going into the vertical portal as his game plan, and that's another Rise player added into the mix.
I mean, everybody Rise, hop on the board.
Looks like it's Martyr for a few players for Zue here as well.
Dark is going for the reinforcements actually for his augment, so he knows what the game is.
He knows what the low roll potential can be in the setup right now across these 8 players.
It can be extremely punishing when you see all those good frontliners and you just can't pick them up because you are tunneled on the Rise, rightfully.
And it makes sense because Darkest does not need a first place. They're in a very comfortable position currently in the standings. They just need a consistent result here.
Milk rolled a bit just to stabilize, get some frontline, get 1 Rise, and from now on, we see, oh my god.
$6 online, 3 preserver, level 8, 50 gold to work with.
Where did this come
Where
from?
did this smaller one? Yeah.
On the right side is a Xerath. Can the Rise knock out the Xerath in time before the Xerath has too much damage? Still Shen tanking a lot here. Xerath does get 1 cast off at the very least, but the Archangels continues to stack. This Rise gets a little bit scarier, as does the Ascension though.
What a setup. It's gonna be, it's not 8 Bastion quite yet, but once we...
Rise cast doesn't come out in time.
Oh my god, this is so big. Partial Ascension, no, sorry, the Ascension, not partial one, the full one. on top of playing the Bastion, the Seraph will be absolutely menace at the end game.
I do feel like the plus
Little
two
buddies. A great setup for Portal as well. One singular ride has been found here for Gear PYM. Still in a win streak though.
Question here is who is actually going to carry those offensive items to kind of keep him afloat now that the Rise 2 is going to be pretty much out of reach for now.
Might be Diana in the future if that's picked up for the 5 costs.
Ezreal
3.
The Ezreal and Hui 3. However, the front line looks a bit lackluster.
Does have the 6 blaster in already, so this first cast from Ezreal is going to be huge. Actually doesn't hit any backliner.
I mean, it's not about backliner. We see this Nyla trying to work through this Mordekaiser. It's just this Mordekaiser.
Oh, Syndra. Oh, never mind. Syndra gets deleted by the Ezreal, the gold collector. Execute coming in clutch there.
Kind of a strangle for 60, just doing that. Actually, Nyla reroll and being unable to hit because Lob B does not reroll, which does not help him hit because again...
There's a rise on the carousel. Alert. There's a rise on the carousel.
With a bow.
With a bow. Milk. It's getting further and further away. Run, Milk, run.
Oh,
yeah.
Showing off his athletic ability, picking up the Rise in time. One of the most contested units, weirdly enough, in this game 6. We talk about Rise being one of these flex comps that maybe you have one player playing in each of these lobbies, but the conditions with Trainer Golems have opened up, have set up for 3, maybe 4 players to try to angle Rise in this game.
3 Scholar and one of those Portal players being Gear PYM. Let's take a look at 62nd. He finally found a Syndra 3. I haven't seen this line being played from a spot where it's full loss streak, so I think he had a really rough time getting this online.
It has been played before in the tournament. We heard Kenobi talking about Black Sheep getting that 1 win on the very first day off of an Eldritch reroll similar to this.
I think the problem here is the front line is a bit lacking and we have itemized the Nyla while she's not having too many of the warriors. Just 2 warriors is not quite enough. We do, however, have the 7 Eldritch with a pit-up, which is a great combination with the bear himself, but that's just not quite enough. That Syndra needs to put a lot work to go through.
Watch the Nyla. No Zhonya's to help out these mages once Nyla gets onto them. Can she do enough? Takes down the Xerath. The bear also coming in clutch. It's down to just the Seraphine now with a big diagonal ult, but not enough. The Nyla proving you wrong for at least 1 round out, and we'll see how much longer.
She does not have Hodge, so like it clearly cannot be played right.
I get that reference.
I hope all our viewers do after these 2 days.
Oh, Vanilla 3! That's a big hit.
Do you change your mind? Do you change your opinion now, Alan? Is she enough?
I should have asked Gangley. I was back there.
Yeah, missed out.
I did miss out on an opportunity,
Need our
actually.
field reporter to go.
Wait a minute. I'm going to get the details. Don't you worry. I'm on the case.
We see all the players trying to reroll, but they are struggling to hit because, again, there is too many players going for that fast 8, even fast 9 type of the comps, while not helping out each other while hitting. So we see here the struggle on hitting, just being one of Jinx, mixing up those units together so they're harder to spot, so players are not gonna hold them.
Already 8 Portal here for Gear PYM, but struggling to find the rises. Only 1 here.
I do think I really, like the game plan decision from Gear PYM. He had 90 HP to work with. He said, why would I drag myself down into the mud and roll on level 8 for a Rise 2 upgrade when there's so many players playing for Rise, when I can instead take my hands off the keyboard, play as if I had picked up AFK on 4-2, go level 9, find maybe Diana for those melee items, the melee artifacts, and then find the Rise later in the game.
So when we mentioned the combination of the Trenchcoat and Zhonya during stage 3, so Gear PYM is still giving the chance to the lobby while not putting them together when they're gonna get online, because it's such a nice combo on top of the Dev Dance. My god, the damage reduction that kicks in, the Zhonya nullifies the stacks. It's just so nice to see.
Marcus, not quite on 8 Witchcraft just yet. Clement, do you think they're going to be able to match the strength of this lobby once they do hit that? You mentioned, it has the Emblem on the bench here actually.
It is 8
You mentioned the Golem losing out on some of the power of 8 Witchcraft. Is it strong enough, already being one of the relatively weaker top verticals?
Well, I think you don't have it on someone like Karma or Rise that has that backline AoE potential. It does hurt you a little bit, but of course removers are plentiful this patch, and he does have the extra one, now handing it over to the Rise.
It's a 4 Scholar, 8 Witchcraft.
There's a Fiora so big. Both carries now upgraded. Is
Zoe
this gonna be
included.
enough? Is this going to be enough is the question.
Milk with his Rise 2 as well. Ooh.
No Cat Necra.
Ooh, Tremors, though. That was a really nice way to be able to just give you a little bit of early combat power.
The Battle of the Rises here. EMEA versus America's Darkest versus Milk. The Fiora doing a lot. Can she buy enough time for the next Rise cast to come through? Doesn't need to. Big win for Darkest.
We see that the Rise with those absolutely big items, just multiplying the crit through the raw AP power on top of the Witchcraft true damage. This Rise just absolutely mayhem across the whole board.
It's going to be wild, too. I think the Guardbreaker makes that damage really impactful as well. So we'll see if Darkest can keep on winning. On the flip side of things, 62nd is in such dire territory. 14 HP, 49 points in the standings, all the way at the bottom.
He needs to sell pivotal fights. I think he needs to make it to 8 here before he gets eliminated.
Gets the Arcana in, and I don't think his Syndra actually has that many stacks because it was the Bruiser item start for Neela.
We've seen the double adaptive there, GS providing some attack speed, so it should be like 60, maybe 90, and for that stage should be good enough with that Nyla carry, draining, tanking, doing that massive DPS. Just look at her.
Oh. Going up against Gear that doesn't have good single target damage here on the composition, but the backline does find the Syndra.
God did in fact find the Syndra very quickly.
Can this Nyla clutch up?
Oh.
Up against the Ride. I think the Zanya has not proc just yet. The Ride is buying some time. The Golem is distracting.
What?
Can the Nyla clutch up? She does. Rise taken down. 62nd. The 8 p.m. God from CN still very much alive and fighting for his life. Needs to go for maybe just a first in this lobby to stay up to par with the rest of the standings.
PYM went fast 9 and he actually missed. There is still Rise 1 and there is not gonna be Rise 2. Let's face it, Darkest, Milk, they are both already sitting on their pair and he has to figure out what could be the different carry with those items. Probably some sort of Xerath.
Xerath could work. I think Xerath could definitely work, but you also have Xerath that's out of the pool right now with Araya.
The APAC tech is online. 8 Bastion has arrived for Araya. This time it's the invincible Xerath, I think you call it, Clement?
Yeah, that's how I categorize it. It's very difficult to kill, and if you're wondering, you can actually swap the Xerath 1 in over something like the Rise 2 or even Callista 2 in most boards.
Don't you prefer to just move the Bastion to different unit and put a guard breaker on this Xerath instead so he actually does damage?
Yeah, later on, I think.
Close.
And this is the contrast. In specifically Game 6 yesterday, we saw Ironbog playing the 8 Bastion Callista version from APAC. Now we see another APAC player in Game 6 also going in for the AP variant. Another Witchcraft emblem potentially for Darkest. Yes, thank you very much. I will pick that up.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be seeing probably some Casio go away and try to fit in another nice preserver.
Okay, it's Jinx 3 already. Thankfully for midfeed, we're on 5-4. He ran very excitedly towards the Jinx. I thought maybe that was the last one.
That was a Tinny Titans effect, so does seem very enthusiastic.
Is 60 strong enough to win out if he hits? But what would he need to hit? Nami 2, Ash 3? That's not even good enough.
Almost feels like the best is Tom Kench right now.
But everything is so expensive. Everything is just so expensive, so I feel like that's going to be a very tough ask. 62nd looks like they might be staring down the barrel of going 8th in this game. Not good.
For Gear PYM, I imagine he has to be scouting Darkest and Milk every round, seeing if maybe they get eliminated first. These Rises go back into the pool. He can find a way to get some gold and finally find the Rise to upgrade.
Milk's still sitting 5th in HP, so waiting for those Rises to come back is going to be very difficult. He's banking on the Fiora for the most part. He does get it.
62nd versus BO.
That's a very
just the Mordekaiser, but it's enough. The Syndra taken down. BO now taken down to 1 life as well.
And BO had hit everything. BO hit the Ezreal 3, the Hui 3, just missing out on that Mordekaiser, but that Mordekaiser is heavily contested because you do have that Eldritch comp.
problem here is Giru went for the Gira contested line, which is the Tariq Rice combination. And like we can see the struggle of when you go to fast 9 for the 4 costs, and those 4 costs are heavily contested, then you find yourself with just like no upgrades, and the bleed out begins.
Girk is still going to top 4 though. Feasibly looking at the HP totals in this lobby, you have Bio, ZUA, and 60second that could all get eliminated here. But for these players, of course, they hope that that's not going to be the case.
Bio with just 1 life here has to go into 6 hunters with mid feed. This is going to be very difficult. Doesn't even get the first kill towards the back line.
Also, there's a very big pickup for the Araya.
The Ezreal ult, it's enough. Bio so happy to see it happen, screaming out of joy, gets the win against midfeed. Midfeed now taken down just a tiny bit. The Invisible Xerath gets the cast off. Does he kill off the rest of the units? He does. Bad news for CN, bad news for ZUA. Eliminated in what could be 8th place. 60second still alive here.
I mean, Bio is going to be celebrating that one, sees 1 elimination, and is just so happy to be able to squeak out another point.
For Gear PYM as well, Darkest and Milk now both taken down to 1 life. He's like, come on, just 1 more round.
HP is so
Gear is
close.
really hoping for their downfall, getting those units back to the pool.
Mook even has another Rise in his shop.
And it's so cool to see one of these Wandering Trainer lobbies where there's no one running away with it. I think that's the big thing. Like last one, crazy stuff all across the board. This time around, no one over 40 HP going into stage 6.
Day 1 as well, Hanqing versus Kubikson just completely running over that lobby.
I prefer these lobbies.
I mean, unironically, the Bastion doing the best, just hitting that 1 Xerath to stabilize, now finding the Milo to just pour those items in, because we have so much tankiness that Milo has an infinite time to spread out the items.
Ooh,
Minor
Milk doesn't have
upgrade.
enough gold for the Rakan.
Not the most important thing. Obviously, you are kind of sacrificing the Rakan here anyway.
Yeah, but
Facing off against the Bastion comp for Milk. Milk might be in trouble. Darkest as well facing off against Bio. One of these 2 players will be eliminated after this fight.
It actually doesn't have an invincible Xerath, so there's a chance that the Rise could just pick off the Xerath maybe?
The Ezreal ult here will be so big. Can the Rise clean up in time? Oh my god, what a clutch win for Darkest. Disappointment on Bio's face. Understanding it was a 1v1 in the end. Just 1 more Ezreal ult with the execute on Gold Collector would have been enough.
Missing that Mordekaiser was brutal for Bio.
just 1 copy away. I think the Tremors, though, certainly helping out for Darkest to be able to get that win.
And Milk as well.
Wow.
Unfortunately, with the setup that Milk had early on, we remember the gold, level 8, 50 gold, 6 Scholar, 3 Preserver, and yet with a lobby like this, 7th place.
This is absolutely crazy, but you can see here, even if you hit, you need to make sure when you hit, you are actually gonna be the strongest. And the problem is, on the golems, you never guarantee that.
We have 3 players that are also looking at potentially being eliminated. Darkest, Midfeed, and 60second, all with very low HP.
Midfeed does find a good target on this side of the Bastion, so he's going to get the AD very early on. So if he can actually punch through anything.
Man, the Hunters look so lackluster at this point.
Look at the Fiora with the Suspicious Trenchcoat onto Darkest's Rise, and that's going to be it. A just massive win from Gear PYM. What the Forge. So impactful in that fight.
Double
Midfeed stays alive as well. A big win for the Hunter board.
Yes, that is double suspicious.
Yeah.
I think Darkest.
You are looking at that correctly.
The top 4 for
Clement.
Darkest, I think, yeah. We saw the fist bump there from the Turkish player. I have to imagine that was a HP win there, just barely sneaking out over 60second. Clement, 60second now on, he was on 49 points. With this 5th play, it's going to be very hard to claw back up.
You know, I'm mainly an APAC representative. I can accept this result so far.
3 APAC in the top 3. We've seen this story so many times already on the global stage across these 2 days. And Araya especially, I think, treating us to one of the unique comps, the 8 Bastion setup. So fun to see, you know, the choice of a backline carry that can just take over once you have so much frontline.
Yeah, absolutely. The backline carry can be so diverse. You don't have to lock in on the specific one. You can play Xerath, you can play Kalista, you can play Rise. There are so many options just based on what you hit. If it's either AP or AD items.
Oh, just so much power from the Radiant items being given out right here. It's kind of interesting that Yeah, it has a Radiant on the Taric. Wonder where that came from. Probably a Charm.
Probably from 10 Portal.
Does he have 10 Portal already? Oh, I'm sorry, he does already. I'm sorry. Where did he get 10 Portal? Okay.
He picked up an emblem from a carousel, but I did not put two and two together that had actually done enough to actually get the 10 Portal online.
And Little Buddies as well is just absolutely insane when you're fitting all these trait balls.
We were
to your board.
doubting the angling towards the Rise Taric when they were already hit, but Gear knew all the way.
You're telling me the 100 HP player knew once to get on what the Ford's insane setup. Both of these boards are just really insane. I think for Gear it's that next level where you almost can't believe how strong they've gotten throughout this stage 5 and 6.
It does seem very Gear favored at this point. The Radiant items coming out, the extra golems, it's just too many units to kill. He could fight him even going into Ascension.
Even the Fiora, once she splits, she can be a menace onto the Xerath earlier into the fight than expected.
We have to remember about the 10 Portal RNG, because there can be often a low roll where we don't get the Radiant items, which is by far the most powerful effect. If it's just gonna be continuously going bombs, it's not gonna be that good enough, but we see this an absolutely mayhem from the 10 Portal.
It
oh my
is just
god, there's so many units!
total domination.
He has more units than he started off with by the end of that. It's just ridiculous.
This could be like a critical thinking challenge for TFT players. How can you end the fight
with more units than you started with?
Playing against a really strong combo as well. 8 Bash and Xerath is no slouch.
Clement, tell me, do you just need to pick up what the Forge and you're like just winning like Gear, like back-to-back games? This is all what it takes?
I think so.
Pick the prismatic.
We
You're
need to add a
good.
disclaimer for our viewers before they start queuing up ranked and the results are not quite what expected.
All right, well, it's going to be one final combat to seal the deal here for Gear PYM. I do not think that there's anything that Araya can do in this situation to delay the inevitable.
Oh my, Radiant items right away, just block it in. Oh, this is so disgusting. Look at this Fiora, she just goes in. She's not even split yet.
Soak it in. Everybody just soak it in.
Yep.
This is just...
4 Bastions goes down nearly immediately, exposing the entire backline, and that's it.
Wow.
Back-to-back wins.
You mentioned you like the golems when it's a bit closer. Turned out that the moment you said that, one player started running away with the game. Back-to-back wins from Gear PYM, really catching on fire for the finale of this day 2. And both of those wins coming off of the same prismatic augment.
What the Forge?
That's just so crazy for this player because he's actually been playing a lot, competing since set 8. And this time we were asking him, can you do an interview with us? We want to make sure what your thoughts about Tactician's Crown. He said, I'm not thinking about it. I'm thinking about midterms next week. And then he was notified. No, you're actually going. So we actually had to all get together and convince him, school is important, but Tactician's Crown, man, you got to come. And he finally listened.
Did he actually prep properly for the Tactician Crown?
Did you not see this? He's a student of the game. Come on.
I mean...
Come on. Did you see what the Forge is?
I did see that. I'm just curious if he had time to prepare.
So we actually needed to wait for the rule changes from Riot because there wasn't a clear goal on who the AVP winner was going to be since all 8 players in our finals were already into Tactician's Crown. So it took a day. He went back to studying and then he was notified. Actually, no, come back in.
Oh my.
Wow, I mean, you can see it on his face. After he even won, he's like, stone cold. Another day in the office. I don't know what to tell you.
Beast performance.
Absolute beast mode. Holy cow. 2 back-to-back first places for Gear PYM, going to catapult himself to the top of the standings with that one. And it was just a race to second place after that.
What a game as well. Like, we had such a cool and fun games back-to-back.
Alan, you are good luck charm.
You really are good
We have
luck.
to bring you onto the
What did I tell you
more
before the game?
Round 5 and 6 were absolutely insane.
What did I tell you before the game? Golemic time.
I mean,
You're
really,
right.
you did exactly predict both of those games, almost exactly what happened.
Man.
Someone's got to nerf Alan over here. I don't know.
Or what the Forge. But what a setup. I mean, all in all, I think this is so important for Gear PYM and his confidence. I'm not gonna say he's locked in for top 8, but I imagine close to it. And the inertia you have from these last 3 games, 2 wins in those 3 games, maybe another waiting for us in this next round. He has to be one of the players to look out for sure for that day 3.
Yeah, 66 points already by my
crazy.
count. So
I mean, it gives you so much confidence, though, being able to go for those high variance lines and hit. You're like, okay, I can keep doing that. I'm not going to change anything if it's not broken.
I do want to ask, like, Alan and you, like, what's your favorite coming out of What the Forge? You know, I'm always looking at that Zanya, the Suspicious, but what's the most crazy combo you have?
Fanta already knows my favorite. It's a Swain tech.
Oh, it's a Swain? Can you give it
it's
to
a
us?
French tech. All you need is a Talisman of Ascension and ideally Locket or Zonia. If you pull them all three together, you win. Swain 2 is usually good enough until stage 5, 6, but once you hit Swain 3, this is like 40k HP Swain we are talking about, and he just keeps ramping. If you add on top of it like some Ascension so he gets more damage, or like Joel Lotus, so he actually scans infinite crit damage because you already cap on the crit chance. It's such a cool comp. 6 shifter, nothing crazy.
I hope we get to see it this time around. I feel like he really likes Swain. He's been harping about Swain both games.
I'm going to keep it lower to the ground as a caster and enjoyer. I'll keep it simple, you know, Wits End. I'll take a Sniper Focus RFC combo. Nyla Build Water coming back in set 12.
I'm sorry, that's bad.
Not
please. Kassadin artifacts.
You didn't ask me, but I would say Suspicious Trenchcoat. It's a good item.
It is.
Clement is so...
And you're a little suspicious too, Nekra, asking for 3-star forecast every game.
I want the excitement.
We're saving it for game number 7.
Oh, you're saving it for game number 7, or we're saving it for the final lobby. Who knows? But before we get into our final game of the day, we do have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. And for that, we're going to send it over to Gangling Crowan.
All right, thank you so much, Nekra. And actually, thank you for the perfect segue, because we are going to be talking about the most suspicious trench coat of all, featuring a 9 Frost game that we got to see played by Tidal. So, Crow, why don't you set us up?
Absolutely. Tidal is a player who knows how to win games, right? Did it in 4 in Ruterra Forge to become the champion. And take a look at this line here, right? Ever since 2-1, Tidal got flexible, and that's an augment that can, you know, really just go a whole myriad of ways. Gets Frost on 2-1, right? Eventually it found its way onto the Varus, but on 4-2, crucially found another Frost emblem. Now, I think Tidal was thinking about 7 Frost, that's decent, we're in top 4, but we can go even further. We can get 9 Frost online. And Gangly, in this fight, it goes all sorts of ways.
All right, so when you're playing Frost, general idea is you want to kill the first unit as soon as possible. You see right off the bat, we're front-loading all of our damage on one side of the board. Everything is hitting this one side of the opponent's front line. But here is where it gets exciting, okay? I'm going to let this play out. Now take a look. We see the Briar and the Olaf going on that front line, but what did we just see? This Morgana on the enemy front line did not die. Suspicious Trenchcoat pops, and once a Suspicious Trenchcoat pops, the 9 Frost Ice Soldier takes its place. So you don't actually need to kill the unit in order to get that first Ice Soldier. Now, I'm going to let it play out, because honestly, it speaks for itself. That Ice Soldier goes and boom! Everything explodes. The fight is over, and we see exactly, Tidal did not even need to kill a single unit in order to win the fight, because the Ice Soldier did it for him.
And the moral of the story is, if you want to counter Suspicious Trenchcoat, just go 9 Frost, right? Easy.
That's right, just take it in. All right, back to you, Nekra.
Thank you so much, Galen Crowan. What do you guys think of that, huh? Counter Suspicious Trenchcoat by going Frost. Steal the units yourself.
I mean, you can counter the counter. You can go like Martyr.
Here we go again.
Yeah, you can just go some
We need
Martyr.
a second segment.
Oh, yeah.
Avenge the Fallen, the augments that proc on death, so even the units don't die, you still get the benefit for them full board just from the trench coat popping. Because again, the trench coat makes the unit actually die as like a coded way.
I love that Trenchcoat has added so many possibilities in terms of all these different combinations and theory crafting. I think it's something that TFT kind of sorely missed in terms of finding these wacky combos that when you start thinking about it, makes so much sense.
I feel like more things need to be like Trenchcoat. Once you get a taste of it, you can kind of move that way. The thing about Trenchcoat being too strong is only Trenchcoat gets all the fun combos.
I don't know.
We could talk about that.
Maybe if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Or if this case, if it's broken, you have to play it, I think is the moral of the story that I'm getting from the tactical breakdown. But Alan, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. It's been such a pleasure to have you. I hope we get a chance to do it again. What are your final thoughts?
Absolutely love the games. I think that was a peak content for me from so far these 2 days, and I just hope to join more often, and thank you guys.
I think it was
really
peak
blessed
content
it.
for all of us, Alan. I think
Yeah.
it's pretty safe to say that after these last 2 games.
That has been amazing. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at those standings now to see where our players are with only 1 game left. This is for all the marbles because A players are going to go home after this.
And just a small reminder, the most a player can catch up is 7 points to the cutoff point. So even though 60 Seconds still has a game to play, mathematically, these players, 60 Seconds already eliminated.
And the cutoff we have to expect will be around 64, 65 points, thinking that usually in this format, when we have 12 games, it's around 60. We're adding around 4 or 5 points more. We'll see if that'll be the case this time around.
Taking a look at the top here, I think a storyline we haven't mentioned on is YBY1 and Midfeed. These two have been on the same team. They're very, very close friends. YBY always had the most accolades. It's a bittersweet thing that the brothers will have to fight here, but it would be a huge surprise for the region if they actually both make it.
And YBY1 and Midfeed in the same exact positions they started off the day with. YBY1 in first, Midfeed in fifth, still in that top 8.
What an amazing look at the standings too, because I just want to point it out there. I don't know if it's mathematically possible anymore, but we did half joke about the fact that it could just be APAC in the final lobby tomorrow.
There's currently more APAC servers than there are regions in the top 8. I'm just putting it there. There's 4 representatives. And the other big earthquake, I think, unfortunately, is for CN. We thought that CN was a little bit insulated this time around as EWC happened and all the regions got together, and that's why APAC ranked them a little bit lower. It's very possible that the only one CN in the top 8.
It's gonna come down to this though. Makes, welcome back. How you doing?
Thank you. Appreciate it. No, I've been just listening eagerly to your conversation. Got a couple of good high variance games. Maybe one more to run it out.
That would be nice. Give us the Makes blessing this time.
I fear that's not a thing.
I think we have to team up Makes and get the EMA blessing because Necro's already trying to push out 2 of our players in the top 8 for the top for tomorrow. Darkest still in that second place position. Volta as well. Insane comeback into this day 2.
It really has been. I think all eyes are on Darkest, a player that we ended up highlighting at the top of the day, and for very good reason. Panda, you had so many amazing things to say about them, especially when they were looking at taking a break during this set, coming back and maybe a very similar story and saying, "Oh wait, I get to play the EMEA Golden Spatula. I get to play the Tactician's Crown," and look at where they're going for it. I love these players that are able to take a look at the gift that they're given and run with it.
Well, I'm as much as I want to celebrate some of our players like YBY1 and Darkest, this last game is going to be about who makes it there, right? And both YBY1 and Darkest are in a great spot to do just that. So my focus is going to be a little bit more on those that may not be as safe just yet, or maybe really fighting for those first placements to get there. I'm curious for a lobby also, so we're going to take a look.
Let's do it. It's going to show us sort of the high and the low end of what our standings are going to look like.
I'm certainly not complaining. All 3 EMEA players that are still in the running will be in this final lobby. And we're going to see, I think, as you mentioned, Makes a big shift in playstyle for the players who are having to climb back up. We will be seeing a very risky first-rate playstyle. If Trainer Golems is offered once again, Clement, I think this time it actually is rationally the best pick for some of these players.
Absolutely, and I do want to mention the cutoff once again is going to be 61 points. So if you're looking at the bottom, even if you do well, you have to bank on other ones actually being pulled down a little bit.
I think it might be higher than 61.
It's going to be higher
Oh yeah,
than
it's going to be higher. I mean, currently...
At the minimum,
yeah.
Oh,
currently,
yeah.
Currently 8th place is 61.
And Kubi is one of those players that I think really has to make that comeback. Not in the top 8 right now. This is a player who finished 15th back in set 10 championship. Wants to at the very least better on that. Is on 55 points right now. Spencer as well on 56 points was the reroll master after day 1. Had a more difficult time with some of those rerolls and the lobby tempo in this day 2.
I think Alan was talking about Kubi for a little bit, saying how mature he is for a player that's only been in the scene for a short amount of time, as well as his very young age, just turned 18. And Kubi already showed up last Tactician's Crown. So this is really I want to show that I can do more than that. He made it into those top 16 before. Can he go further then?
If you are an America's fan, though, you really are putting your hopes on Spencer right now to be able to turn things around and give us a representative in this final lobby. And as you were calling out, Panda, this is a player that really does know reroll, but is the lobby going to allow him to actually do that?
I think portals will be a big decider of that. So of course, posturing was mentioned with the augment pickups that you have. Day one especially, Spencer did a very good job of picking Stars Are Born, signifying, hey, I have a very good spot for this RE. Don't try and contest me. That was the case. Most of those games he was playing uncontested reroll, which really ups your AVP, obviously. Someone else we haven't talked about just yet, Tidal, the only remaining player who has won a set championship before, the only player remaining that can make it a two-time if he's able to make that day 3. He's very close to the expected cutoff. Really just have to think about not going any lower than 6th or maybe 7th in this game. Or maybe just go for a first. We know how Tidal likes to play when it comes to the clutch situations. We've seen it in the past in other championships as well.
So a couple things coming into this lobby. I think Tidal, of course, he's a master at playing towards the format. This is what he did. He qualified before even playing the Golden Spatula, and he will play a lot of very low cap lines that we haven't seen before just to secure that top 4. The other thing I want to mention about avoiding everyone is there's already 2 players in this lobby. Even if they go 8th, they're already in. That's going to be Gear and Darkest as well. So the key thing is you kind of have to avoid them. Like, they can do whatever they want at this point.
Yeah, you just don't want to play that contested line. That's going to be so difficult, I think, especially if the conditions make it like a trainer golem where you just have to play the spot you're given.
Well, I'm very curious on what this final game is going to bring because, like you said, so many determining factors that could send it all into a certain direction. We're speaking about kind of the contest, and we are going to be going into our game right now and see what the portals at least bring. And there is no trainer golem, but there is a frying pan as well as champion conference
and radiant item.
I think you have to go for frying pan. Like, if you're low on points, 4 players already heading there. Could be as well.
Maybe some players instead are a little bit more comfortable on the possibility of a champion conference of those verticals and getting those free 5 costs later on. It will not be champion conference in the end. Radiant item, Necra, your expected pick using your powers now that Alan is gone.
I love radiant items.
What comps do you think Clement really benefit from Radiant, especially early in stage 2?
So Radiant Sphere of Shojin is the BIS for basically all of the reroll ones. If you can hit that, I think that is the most broad. It keeps you from being ran into by like the top 2 in the lobby already.
I think if you're looking at the reroll, though, I almost wonder if you try to hit the Radiant Bloodthirster. That would actually be the item that I would look at to see if you could amplify the power of any of those melee carries.
On Warwick, maybe Volta got a win with this Warwick reroll already in the past. One thing I want to mention, Clement, with the Radiant Shojin, Syndra is a unit that really benefits from just that extra bit of resource for her scaling. If someone has a good spot for Syndra, find Syndra from the orb, could be insane.
Something that also could be insane is, of course, that Ginsu's, that Rageblade Forest, something like the Wu Jing's, if there's a good spot for it. So really, what you're hoping for if you're in this lobby is that you get a unit or an item like this that nobody else gets, because that would make you really happy, right? If you get that Radiant Shojin, that Radiant Ginsu's, or even that Radiant Bloodthirster, which I think is a great point, then you're going to have that spot, and you're just hoping nobody else has it.
What do you think some of the low rolls are for these Radiant items?
Well, you can kind of like pick them later, so I don't think it's gonna be that hard. Can I throw in one more high roll?
Yeah.
Hero augments. We forgot about the sweet tooth showing up
yeah.
right here. Oh no!
Wait, is Ball in the lobby? Okay, never mind. We're good.
Wait a minute.
It is gold.
Gold augments. Spider Queen up top for Darkest.
Witchy Wallop.
Witchy Wallop is insane.
Oh my goodness. Both of them being rolled away. A wandering trainer being offered for Vixen.
Oriah
does not
has
go
to
for
scout.
it.
Does he have a spot for mages with the potential for learning to spell? Worth the wait was also an option. Deja Vu for Gear PYM.
Coming up again as it was rolled away by some of the other players. Does he want it though?
Gear got Spellblades or Inspiring Epitaph. Either one of those is a really good combat.
Volta picked up Pandora's, which is very interesting with the Radiant item.
Ooh, worth the wait here from Spencer?
What did he get?
Going to be trying to confirm that as soon as possible. It's Poppy.
Whoa, okay. This is perfect for Zari. If he wants to actually go the Ari reroll, then he's going to guarantee himself a 3-star Poppy.
Seeing a few other players angling towards potentially mages. Darkest for now with the Seraphine on the board. Soraka's on the bench. And a very full bench for Darkest.
Do you guys have the breakpoint in damage when you are able to get like a 3-star versus a 4-star Poppy with the Ari buff? Is it a big difference?
I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know if there is a difference when you get 4-star.
That's a good question.
No.
Sorry.
I
think that's a really good question.
It could
yeah.
be a mechanic. There's a lot of things about TFT.
I've
we don't
never
know.
done it, so I don't know.
Ooh. Does look like a Lilia here, and so actually one of the stronger items. Let's see. No tears though.
We're seeing a second worth the wait pickup here on Araya, and it's going to be Lilia.
Whoa.
So Poppy and Lilia both as worth the wait champions. There's a little bit of chaos to start us off.
And Kubi seems locked in to the multi-strikers line as well. So players already trying to select their line. We'll see if that'll end up being a cast-in reroll or not. With the BT already slam, we're seeing for Volta has a Shojin slam, just a very generically good item that can go so many different ways, and the Pandora's item as well.
I did end up seeing Tidal pick Portable Forge, and so on top of the Radiant item that you're guaranteed to get a little bit later, you're also going to have these artifacts that you can start to play around with.
Speaking of that Radiant item, the pickup that Volta has will allow you maybe a little bit more flexibility in that. So going for the Pandoras, not only because it's the Volta special, the Volta favorite, but also saying in this portal, I'm getting double value out of it in case I really low roll on the Radiance.
That being said, in the late game, you don't have that much time.
That's true. You don't get infinite do-overs. I'm just saying you get another chance.
Yeah.
Just high roll if you're Volta.
That's right. That's right.
I see you learned a lot, Nekra,
Yeah,
across the 2 days
I'm on
about our
it.
EMEA players.
You guys have taught me so well.
It's a very interesting start to the game here because we have 2 Infinity Edge players starting off, and this is interesting as well. A 3 is a crowd, more of an econ augment, using only the Shen coming in from Kubi. I wouldn't say this is a particularly strong start coming in for the multi-striker line.
Well, Kubi's smiling as usual.
That's right. I don't
Always in
feel
good
like
spirit.
you can tell something by that. He's usually smiling.
He wanted to find some direction there, and
despite Kubi, of course, being very far away from the potential cutoff, I think he's going to have to make a really big performance if he even has a chance at this point to still make it into that top 8.
First carousel is going to give us a spatula if players are interested in that. That can allow a lot of verticals, and Araya says, yep, that's exactly what I needed.
I like it.
yeah, I think what we most likely would see from Araya is just to reforge that and go on to the Scholar line. That's currently where he's headed now with the, of course, with the Ari start.
I'm really curious on how this kind of sharing of comps is going to play out between Spencer and Araya, with Lilia and Poppy both being chosen as worth the wait champions. Since you usually, when you play one, you also want to play the other one for the most part, they're going to need to find different angles here.
Well, if you're going to end up making the Scholar emblem, I do see a world where maybe you end up going towards Rise.
After last game, I still see the visions of Rise on every board.
Yeah, I see it in my sleep at this point.
I hope you're not falling asleep
No.
Nekra, during Game 7
Don't you worry.
of this day too.
I am wide
so much
awake.
at stake. We're seeing the potential maybe for Darkest to slam a Rage Blade and maybe think about the Fairy potentially. Cluttered Mind is essentially an econ augment in this case. Darkest does have a lot of experience on Fairy in general across both the EMEA finals and also this tournament.
I think this is a terrific move when you see someone already basically into tomorrow going on a line that's very insular. He's not really going to impact the rest of the lobby. You have a chance to just go in.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do here. But of course, we need to check in with the rest of the players. And you called it out earlier, Nekra, that extra artifact emblem from Tidal, really saying, I'm going to double down on the extra powers. And looks like those extra powers are going to lead us to Jinx.
It's going to look like a nice Wukong Hull Crusher angle to me.
This is really scary because both Tidal and Volta, who are just on the bubble, almost contesting the same comp, there's still a chance that they can move away, but Volta already with the Cog 2 and perfect items for it. It does look like we're going to have a head-on collision. Big thing here, can Tidal keep his win streak? Nope.
Outside of two tanky variations of Honeymancy with Kog'Maw as a star, what do you think the conditions are to go into Kog'Maw instead of just trying to go for Jinx, for example, in the Hunter line?
Well, if you're really high roll on just getting a lot of like the Blitz Cranks and the Nunus early on, you can play it and still do well without even hitting the emblem. That's definitely a sort of a 5 Honeymancer line. But the other things he just has to remember is like how is he going to, because I think Tidal is a lot more locked in to this position. With the 5 win streak, he's not really going to have the gold to go for the Fairy line, which is the other out for the Gwinsus.
And there's a Jinx pair as well.
Yeah.
I think if you know that Darkest is leaning into Fairy, you'd much rather go into Wu Jinx here. So I don't think this is too much of a decision, especially since Health Crusher is not a bad item on Wukong.
Oh, I'm just saying that for Volta, it means that Tidal's not going to go to Fairy.
There's not enough at stake for Tidal to care, basically, on the contest. And looking at this spot from Gear Pro, I am not going to be as crazy as we've seen from his last 2 games with the Forge. Going to be probably a more standard mage line here. Not really that much gold at this point in time coming into Krogs and into this small roll down while he's still on level 4.
I want to call out, though, that Darkest was also potentially maybe looking at some of those mages.
With the Rage Blade time, I think, and Clutter Mine, I think it'll be Callista most likely.
Yeah, still probably Callista, but I just, well, I guess
and look at Gearpo, he's on a lot of Sorakas already.
I was going to say I worry about him, and then I don't because of his point total, so never mind.
Let's see how deep he rolls here. Is already on 7 Sorakas.
Seems like not very deep, I think, especially with those Sorakas you called out, Clement. That's the right decision. Not too worried. I think the points on Gear are also looking pretty solid here. The second highest points in this lobby, so playing it a little bit safer than some might need to hear.
For EMEA, a big tempo spike on this 3-1. Volta now triple item Kog'Maw 2. We see from Kubi also has a Caspian 2 online with items already, so both players trying to reverse the HP they've lost in Stage 2, try and start win streaking in this Stage 3.
And I want to mention, like, for both of these boards, they're not going to be rolling too heavily on low levels because a lot of the 1 costs are being taken out of the field. We do have 2 worth the weight in Lilia and Poppy, and that means it's a lot easier to hit your Sorakas, your Seraphines, and also your Blitzcranks for Volta.
Well, our next augments are going to come on through, and it is going to be another set of golden augments, so yet another chance to hit some of these crazy ones.
Golden Quest for Kubi, rolls past it, maybe a little bit too committed. You mentioned Three's a Crowd before, now is actually the option to pick Three's a Crowd. There was 3 company in the beginning for Kubi.
Oh, sorry, I always get those 2 confused.
Listen, you and me both, buddy. There are certain augments that as a caster, you just are cursed because you always mess them up. I have a few. I will not name right now.
Ooh, Volta got 2 tanky.
Oh,
you were
that's
talking
the
about
out.
Kog'Maw reroll, so there it is. He got the perfect augment for it.
And we were talking about the conditions to play into the Kog'Maw. Well, I don't want to say it myself, but Volta doing Volta things. The conditions is dropping onto his lap.
It's just the Volta difference.
He is open to those.
He is
That's
There's 2 Olafs as well.
from?
What?
Okay, Observer, take us to a different board. Wait, this is the Allen tech. This is 2 tanky Olaf.
Wait. Okay, I want to do we're going to let the Olafs do their thing right now. But Araya was one of the other worth the wait players potentially looking to contest Spencer on that Ari reroll, and maybe looks to actually be playing Fairy. Has the Rage Wave Slam onto the Tristana, one of the primary units that we end up seeing hold those items for the Callista, and might be going Vertical Fairy. Did pick up that spat.
I believe he was the Lilia, so I think that made the most sense in the composition. Even if you don't hit the Rakan 2, you will have something to kind of stave off the HP loss in Stage 4.
So Spencer is the Poppy, Araya is the Lilia.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Darkest is the double Rage Blade Austerity Callista waiting room.
Well, Dave just got it like that. I'm not too mad about EMEA being in decent-ish spots. We have a little bit of a loss streak going here. We're racking up some rerolls. And then hopefully those rolls are going to turn into Callistas and Rakans.
And this is a spot Darkest is very, very comfortable in. We saw it from them in EMEA finals very, very often. Into this Fairy line specifically, they have priority on the carousel. We've seen it happen many times before across this tournament. We could see a Callista with the right component, maybe a tank component in this case, a tank item for Rakan in the works.
And in these situations like this, where you have that open
Econ
stat,
loss. Almost a chef's kiss, but still good enough.
Yeah, really well done. You do want to hold on to a tier if you're Araya, just to make sure you have those potential. Wait a minute, that
Volta,
Olaf.
don't do it. No, don't do it, Volta.
That's an Olaf too.
Darkest, come on.
Denied.
That would be way too egregious.
That's your own region. What are you doing?
Well, that's not how this tournament works. Everybody against everybody.
Spencer, though, is sitting in a much better position now.
I want to talk about title. Really identifying exactly what they had to do. The mission is clear. Don't go lower than 6th. Saved a lot of HP in stage 2 and 3. Not open forwarding for absolutely no reason. Picks up double duplicator as a way to guarantee he's able to hit earlier. Stabilize somewhere in stage 4. Let 2 other low roll players die off. And then finish 6th or 5th and guarantee the qualification to that day 3 yet again for title.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Even finds that Wukong going a little bit deep here, but saying, I really need frontline, otherwise I'm just going to get crushed. So this will translate directly into a little bit of more longevity, like you just lined out, Panda, that will allow other players to do worse.
89 HP, if he can maintain this into stage 4, that would be perfect for him. And also Gear, PYM, and Darkest. I feel like their game plans has a very high chance of going awry because they're kind of stepping back and letting everyone have a chance. That suits title very well.
It does.
Well, there are 2 players in this lobby that really need a first place and then some to maybe make that qualification. So I think those are going to be the most happiest about other players stepping out of the way. Talking about Spencer currently at 56 and Kubison at 55 points. They really need the stars to align for them.
And they're win streaking. They are win streaking, so that's really big. We were talking about Spencer's spot. Being able to have the worth of wait for the Poppy is going to allow him to actually get this Bastion setup going for the Ahri, but missing so many copies of the Ahri. So I don't know how you get yourself out of that.
I think you're just going to go for a high-level Scholar type of play right here. It's usually just going to be 4 Scholar backline, and you have that Poppy just as an additional front line. Make sure you can keep the streak going. You don't even have to hit the Taric 2. Talk about hitting. There is someone doing some mischievous stuff from the Philippines.
Fairy +1 has been found. Darkest scouting say, hey, this was my line, but now 2 players might be going in that same direction.
We noticed the spat that he ended up picking up from the carousel. So the perfect combination of those things. Not going to be enough, though, to deal with.
Not yet.
But wait till you get that Callista, too.
That's it.
And Araya already on 70 gold, so he should be leveling up. Latest on 4-1. We have big roll downs coming down.
Well, here's the choice.
You mentioned the blue blessing as well.
These are all good. I mean, well, Spear of Piranha or the blue blessing, but
We're seeing the options for all of our players.
There's a couple of Spear Piranhas coming on up on these choices.
Just the most flexible for the mage comps. Let's take a look here at Spencer. Death cap, okay.
it's going to be a lot of AP for
A lot of components as well coming in
Rise.
here.
Yeah, that's a little bit bad for the Callista rollers. They would prefer to see gold rather than components.
Oh,
Ooh, what a shot.
Sure.
Holding hands. Callista and Rakan show up for the EMEA player. You need to find some spots in the item bench now that we're still in set 12.
Well, we are playing to that strength. Does get it into the play and
Slams some more items.
Come on. Where are they?
There we go.
Araya biting his lips, though. Every extra 4 cost you take out of the pool, it takes about 10 extra gold for the other player to find it. And Araya has a lot more to play for here. Title in the meanwhile, Radiant Runons. Great item for just getting Hunter stacked online.
The Olaf's putting in the work here as well for title. Still staying so healthy, 79 HP coming to stage 4.
Third augments coming up. This could be the final +1 that some of these players are looking for. Like title, we're going to be seeing what it is.
Araya, come on, please. Do we get the 9 fairy?
It's an insta-pick.
Oh, yeah, no, I just called that out completely. Title does get Hunter Crest.
Oh.
Okay, then.
Yep, sure.
As a champ should.
Araya gets Martyr.
SCSC contesting, picks up Hunting Frenzy.
Oh, wow. Darkest is actually going for reinforcement. He's playing pretty seriously.
Darkest also understands the mission similarly to Title.
Just don't go 6.
We're seeing for Spencer, I think, took a while longer than most players to pick his augment. It will be the Bastion +1 in the end, trying to find some way to continue this win streak, find some immediate power onto that board.
The left side was Araya, and there was no Callista, and I don't think there was a Rakan either.
That's not what you want to see, but it is the potential pitfalls of going into a contest, especially on a comp where you are loose streaking all of stage 2 and 3, hoping you hit your units. If you don't, there's no net to catch you. There's no fallback plan in this stage 4.
Really rough roll down. Spencer does find the Bastion. That's the best out for the composition.
And a Nora is on that board. Just calling that out. Sneaking in the backline 3 items will not be enough for now, but for Spencer, I think the spot in itself looks really good. Still has a lot of HP to work with here.
And this is great from Darkest. Still getting value from the Cluttered Mine. Level 8, 50 gold, having a stable board now. Still on many lives for what is still stage 4.
Aftershock picked up right away. Gonna do a little bit of rolling, but you could feasibly see level 9 in just a couple of combats.
I really feel like Araya, for him, the only hope is the next carousel. He needs the fairy emblem to appear. But it might be even too late because he has no gold to find 9 here.
Darkest is only on Callista 1, so not quite into the promised land just yet.
Yeah, both of these players are still trying to be even stronger then, but I do agree, Clement. It's looking a bit rougher for Araya. We are getting a little bit of a look at Coop Vixen's board, though. One of the 2 players, Spencer and Coop Vixen, who really need everything here, and that is multi-strikers online, Kassadin, Radiant Thieves Gloves onto the Akali, and just dicing through boards with the vertical.
I was a little bit worried for Kubi because he had the 3-item casting already. You have removers, of course, but I was here to see how he would end up using that Radiant item onto the Akali for now. And Kubi understands also the multi-trigger mission, played a lot of multis across this tournament, is now sitting healthily at 71 HP. This is a player that needs to go for potentially a first to have any chance of making top 8, though.
Fairy Emblem.
Callista. Darkest, first pick, and yet again right in front of the EMEA player.
Araya really wanted that. Callista will have the chance of picking Rakan, goes for the Rod instead, says perfect items are needed to maybe get me off the ground, and that will be the second Rage Blade, I assume, that's currently holding out on the Tristana until a Callista will grace his shop.
Yeah, exactly.
Only 12 HP left for him, and
0 gold as well.
Yeah, there's not a lot of places to go. I believe he was 60 points, so...
We're getting word from our observers saying that Darkest was actually smiling when they picked up that Callista in the carousel.
That's just savage.
True.
These are competitors. They want to win every game, no matter the stakes. They want to fight for the honor of finishing first in a day 2 of and just the confidence going into a day 3, saying, hey, I started the day off on, 26, 27 points. I made a massive comeback in day 2 to finish first from a region that was a little bit disrespected after our results yesterday in day 1.
And rightfully so, we will say.
And rightfully so, we get some respect back after our players performed at a very high level today.
He did find 1 Callista.
Yeah, title
one.
Also doesn't have any 3 stars. Is there a chance here with the Radiant tank items?
Battle the Rage Blade, but
the Jinx has killed that front line, and Araya goes out in 8th here. It's probably going to be the end of the line for that dream.
so difficult, but also just so much respect for the run that he's had across these 2 days. A debut on the global stage to fight toe-to-toe with some of the absolute best players that have been here for so long as well, when we see the veterans that we've seen.
A player that's also not safe just yet is Volta. Despite the mysterious magical boards we've been seeing out of him, this is not safe and we've been losing HP. 24 to go, does have the Nunu too, but it doesn't look like that's good enough. So we'll need to put something together here against some of these really crazy boards.
He's been missing out on this Kog'Maw 3. Even though this Kog'Maw 2 was itemized so long ago, you need that Kog'Maw 3 to even give this board enough power.
Get a quick takedown onto this very, very tanky Poppy. It's taking a little bit too long. The Olaf was not able to get takedowns in time. Can't really ramp up. But now finally gets going. The Kog'Maw 2, I think, won't be enough to clean up this fight, especially not with a Nora targeting the Kog'Maw.
Come on! Who would win?
Maybe I spoke too soon. The extra
Kog'Maw?
HP from 2 tanky. Ari versus Olaf.
It's 400 extra HP and a
Don't heal,
shield.
Nunu. What are you doing?
Omnivamp. Olaf has it.
No.
This natural shop and maybe the extra gold from this PvE round could be what propels Volta back into the running. That being said, a lot of the HP has been lost, and the rest of the boards look very scary.
It was a bit of a low roll. I felt like only one player was going to come out of that Hunter collision that we saw between Tidal and Volta. Kog'Maw, of course, being taken away by Tidal. He knows that Volta is a very close enemy and might be up for the spot, so he's denying it as well.
Not just Tidal and Volta, also SCSC, who's on that Wu Jinx as well. 3 players looking at that Kog'Maw and saying, well, if I take this, Volta gets knocked out.
It's true. Every player for themselves right now, as we've seen.
Kubi, not win streaking most of stage 3, but changed the script a little bit, streaking all of stage 4 instead. Always cheerful. I have to imagine once you are on fire like this. And Volta, these rolls are absolutely everything. Great items now onto one of the Olaf.
Please
he can roll for the Kog'Maw 3 and for the second Olaf 2 here as well. There it is, one up at the very least. There's a level up.
Olaf, but...
Is this going to be enough? What does this matchmaking pool look like is the big question. 15 HP is potentially just 1 life in stage 5.
Goes up against Tidal, the player that's been holding some of these units here. And hopefully this upgrade on the Kog'Maw 3 will be good enough. Can the Olaf find the backline?
The Olaf battle in top left, but Volta's Olaf is taken down so low, but it doesn't matter. 2 tanky, so much HP comes through for the Nunu and for the Olaf. The spikes mattered so much. A huge win for Volta.
That was extremely close. If you see Volta's board right there, he's trying to get the bees onto the main Nunu as soon as possible, just flanking with those unitemized copies on the 2 sides. And I thought that was going to play into Tidal's board because he was 6 Hunter. Ends up being enough with the Olaf powering through.
And I was mentioning SCSC, who we're seeing right now, who's also in this 3-way contest around the Hunter units, and is also free-falling. 5 losses, nowhere near that Wukong or that Jinx. Needs 1 more copy to get that duplicator into use.
And 60 points. He needs these placement points so badly if he wants to be in that top 8.
I think SCSC knows that potentially he's the loser in this 3-way contest. We saw the expression after this last fight. Disappointment knowing that there's not much more he can do. He's still 2 copies away, has only 1 duplicator, and both, 3 different players are going for these exact same units. It's going to be so tough to stay relevant with this board in stage 5.
Goes up against Kubix and takes down most of the units, but the Kassadin will prove to be a problem. Will survive here, shouldn't be taken down, hangs on by a threat, and yet another chance to maybe make one of those 3 stars happen. But on the left-hand side, Volta is fighting.
Oh my goodness. This Kog'Maw had 5 HP.
The battle between 60 and 62 pointers coming out here. And Darkus really has no chill. He's trying to go for broke here. The record set by Double was 73 points for the first 2 days.
SCSC gives up on the Wukong, commits to the Jinx, to the damage carry, hoping the Innervating Locket is enough to keep this Wukong 2 alive.
It's really tough. You also don't have that Olaf 2 to maybe give you a little bit more power in that front line, a little bit of distraction. We did thankfully roll into a tank and a healing item, so that Olaf should maybe get some sustain, but goes up against Spencer and the wrap does come in. Can he survive here?
It's a really tough fight for SCS. He goes up into a Diana 2 with Radiant items, but the Diana 2 doesn't go into the back line. Just as I say that, gets a knock across 4 characters in the back. Is this the end for T1?
SCSC taken down. Disappointing finish to the game there. Darkest as well, but Darkest had a massive cushion in the standings. They had 67 points to start this game off. Volta still alive, secures a 5th place. Not sure if this is enough for the cutoff. I think Volta has to keep pushing, fighting for every single placement in this Game 7.
But the two players that are sitting on top right now are the players that needed the points even more than that. And that's Spencer and Kubikson, still sitting at a fairly healthy HP total compared to the rest of the lobby.
1 HP difference between both of them. Americas versus EMEA in Game 7. We could not have it any other way.
There is a world where one of the two gets the first place and it's still not enough, but there's also a world where the dream aligns. So let's keep those expectations in line. We won't know until both of the lobbies have played out and all of the standings are in, but for now, that's all they're fighting for this slimmer of a hope and a chance that they have.
Good news for title. Should be fully locked in to this day 3 at this point. Gear PYM, of course, obviously, with the 66-point mark he started the game off with.
Just a bit of a victory lap for both of them, but they're still looking to just edge out the rest of the competition.
The mirror match. Once again, the Olaf's in the same position for this 1v1 title versus Volta.
Ooh.
Volta's Olaf is taken down. Can the Kog'Maw clear? Can the Nunu tank for long enough is a big question. The Kog'Maw's onto the Jinx.
Knight does come in and will play a big difference here. Volta down
1
to
HP.
1 HP. Somehow survives this
1
last
HP
game.
dream.
Unfazed, unbothered. Look at him. He's like,
This is what it takes to
I
be
knew it.
one of the best players
No,
in
he's
the
out.
history
He's
of
out.
TFT.
Oh.
No, he is out. We were baited.
No.
It's still
Oh,
a 5th.
man.
I'm not sure if that's enough. We'll have to check. Adam will check the math, of course, after this Game 7. Fingers crossed.
I mean, Title got a big upgrade, though, was sitting on that Olaf 1 for so long, and by the time that mirror match played out, it was an upgraded Olaf 2, which was a huge difference maker.
It was the main Olaf, and oh, look at here, Spencer, now with the big win condition.
This is
with
where the
Poppy
Bastion
4.
+1 came from at fortitude. This is what he was envisioning in his mind, taking a page out of Apex's book. Both Araya and Ironbog showcase the power of this Ace Bastion setup.
We've even seen it in EMEA regionals. I really, really love this comp, and knowing that you are contested on anything that goes into the line of Lilia, identifying that, finding that Bastion pickup was huge for Spencer. Will be title here as well and stop some of the domination.
And the vision to play an 8 Bastion setup in a lobby where 3 players are playing Hunters, where you need to get these takedowns, is so intelligent from Spencer, really showcasing his just depth of knowledge when it comes to rerolls and all the different variations.
There is a kind of a big condition for him, though. He needs to make sure that he can actually maintain this first place position. If he can do that, then, and maybe the cards fall correctly, he could find himself in that final lobby.
Spencer and Kubi, the two on the left here, have a lot more to fight over. The pride of their regions. There is a world where both CN and Americas are not in the finals top 8. So it's going to come down to these two. The other two on the right, I would say, pretty much already job done. It's just going to be, slight garnishes on the finishing touch.
Well, it will move where maybe that cutoff is going to come in. So it still all matters. It's still all relevant on where they place. And for Kubikson specifically, I feel like the gate is kind of closing. We've been losing 13 gold.
Spencer actually hit a Callista 2.
Could that be the difference maker? Taking definitely a page out of Ironbog's book, the exact same comp that was played. Milio does a big upgrade. Item maybe not ideal for Milio here. I guess Reroll is okay with the attack speed.
I'm looking at Kubikson because Spencer is on a win streak and Kubikson needs to stop the bleeding to still have any shot of maybe making it. Goes up against Title here to try and take down the Hunters.
Nora.
Only the backline is alive and that's not good enough.
Another loss for Kubi, and it's just really hard to cap out this multi-line when you don't really have these crazy conditions. It's just a 7 multi-line. You're adding a Nora in as a multi-holder with the emblem.
And I believe that multi was actually from a charm, so he doesn't have it naturally. This was one of the best case scenarios for Kubi. And we saw the Akali, how fast the Akali melted. He doesn't have a good matchup into the Hunters. One shot there, and now has to go back to, I don't think he has 7 multi.
Not getting the most value from the Radiant item in this case as well with Akali, I think falling off when more and more units are added into the mix of things in stage 6.
Really tense situation. Let's see if Spencer gets the Callista 2. This is pretty much the best setup you could with the 8 Bastion, and he's looking to transition into the Camille later on.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't have the 7 multi. We just saw him jiggle out some of the units to try and make this board just a little bit better. I don't know if this can do enough. Goes up against Spencer out of all people. We've been seeing how strong this Bastion board is, and I don't think the multi-strikers can circumvent this wall of Bastion power.
The Castellan just stuck for way too long on the Poppy, taken down by the Callista on Spencer's side. Cleanup duty now, and that's just a massive loss for Kubi. 55 points of 4th place, nowhere close to the expected cutoff, but all in all, another great tournament from Kubi, starting to cement himself as one of the most consistent young players in EMEA.
EMEA really needs a break. He was 14th the last time around, and for someone that participated in their first time, for 18 years old, I think that's incredibly impressive.
Definitely a star in the making, taking a look at Kubikson and just how much further we get a chance to see him go in the next sets.
And Tidal prevails like Tidal always does. We call him the protagonist all the time, and he just always shows up to the exact cut point needed in whatever format he's in.
I think right now he's doing even a little better than just for extra style points, but Spencer still has everything on the line. Spencer also the player between the two of them, so Spencer and Kubikson, that had the better point score by 1. So is really, really hoping to finish out this lobby with a win to maybe bring Americas into day 3.
1 point could be all the difference, 64 and 63.
And what a deserved win as well. I think every single one of Spencer's decisions this game have been immaculate. Understanding what you need to do at every point in time, understanding when to pivot off of the usual Ahri Poppy line instead, playing for tempo, finding a new win condition with a Bastion +1, then going into 8 Bastion and reimagining what is a reroll line into a fast 9 line instead, showcasing he isn't just a reroll player.
Is a Wukong 3 a difference maker here? Because there is a little bit of gold now that Tidal gets to work with that Sugarcraft cash out. But I don't know.
Too much armor.
I feel like it's too much. Spencer is just, that front line is just massive.
No takedowns for the Jinx or the Olaf, and you're buying more time for yourself, but what you need to do is just break past the barrier in the front.
Look at the 2 hins here for Spencer. He has his 2 best Bastions on the side, so they can't be focused down. Definitely the itemized ones there.
And this Diana, if she breaks into this backline clump, GG.
I mean, Hector's
oh my goodness! Explosion with a radiant Rabadon.
Backline. Diana has found her way into it, and that Jinx will be the next target. I think with that, we can safely say that Tidal will get knocked out here, and Spencer, in a last effort to push Americas into day 3, takes 1st place.
So clutch is my definition for the performance here from Spencer. If that's enough to make it in top 8, absolutely deserved. And the momentum off of this as well, if it is enough, I think might be the player with the most confidence coming into this day 3.
You could see, though, he wasn't celebrating just yet because he knows that those cutoffs are going to be very, very tight because we also had another lobby playing out on the side stream.
And for Volta as well.
Yeah, exactly. Volta was very close to that cutoff, but that 1st place for Spencer is a very big deal to know that you have that going for you for the tiebreakers.
Do want to recap on his journey here. He actually started out knowing he would have a very good Bastion frontline that could last a long time. He tempoed into the Gwynsu's Rageblade and then said, wait a minute, there's 2 Fairy players out there, so I'm not going to go there. There's also 2 Jinx players. He finds a path between those 2 competing forces and gets a 1st place. Very impressive with the item start.
So smart. And it was, yeah.
Generally, Spencer has been a huge surprise to many. I know within the Americas region, Spencer has a name and a standing and people are familiar, but I think on the global stage, this is really the breakthrough event. Even if this should not solidify him, I think people are going to pay much more attention to this name when it crops up in tournaments now by seeing what Spencer has done all throughout this tournament.
And this game proved the adaptability as well, of not just saying, I'm playing for reroll, I'm rolling down like I have, let's be honest, most of my games this tournament. Instead goes for the level up strategy instead and just still finds the success. So proving that when he needs to, he can be an adaptable player, and especially in a day 3 like tomorrow where reroll is most likely not going to cut it in a checkmate format. You need to find ways and win conditions and get these wins. Spencer just showcased he has that in his toolbox.
Unfortunately for Araya and SCSC, these 2 APAC representatives not likely to move on here, and they were just really hard contested, especially from Darkest. I feel like Araya kind of got baited by the line and thought that he might be standing back here, but no. I like what Darkest is doing. He's playing for the record. 73 points set by double. Hopefully he goes to another EMEA player.
Yeah, I mean, poor Araya and SCSE needed at least a third place in that last game in order to give themselves a shot at being able to make that final lobby, but they put on fantastic performances. It's been such a treat to watch them, just watch APAC as a region completely surpass people's expectations.
And I really think there's a lot of growth for the Philippines right here. They have one of the largest markets, lots of young people like to play it, and also Araya has been a top 5 player throughout his career in the entirety. He finally gets his name out of there. It's a name that no one can forget.
And just to set up that, I think it's no one's fault, but in the end, I think 6 players went for Rageblade carries in this game with 3 Hunter players, most of them on Jinx, 1 on Kog'Maw. We also had the 3 Kallistas as well, so just a tough breakdown in terms of that Game 7.
Interestingly enough, when we saw the choices of that Radiant item, there were a lot of Hiragana spears. So a lot of players could have said, hey, maybe, you know, there's some Rageblade leaning in this lobby. Maybe I want to take the AP out, but we're already locked in by that
They're
point.
too deep.
So no choices to be made anymore, and just going for those straight 80 items is a bit sad.
Well, I don't know what to say. I feel like Darkus really pulled the rug under a lot of these players because a lot of them needed high points, and he kind of shut off the fairy line.
I'm sure Darkus would have loved to play Jinx, but then like, wait a minute, I've built 2 Rageblades. What do I play otherwise?
I'm not saying it was intentional from Darkus' side, but it just ended up being that way.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play the spot you're given. And so if that's going to be your best bet or feel like your safest bet, then you got to go for it. Try to go for the gold. And unfortunately, ended up throwing a wrench into a lot of these players' game plan. So it was going to be those players that decided to try to find a creative way to get through things, like Volta being able to play the Kog'Maw reroll instead, just to be able to get the job done.
I'm so curious what happened in the other lobby. Still, we don't have any confirmation. Of course, there was equally players at stake in that lobby. There was more narratives and stories to be told. Only 8 players can make it to day 3. Obviously, day 3 is where the stakes really ramp up, both economically and, you know, for the big title of becoming the best player in TFT for Magic and Mayhem, which is an absolute honor, I imagine, for all our competitors.
My hands are absolutely sweating for CN. I can't remember a Tactician's Crown where there wasn't a CN representative. Usually there's 3, but this time only 1 shot at it. CN, please, Ziyue, carry the region. You are literally our sun and moon right now.
I mean, I think the storyline for Americas is very similar. After 2 set dominances, really, out of Malala and Dish Soap, now having a chance of not making it into day 3 would be absolutely devastating to them as a region.
And in some ways, the flip from day 1 to day 2, and it shows how equal the competition is in this tournament, where we had regions flip their performance coming into stage 2, EMEA really rising on this final, or the second day.
Well, let's get through these standings, shall we? We had 16 players enter into this final phase of competition for day 2 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown, and only 8 can make it to the final day tomorrow. The suspense is insane.
Oh my God.
And
Milk
that
does
is
not even make it with 65
Cut
points.
off.
Spencer, despite the win, only ends up on 64. The cutoff is higher than we thought, or maybe just the tiebreakers are so good. So unfortunate for all 3 of the Americas players. Bio with such a great start in day 1 as well.
Incredible.
What a blow to the strongest region in set 11, with Dish Soap coming in with a massive win. Volta just barely sneaks in off that 2 tanky Honeymancy. 66 points is the cutoff in the end after these 13 games.
That's incredible. And I have good news for the CN region. Siyue is through, but even better news for APAC. After 2 days of showing up and being absolutely crazy dominant, they have made it with an impressive 5 players into day 3.
The partnership between YBY1 and Midfeed, 2 players who prepped together the entire of the set, best friends, dominators on their ladder, coming in and securing a top 8 has to feel fantastic. I imagine they really had taken to the next level in this set.
They're both on the same team. There's so many amazing storylines here. I think the big one, of course, is we were talking about the 4 horsemen coming into the tournament and title the last man standing going into it. If he makes it into that checkmate format and is able to deliver another 4 games, do you give him the go?
I think you might have too. Just being able to win 2 Tacticians crowns is something that will make history. But we are excited to be able to get a chance to talk to one of the players that gets their shot to do it again tomorrow. Volta, welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations. You made it to another final lobby at a Tactician's crown. You must be buzzing right now.
I mean, I feel like I got there by a scam.
Wait, tell us a little more about this. What do you mean?
I mean, for the one who saw my last game, I had to gamble reinforcement on level 6. A specific unit on level 6 for course.
I will say, I mean, Volta, watching some of your games on broadcast, I think you were given some very good spots, but it also takes a player with a lot of knowledge to be able to play to those wins. And so, Volta, how are you feeling just knowing that this is your 3rd time, I think, in a final lobby at Attack Crown, if not more than that. So you've earned this.
I mean, I think my biggest strength is my mental fortitude. Even if I go AF, I know how to come back, and I never did. I always go for the best performance.
I think we have a couple of big fans of yours on the desk with us right now, Panda and Makes, and I think they would love to ask you a couple of questions.
Volta, everything on the line in this final game. When you realize there are 3 players on the Hunter line, how worried were you? You talked about your mental fortitude. Did you not care at all? Did you know you were going to clutch up and have enough, a 5th place, enough to get you in this day 3?
I mean, when I saw them, they were not really trying to grief me at all. Like, they were just taking each 3 cogs. But I did grief them. They were not happy with the Olaf.
So you're not stuck with them, they're stuck with you on the Hunter line. Okay, I understand.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. That's what that tells me. Volta, I personally never tire out of telling people how great of a player you are, how chronically undervalued you are on the global field. But there are some voices in the community that call you a chronic high roller. Anything to say to that?
They are true.
Volta, come on!
If you accept it, just deal with it.
Coming from APAC, can I ask you, Volta, do you have any pre-game rituals that you can hopefully share with us so we can...
calling Morta.
Yeah, or how do you get into the mental space that you were talking about? That's your strong spot. That gives you luck as well.
I mean, I stopped the prayer to Mort Dog because too many people are doing it right now, so...
The line's busy.
Can't get through.
Got to create your own luck in some ways if that is the case. Volta, just before we let you go, because we know you have a big day ahead of you tomorrow, wanted to give you an opportunity to send some words or love to the people that are supporting you out there.
Shout out to all the French fans and the Solaris fans who follow me since almost 5 years now. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much again for your time, Volta, and best of luck tomorrow.
Bye.
And it seems easy to say 5 years performing at the highest possible level. Every step of the way, someone somewhere doubts Volta. But one way or another, through high rolls or through skill, he seems to continuously make it to the global stage. 5th global championship, 3rd top 8 now as well. Maybe finally the time for the title.
Just a quick mention, Volta, going into this tournament, had a top 1 rate of 28.4. Let that sit for a moment. This is the player to watch in a checkmate format, and that's exactly what we have planned tomorrow.
I think there are a couple of players in this lobby, though, that are proving that they have very high first rates to contend with a player like Volta. I'm looking at YBY1 is one of those players that could contend for that crown.
Let me set the stage. Game 5. What the Forge is offered. What player do you guys think I'm talking about as someone who could contend also for the title? And one of the big surprises, Clement, in the top 8.
Well, I think YBY has actually had the best demonstration of what the Forge played. There was one game where he actually clinched the first play. He was playing on the Jinx reroll line, and then he was offered the swap positioning artifact.
Spectral Cutlass?
Yes, he was Spectral Cutlass, and he actually told his manager he didn't know what to do with it. He was really just spazzing out, and he had to go up against Ningli, a very strong board. And what he decided is that he found the Horizon focus and put both of them on his Zillion, went to the back line, killed the enemy Karma, and then won the lobby. So that was one of the highlight plays for YBY1. And just to give you a bit of a taste of what the Forge plus YBY1, what it could deliver.
I'm so ready. I am so ready to see what these games are going to have in store for us tomorrow, and I hope you have all enjoyed the action at home. Make sure that you go back to check out your pick'ems, because while the first 2 days of competition are over, a new round of pick'ems has just opened up, so you can get your predictions in for what will happen in this final lobby tomorrow. And I think we're gonna have to keep our creativity open with this one after the last 3 games we saw today.
And Gear PYM winning with 100 HP, I think, is part of that. So where you have Necro with your pick'ems, mine as well.
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna have that one again. That would be wild if somebody won checkmate on 100 HP.
Come on.
Not just wild, impossible.
Nekra, I know you've been cooking, and I know you've been trying to get us into some crazy situations, but 100 HP win on checkmate seems incredible.
There's an even crazier situation that's actually in the rules. It could go all the way to 8 games and be decided by who reaches 40 points first. It's never happened before, but are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Was I really the one being blamed for being chaotic? Can you control my 2 podcasters here?
Well, that's gonna do it for us today at the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. Thank you all so much for tuning in, to all of our players for delivering so much entertainment today. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow for the conclusion and the crowning of our new Tacticians Crown champion.
will to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.